Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
A very sleepless history of magic class. The subtle change in Professor Bin's expression didn't go unnoticed, especially by the watchful Slytherin students. Malfoy's face paled, his thoughts racing. If Professor Bin's really had some entanglement with one of my ancestors, and he's still not over it after all these years, that thought chilled him. Suddenly, history of magic felt far more terrifying than any dark arts class. Malfoy sat stiffly in fear and confusion, eyes fixed on the ghostly professor. Class had barely begun when most students surrendered to the inevitable sleep. Slytherins led the charge, naturally. Lester, ever the trendsetter among them, was the first to drop, chin to chest, less than 10 minutes in. Once the others saw he got away with it, they followed suit one by one. Afternoons were already drowsy, and with Professor Bin's flat, droning voice and complete lack of engagement, even the most dramatic historical events turned to dust. His eyes were vacant, tone unchanging, and he made no effort to interact. By the end of the first half of the lecture, the Slytherin section resembled a graveyard. Everyone out cold except for Malfoy, who remained wide-eyed with anxiety. Even in Gryffindor, the so-called brave lions weren't immune. Arms folded into makeshift pillows, heads drooping, they too slipped into dreams. Well, all except for one. In the front row, back straight and quill flying, sat Hermione Granger, the only first year still awake. Malfoy stared at her, insulted by her very presence. That smug little mudblood. Why is she the only one still paying attention? His face twisted into a scowl. Hermione, as usual, looked focused and utterly oblivious to the laziness around her. Worse, Malfoy remembered how Lester had been made to return her book earlier that day. With a deep sigh, Malfoy muttered under his breath, "Fine. If no other purebloods are awake, I guess I'll use her to stay conscious." He didn't want to fall asleep and be left alone with Professor Binns. Just the idea of waking up after everyone else, alone in a room with a ghost who may or may not hold a grudge against his bloodline. No thanks. So Malfoy kept glancing at Hermione like she was a lighthouse in the fog. Every time his eyelids drooped, he'd peek over to her upright back, and it gave him just enough strength to carry on. If she can do it, so can I, he told himself. I'm a Malfoy, after all. But Hermione's perfect posture soon started doing strange things to him. He found himself watching her for too long. Across a sea of sleeping classmates, Malfoy in the last row had an unobstructed view straight to Hermione's desk. And what she did. Too much. She's kind of diligent, he muttered, pretending to sound superior but unable to hide his interest. Suddenly, as if sensing the weight of his stare, Hermione frowned and turned around sharply. Malfoy snapped his head away, heart thumping like he'd just been caught stealing from Gringotts. She scanned the rows behind her. All she saw were heads down and mouths open. Was it my imagination? She mumbled, then shook her head and returned to her notes. In the back, Malfoy sat red-faced, trying to find an explanation for his very un-Malfoy-like behavior. It's Lester's fault, he thought bitterly. If he hadn't started babbling nonsense about ghosts and ancestors, I wouldn't be in this state. With that excuse firmly in place, he returned to sneaking glances. For the rest of class, it became a cycle. Malfoy peeking, Hermione sensing it, turning around, and Malfoy nearly dying of embarrassment. Eventually, class ended. Lester groggily woke up, stretched, then noticed Malfoy beside him, flushed and breathing heavily. He blinked, then he clutched his rear with a look of alarm. "Malfoy, what are you trying to do?" Lester cried, shuffling away. "Didn't we agree to just be friends?" Malfoy looked up, horrified. "What?" But it was too late. The other Slytherins were waking up, overhearing just enough of Lester's exclamation to fill in the rest with imagination. Slowly, they all turned to Malfoy, expressions ranging from shocked to terrified. So this was why the famously proud Malfoy heir had tried to befriend Lester so suddenly? They inched away, whispering amongst themselves in awe and suspicion. Heir to the Malfoy family, truly terrifying. Malfoy. Evening had settled over the Hogwarts castle, casting long shadows across the stone walls. In the Slytherin common room, dimly lit by emerald green lanterns, small groups of students gathered in quiet clusters. Among them, Lester and his usual entourage had claimed a corner sofa near the fireplace. "I'm already nervous about tomorrow's potions class," Jedi muttered, anxiously flipping through the thick, musty-smelling potions textbook. His eyes darted over ingredient lists and brewing precautions like he was preparing for war. "We still haven't even seen our head of house." Kitty chimed in, her voice hushed but serious. "I heard from Senior that Professor Snape is terrifying. Supposedly, he made a Hufflepuff cry just by breathing too loudly." Pansy visibly shrank at the comment, tucking herself deeper into the cushions. Goyle and Crabbe shared nervous looks, clearly uneasy. Lester turned toward Malfoy, raising an eyebrow. "Aren't you Snape's godson? Any idea why we haven't seen him since the sorting ceremony?" Malfoy looked conflicted, hesitating before speaking. "Father told me there's been a scandal. Apparently, a flood of inferior potions hit the market. They had Professor Snape's mark on them, his personal seal." The room fell silent. "He's been tracking down whoever forged them. Rumor has it he hasn't slept in 3 days." Lester leaned forward, suddenly intrigued. Inferior potions? He remembered pretending to be Quirrell and using the counterfeit potion rumor to scam him, though he hadn't expected the fakes to actually exist. Still, the phrase inferior potions made him instinctively mutter, "Scar." Malfoy lowered his voice, eyes scanning the room. 2 months ago, 100 bottles of low-grade joy potion surfaced in Diagon Alley. They looked like Snape's work, but were sold dirt cheap. The tension thickened. 90% of the wizards who drank them died laughing. Malfoy's voice dropped to a whisper. The other 10%? Straight to St. Mungo's. Lester froze. Scar actually did it? This wasn't in the books. No wonder Snape had vanished. Now thoroughly uninterested, Lester stretched out across the couch, arms behind his head, and entered what he called horizontal meditation. Malfoy followed suit. But no sooner had he closed his eyes than she appeared in his mind again. Hermione, sitting upright in class like a statue of defiance. Malfoy groaned inwardly. He tossed and turned on the sofa as if the cushions themselves had betrayed him. The next morning, Dungeon March. Bright and early, the self-styled Slytherin squad left their common room in theatrical formation. Lester, Malfoy, Jedi, Kitty, Mitty, Goyle, Crabbe, and Pansy, 8 strong, proud, and dramatic as ever, stalked down to the dungeons like they were heading to battle rather than class. First years from other houses cleared the halls as they passed. Even fellow Slytherins eyed them with envy and awe. Outside the potions classroom, they arrived just in time to run into the Gryffindors. Unlike the Slytherin cohort, Gryffindor students were scattered in loose pairs or trios, some yawning, others squinting at their timetables. The moment they spotted the Slytherin squad, the crowd froze. Then came Harry Potter and his ever-present redhead, Ron Weasley. Ron stepped forward and called out, "What do you want, Lester?" Lester blinked, unimpressed. "We're here for class. What else would we be doing in the dungeons? A tea party?" Malfoy stepped out, sneer already locked in place. "Oh, I see. Potions is only for Gryffindors now, is it? We're not allowed to attend." His voice rose with exaggerated drama. "Honestly, do you lot even understand potions? It's not all throwing an eye of newt and hoping for the best." The Slytherins chuckled in unison, mockery echoing down the hall. Ron turned red. "At least we're not walking around like some creepy green parade." Harry stepped forward then, voice sharp. "Move aside. We got class too." His eyes drifted to Lester, and a flicker of disappointment crossed his face. He didn't expect him to side with the likes of Malfoy. Lester shrugged. "You're not blocked. There are 2 entrances. Left for us, right for you." Unless your eyes are as poor as your sense of direction. Harry squinted, then realized Lester was right. Still, pride wouldn't let him back down now. He was the boy who lived, the savior of the wizarding world. He wasn't about to be shown up by them. Just as he opened his mouth to say something he'd probably regret, a cold voice cut through the hallway like a blade. Harry Potter, came the voice from the darkened classroom. The hero of the wizarding world, loud, entitled, and late. How surprising. Snape had arrived. Severus Snape, Harry's father's rival, fucking suitor, and now, Harry's enemy. The instant he spoke, Harry's affection for him dropped to negative. What are you doing standing there? Don't you all know that this class is a potions class? Professor Snape's voice was very soft, barely above a whisper. But as someone in society said, the smaller the voice, the stronger the aura. Snape's voice carried a cold and strong pressure, which made everyone subconsciously hold their breath and listen carefully to every word he said. Every student he scanned, whether it was Slytherin or Gryffindor, subconsciously shivered. While everyone was lowering their heads to avoid Snape's gaze, Lester raised his head fearlessly without panicking. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary students, Snape, the master of potions and head of Slytherin, was a big man who could not be offended. But for Lester, just kidding, no one can make him bow his head in the entire wizarding world. Noticing Lester's straight gaze, Snape raised his eyebrows noncommittally, snorted coldly, turned and entered the classroom. The other first-year students immediately followed in, as if they had been pardoned. Lester, let's sit in the front row. Malfoy excitedly wanted to pull Lester to sit in the front row. Snape was his godfather. Others were afraid of Snape, but not Malfoy. Facing Malfoy's front row invitation, Lester refused without hesitation. As soon as he entered the professor, Lester immediately rushed to the back corner of the potions class. Helpless, since the elder brother insisted on sitting there, the younger brother certainly couldn't refuse, so Malfoy had no choice but to follow. Afterwards, Lester's boys gathered at the back of the magic classroom scatteredly, looking at Snape's face blackened. With an indifferent face that has remained unchanged for thousands of years, Snape quietly watched the students sitting. Every student caught Snape's attention would shiver and subconsciously quicken their pace. Although he was not in the mood to teach the students at all right now, as the potions professor at Hogwarts, Snape's professionalism was good. He will not affect the quality of his teaching because of life problems. In fact, most of the potions courses he teaches can achieve quite good results in the potions assessment of OWL, Ordinary Wizarding Level Examination. Although the Diagon Alley low-quality potion incident caused him a lot of losses, it even almost ruined his reputation. But when he knew that Quirrell, who sold fake medicines, was also a professor at Hogwarts, Snape was not in a hurry. The magic world is huge. Even if all the pureblood families in Diagon Alley were dispatched together, they would not be able to catch Quirrell, a dog thief. But Hogwarts is very small. If Quirrell, the bastard who framed him, really dares to come to Hogwarts, he must let this shameless slug know what cruelty is. After simply correcting his emotions, the class bell rang, and Snape officially started the class. Unlike Professor McGonagall, who started class right away, Professor Snape first took out the list of students and glanced across the classroom from time to time. Especially when he arrived at Lester. He took a deep look at Lester. Lester had left some impressions on him when he was in the sorting house before, and a certain Thompson prefect who did not want to be named said that Lester had already been dissatisfied with his domineering behavior in Slytherin. The classroom discipline of potions class is different from that of other classes. Snape put away the roster and said calmly, "If you are not willing to abide by the discipline of potions class, you can leave this classroom now." Almost none of the students even moved, and everyone sat upright. Everyone knows that this is a slap in the face. If someone really walks out of this classroom, it will be over if you fail the potions class or not. Lester curled his lips. Isn't this just talking nonsense? Whoever dares to disrespect the professor in the first class? Do you really think everyone is the savior and Hermione? Besides, Umbridge is a lackey of the Minister of Magic, and he is no fart in front of Snape, so there is no comparison at all. He talked about the 3 disciplinary requirements scatteredly, and many students took them seriously, and even took notes for a good student like Hermione. Lester summed it up briefly, very simple. 1 is not allowed to speak in class. Points will be deducted for talking. 2 is not allowed to be late for class. If you are late, you will not be allowed to enter. And 3 is to listen carefully during class and don't do stupid things. After writing down all the rules of Professor Snape, Lester smiled dismissively. Isn't this something that Professor B always emphasizes in the university? Suddenly, Lester noticed Malfoy beside him, who was writing furiously, and hesitantly asked, "Malfoy, what are you doing?" It could be seen that the notes are densely written, all of which are Snape's class requirements. Malfoy, his little face flushed, and Malfoy hesitated. "I think the professor is right, so I plan to write it down." He wouldn't tell Lester that he saw Hermione scrambling to write, so he subconsciously copied it down, and he dragged his brother to save face. "Okay?" Lester looked at Malfoy suspiciously. "There's a problem. In the past, Brother Yin, a student with secondary illness, had always boasted that he was proud of not obeying campus discipline. So why did he take the initiative to take notes now?" Staring at Malfoy suspiciously for a few minutes, Lester was about to speak when he heard Snape's indifferent voice. "Lester Bader, Draco Malfoy, whispering in class, 10 points deducted from Slytherin." Lester. The professor went crazy? "I kill all my own people in Slytherin." Snape's face was frosty, his brows were raised, and he stared dissatisfiedly at Lester and Malfoy in the audience. Malfoy was the kind of guy he'd grown up watching and knew he wasn't the kind of guy to talk nonsense in class just to show off. Then the problem must be with this Lester. However, today is not the time to punish Lester, because today's highlight is none other than the famous Harry Potter. Of course, before class, Snape had to tell the students about the charm of potions. "You have come here to learn the precise science and exacting craft of potion making, but only if you are not one of the dumb fools I often meet." After finishing speaking, Snape was a little bit unsatisfied. It's just such a pretentious process in class. If he doesn't pretend to be good, he won't be able to attend class. And more importantly, Snape suddenly thought of something with a serious face and said word by word, "It is noble to be so knowledgeable about potions. I don't want you to be poor in learning skills in the future and bring inferior potions to the market harm. That kind of people are simply scum, 10,000 times more disgusting than disgusting slugs." Professor Snape's face was grim, and the more he spoke, he became more and more excited. "They're simply devils from hell. These scums are not worthy at all concoction potion." After venting, Professor Snape finally said, "Don't buy any potions in Nocturne Alley recently. I don't want some people here to become unknown monsters the next day." It's okay. Professor Snape is Professor Snape, and the way he cares about students is so weird. Ron muttered in a low voice, "Damn it, I'm still going to save money to buy a bottle of happy water in Nocturne Alley." Fortunately, Professor Snape didn't hear it, otherwise Ron might be cold. After seeing that the students and the professor had memorized his words, Professor Snape began the long-awaited part of bullying Harry. "Potter, I ask you what will I get if I add powdered daffodil root to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry has just arrived at Hogwarts and has been eating, drinking, and having fun with Ron. How could he know this? "I don't know, sir." Harry scowled. Professor Snape continued to attack and said indifferently, "Let's try again. Potter, if I asked you to find me a bezoar, where would you find it?" Harry, "Potter, tell me what is the difference between Aconitum acanthus and Aconite chamagiasma?" Snape said coldly, "I don't think you have read a single book before school started. Did you, Potter?" Snape was a little angry, thinking that Lily was a potion genius back then, but now looking at the sons of the Potter family, they're all bulls and horses, which simply tarnished Lily's talent. Not only Snape was angry, but Harry was also very dissatisfied. Thinking of his majestic savior, since entering the magic world with Hagrid, his life has taken a 180-degree turn. Before he was in the Muggle world, everyone looked down on him and bullied him, but in the Wizarding world, he was the best. All will be cheering for him. All will be jumping for him. All will be proud to speak to him. Although Harry didn't care about it on the surface, he was quite happy in his heart. This also gradually gave Harry a temper Just like an old saying, with strength, one will naturally have a temper. Harry, who is dependent on others, does not dare to have a temper. But why can't the savior Harry have a temper? I don't know, Harry said confidently. However, I think Hermione, who has been raising her hand, must know the answer. If you can see it, why don't you ask her? At that time, several Gryffindor students laughed out loud. As expected, they're the man of the year in Gryffindor, and they are bold. In the back row, Lester shook his head silently. The little wizard of Gryffindor is really wrong. Is he supporting Harry or pitting Harry? After laughing, wouldn't it make Snape hate Harry even more? Just when Lester picked up the pen and was about to take notes after Snape announced the answer, Snape suddenly challenged him. Lester, what do I get when I add daffodil root powder to a wormwood infusion? Lester, looking at Snape in surprise, Lester smiled. Sorry, he really knows these questions. Daffodil root powder and wormwood can be mixed together to make a powerful sleeping pill, which is a dose of water of life and death. Lester said calmly, Copperlith is a kind of stone taken from the stomach of a goat, which has a strong detoxification effect. Although he didn't know why Snape suddenly came to trouble him, but since Snape came to him, he had to pretend. As for Aconitum acanthus and Aconitum chamagiasma, they're the same plant, and they're collectively referred to as Aconitum. Before Professor Snape could ask any questions, Lester quickly answered all the questions. Lester tilted his head triumphantly. His nostrils turned to the sky, and he was infinitely arrogant. The younger brothers around him were also very cooperative, and they exclaimed one after another, adding to the atmosphere of Lester's pretentiousness. Professor Snape frowned immediately and said indifferently, Quickly answer the professor's questions in class. If you don't respect the professor, 1 point will be deducted from Slytherin. Lester. Afterwards, Professor Snape glanced coldly at the whole class, especially those Slytherins who exclaimed, What are you still doing in a daze? Will the pen in your hand help you record knowledge by itself? Shua shwa shua. The classroom was immediately filled with the sound of everyone's vigorous writing. Malfoy, in particular, remembered that it was quite vigorous, and that he looked up from time to time while taking notes. Lester noticed Malfoy's abnormality and asked curiously, There is no writing on the blackboard. Why do you always look ahead? Malfoy's face turned red again, hesitatingly said, I'm used to this, isn't it? He gave Malfoy a contemptuous look, and Lester also followed Malfoy's gaze, wanting to see what could fascinate Brother Drag like this. As a result, he saw the backs of several little Gryffindor wizards, and then met Snape's indifferent eyes. Snape frowned and said indifferently, Mr. Bader, do you have any questions? Lester quickly raised his hand and said loudly, Professor, I do have some questions. The loud voice attracted the attention of many people. Snape's face darkened, and he asked, What's the problem? Lester cleared his throat, pointed to Malfoy beside him who was scribbling, and said loudly, Professor, Malfoy said he has bad eyesight and wants to sit in the front row. Speaking, Lester also specifically pointed to the direction in front where Professor Snape looked at Malfoy suspiciously and said lightly, Malfoy, is there really something wrong with your eyes? As Malfoy's godfather, Snape must be towards Malfoy. If Malfoy really wanted to sit in the front, he didn't mind opening a back door for Malfoy. Professor, Malfoy hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and said, Lester is right. I have some bad eyes recently, so I want to sit in the front. Malfoy knew that potions classes were usually taught in pairs. Malfoy felt inexplicably excited at the thought of being able to team up with Hermione, a little muggle wizard. Snape, who didn't know what Malfoy was thinking, frowned and looked him up and down. As a master of potions, Snape could tell that there was nothing wrong with Malfoy's eyes, and he couldn't be healthier. However, now that the godson wanted to sit in the front row, Snape was more than happy to help. Then go and sit in the front. Professor Snape pondered for a few seconds, then nodded. With Snape's consent, Malfoy excitedly picked up the textbooks on his desk and wanted to sit next to Hermione. But after just a few steps, Malfoy's face collapsed. As the heir of the Malfoy family, I took the initiative to find a little muggle which from Gryffindor. What is the news? Reason told him that he should not go there, Otherwise, he would definitely be ridiculed by everyone in Slytherin. But his sensibility told him that the girl was ahead. As long as he passed by, the beautiful life would begin. Just when Malfoy was fighting between heaven and man, Lester's eyes suddenly lit up. He had been paying attention to Malfoy's eyes just now. As a superior, Lester also knew how to read words and expressions. He was now certain that it was Hermione that Malfoy had been looking at. Although he didn't know why Malfoy, a rich man, was crazy, but he only needed to know that Malfoy seemed to be interested in Hermione. Lester gradually became excited. Harry is the future leader of Dumbledore's faction, and he will definitely have a battle with him in the future. Hermione is one of the few talented people around Harry. If Malfoy can really abduct Hermione, there will be one less person in the trio. The main reason is that the most important person is missing, and there are two useless people left. Even if Dumbledore paves the way for them, they will still wrestle. Lester immediately regained his energy and said loudly to Malfoy, "Malfoy, I think you should change seats with the Gryffindor student on the far right in the front row. I think that's the closest to the blackboard." Malfoy was overjoyed immediately. Isn't that the seat next to Hermione? The classroom seating arrangement in Hogwarts is very distinctive, and the classroom is usually divided into left and right parts. Because the students of the two colleges are often in class, the students of the two colleges sit separately. Slytherin always sits on the left, and Gryffindor sits on the right. Just now, Malfoy was still thinking about how to make excuses for sitting in the Gryffindor area. Now that Lester speaks, it will undoubtedly give him a step down. "Lester, that's Gryffindor's place." Malfoy frowned and pretended, and said helplessly, "But since you think so, then I'll go and sit there." A little expression that I didn't want to sit there, but because you said it, so I went over, it made Lester gag. "Damn, the joy in your eyes is beyond words. Why are you pretending to be bitter and bitter with me?" When Malfoy pretended to be very difficult and reluctant, the eyes of Slytherin looking at Lester changed again. They thought that with Malfoy's status, making friends with Lester must be an equal relationship. But now it seems that Lester is obviously the big brother. Immediately, their awe of Lester increased again. Ding! The little wizard who convinced Slytherin for a year, May 20th. Ding! Convinced the little wizard of the first year of Slytherin, 6/20. Ding! Convinced the little wizard of the first year of Slytherin, 7/20. Lester's eyes lit up. He didn't expect the Malfoy family to be so famous, but after ordering Malfoy, so many people were convinced by him. But Lester didn't care too much, because he was planning to organize a large-scale visit tonight. Take your brothers and have a good chat with the first-year Slytherin wizard. Of course, it's limited to male little wizards. It's not that Lester is sexist. The main reason is that he can't get into women's dorms. The conversation was divided into two parts, and after Malfoy got up to say goodbye, he walked towards the Gryffindor seating area with a strong horse. All the Gryffindors stared at Malfoy with wide eyes. Draco Malfoy, the sole heir of the Malfoy family, is considered a man of the hour throughout Hogwarts. Although his status in the world of Slytherin is not at the level of sitting in the hall, it can be regarded as a double safflower roller. Shouldn't such a character sit in Slytherin's area? Why come a Gryffindor to sit here? Professor Snape also had an iceberg face, staring at Malfoy, wanting to see what he was going to do. Malfoy pretended to be nonchalant, came to the side of Hermione's deskmate, and said softly, "Hi, classmate, my eyesight is a bit bad, so I want to change seats with you." Lavender looked at the mild-mannered Malfoy in horror and nodded in panic. She came from a family of half-blood wizards, so she naturally knew the notoriety of the Malfoy family in the wizarding world. Facing Malfoy's request, how dare she refuse? Lavender got up hastily, without any intention of changing seats with Malfoy. Instead, he came to the back row of Gryffindor. Neville happened to be alone there, and Lavender went directly to sit with Neville. Nonsense, if she were to switch seats with Malfoy, wouldn't she be sitting in Slytherin's base camp? Would she still be able to survive Lavender? After Lavender left, Malfoy sat down very gentlemanly, and at the same time explained in a particularly dog-like manner, "My friend Lester asked me to sit here, and there is nothing I can do about it." Hermione, beside her, was originally frowning at the unexpected visitor, but combined with Malfoy's performance just now and hearing Malfoy's explanation, Hermione's brows gradually relaxed. Lester is a dog, but he just regards him as a challenge on the way of learning, so he finds someone to praise him. Now, calling Malfoy to sit in Gryffindor's seat in order to prank his classmates, that's simply too normal. So naive Hermione believed it. It was a misunderstanding. At the same time, what Lester just said, combined with Malfoy's realistic performance, was noticed by many little wizards of Gryffindor. Everyone believed that Malfoy must have been bullied by the bully Lester, so he was forced to come to the position of Gryffindor. Especially the two idiots Harry and Ron, who were still gloating and giggling behind the scenes. His future thighs were being poached, and these two guys were still laughing at Malfoy. By the way, they didn't even let Hermione go. Malfoy's switch of seats was just a sideshow in potions class. After Malfoy sat down, Professor Snape resumed his class. In the first potions class, Professor Snape didn't give instructions to these little wizards who didn't know anything like Muggle schools did. Instead, after briefly explaining the process of making a simple potion for treating boils, let the students operate in pairs. Malfoy got his wish, and Hermione became a team. Malfoy, who was born in a famous family, received a good education since he was a child. Although Hermione is a top student, her hands-on ability must be a little bit worse. At this time, Malfoy's opportunity to perform has come. Even the stern Professor Snape would drag his long black cloak to Malfoy and Hermione and praise him softly. As for the accident in Neville's original book in potions class, it didn't happen here, because now Neville's partner is the careful Lavender. With Lavender's help, Neville barely completed the simple configuration of the boil potion. Even Lester, who was exposed to potions for the first time, completed the production perfectly when operating alone. Thanks to the explanation of the laboratory operation specifications in his previous life, Lester successfully linked the potion with chemistry. In his previous life, he may only know the theory, but after having rich theoretical experience, it will undoubtedly be much easier to practice. In addition, the reason why the boil potion was selected as the potion for the Little Wizard's first class was naturally extremely simple, so Lester successfully made it smoothly. Snape walked back and forth behind Lester, with a stiff expression on his face. He wanted to find out about Lester's problem, but in the end, Lester's operation was unexpectedly perfect. Not bad, complimented coldly. Snape turned and left, and the pressure came to Gryffindor. Many young wizards of Gryffindor shivered subconsciously when they saw Snape approaching. Harry and Ron even lowered their heads, not daring to meet Professor Snape's eyes. But Snape didn't let go of their plan at all. Caught Ron making a wrong operation, Snape said indifferently, "Children of the Weasley family, you should really learn from your brothers. I find it hard to believe that you are from the same family." Ron was about to be blown up. "Since I was a child, I have been ignored by everyone because of mediocrity." Bill and Charlie were the captains of the Gryffindor Quidditch team when they were in school. They not only have superb Quidditch skills, but also have excellent academic performance. Although Percy's popularity in Gryffindor is mediocre, there are also a group of good students around him, and he can be regarded as a man of the hour in Gryffindor. As for the twins, George and Fred, although they're always scolded by the teacher for being mischievous, they really have skills. Although their academic performance is not good, but with their excellent ability to make things happen, they can be regarded as talkers in the lower grades of Gryffindor. Several of my older brothers are all influential figures in Hogwarts and are admired by other students. But he was regarded as Harry Potter's younger brother. When everyone mentioned Ron, the first reaction was not how good he was, but the pony behind Harry. Ron gritted his teeth angrily, shook the tweezers in his hand, and the purple cabbage on the tweezers fell into the cauldron. In an instant, Snape's face changed, and he wanted to take out his wand. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge liquid column erupted from the cauldron, straight to the ceiling of the classroom. The splash potion quickly splashed towards the students around the classroom. Students who were unfortunately sitting behind Harry and Ron were immediately sprayed in the face. Accompanied by a terrifying scream, boils immediately appeared on the faces of the two little wizards behind. These little wizards saw this there and immediately burst into tears. Even Professor Snape wasn't spared, with disgusting boils appearing on Snape's face for being too close. As for Harry and Ron in the middle, they were even splashed by the riot potion. The little Slytherin wizard subconsciously wanted to stay away from the source of the outbreak. But the classroom is so big, where can they hide? Seeing that the terrible potion was about to splash on the little Slytherin snake, Lester made a move. The magic power in his body exploded instantly under the blessing of the Dark Lord's staff and Dolan's ring. An invisible magic hand successfully caught all the boil potions splashing towards the Slytherin seats. Merlin, many little Slytherin wizards who had closed their eyes and waited to be splashed all looked at Lester. I saw that Lester was calm, holding a magic wand. An invisible magic power surged out from the tip of the wand, easily controlling all the splashed boil potions. Afterwards, they saw Lester smiled sinisterly and waved his wand in his hand. The boil potion, which was controlled in the air, immediately turned around and shot towards Gryffindor on the right. Sorry, I ran out of magic power, so I accidentally shook my hand. Lester looked annoyed, as if it was all my fault. If it wasn't for the fact that many Slytherin students saw Lester's sinister smile just now, they would really believe it. Immediately, many first-year Gryffindor wizards received a second blow. There was another howl of ghosts and wolves, and many little wizards ran away with their heads in their arms, avoiding the boil potion shot by Lester. Many Slytherins looked at Lester with an annoyed face, and then at the little Gryffindor wizard who was howling, and their fear of Lester became deeper in their hearts. Ding! Convinced the little wizard of the first year of Slytherin, 8/20. Ding! Convinced the little wizard of the first year of Slytherin, September 20th. Ding! Ding! Convinced the little wizard of the first year of Slytherin, 12/20. Just when all the Gryffindors were avoiding the boil potion, Malfoy was a chicken thief. Taking the defensive props his father gave him, he directly propped up a white protective cover like an armor body around himself. At the same time, in order to flirt with his younger sister, the kid deliberately expanded the protective area of the armor and wrapped the panicked Hermione inside. Lester believed that as long as Malfoy didn't make the fatal mistake of Snape saying the wrong thing in the end, the corners of the three little ones might really be poached by him. After a few minutes, Riot's potion died down. The little Gryffindor wizards all over the place held their faces covered with boils and screamed again and again. Professor Snape also had an ugly face, and his eyes wanted to spew out flames angrily. Harry hadn't inherited a single quality from his mother except those eyes. The current Potter was no different from that egomaniac who always liked to bully his classmates. Potter, Weasley, Gryffindor will deduct 50 points for your stupid actions. Snape gritted his teeth and gave Harry and Ron a big buck. Grinning in pain, Harry and Ron looked bitter and couldn't even care about the pain. It was only the third day of school, and Gryffindor had deducted 50 points because of himself. After the seniors knew about it, wouldn't they tear themselves apart? At the same time, Snape turned his head to look in the direction of Slytherin and said indifferently, "Lester protects the classmates, Slytherin plus 10 points." As soon as this remark came out, everyone in the classroom exploded. Needless to say, the Slytherin students must all be singing Lester's praises. But the little wizards of Gryffindor were not happy. They watched Lester throw the boil potion at themselves. Now, instead of punishing Lester, Snape even gave him extra points. Isn't that too partial? The blasting ghost, Simo, was the first to refuse to accept. He stood up, glared at Lester, and said angrily, "Professor, it was obviously Lester who threw the boil potion at us just now. So why give him extra points?" Harry and Ron were at the center of the explosion and had been busy avoiding it, so they didn't know the truth. Now that they knew that Lester was responsible for the second attack, they were all filled with righteous indignation, stood up angrily, and glared at Lester. As a famous figure in Gryffindor, although Harry hangs out with Ron all the year round, he still has a lot of face among the students. After the savior stood up, all the Gryffindors stood up, and even Hermione, who was well protected, glared at Lester. She could see clearly just now, including the sneer at the corner of Lester's mouth at that time. Facing the angry Gryffindor, Lester spread his hands and said helplessly, "Professor, my magic power is limited, and I can't control these riot potions for a long time, so I accidentally injured the Gryffindor classmates." At the end, Lester also added, "All the students in Slytherin saw this at the time, and they can testify for me." As soon as the words fell, a large group of Slytherin snakes stood up immediately and gave Lester false testimony in a hurry. Slytherin respects strength, and Lester is not only talented, but also willing to protect his classmates, and they have always disliked Gryffindors. So at this time, all the Slytherin people unanimously supported Lester. Professor Snape glanced at Lester the dog and said calmly, "Are you questioning my decision? Now, the injured Gryffindor students follow me to the school infirmary, and the Slytherin students stay in the classroom for self-study." After speaking, Snape waved his sleeves and strode away, followed by a group of aggrieved Gryffindor cubs. The little wizards of Slytherin gave booing without hesitation, and all kinds of ridicule emerged endlessly. "Goodbye, Gryffindor fool. Boils of Gryffindor, get out of the potions room. Ron, you trash, what a disgrace to the pureblood family." As soon as Professor Snape walked out of the classroom, the little Slytherin wizard started the crazy, mocking mode. Lester watched from the side with a smile. Gryffindor is Dumbledore's private land, and the little wizards in it are more or less supportive of Dumbledore. So I definitely can't get along with them peacefully. Since I can't live in peace, I must suppress them. On the other side, Malfoy suppressed the desire to ridicule Harry and said like a dog, "The Slytherins have gone too far." Hermione nodded thoughtfully. Under Malfoy's protection, Hermione was the only Gryffindor student who was not injured. "Is your name Malfoy? I heard Ron and the others said about you." Hermione bared her small teeth and said crisply, "They all say you are a bad person. But obviously, they're all wrong, aren't they? These arrogant boys like to wantonly slander others based on their own ideas." Malfoy wiped off the cold sweat that didn't exist and said guiltily, "Ron, I know him. He doesn't have a good reputation with us. But he is still young. I guess he will be more mature when he grows up." It has to be said that nowadays little girls like more mature boys, and Malfoy is the best at pretending to be mature. These remarks immediately made Hermione give him a high look. Soon, the bell rang for the end to get out of class. After such a commotion, all the Slytherin students were in high spirits. I believe that it won't be long before various versions of the potions incident will spread throughout Hogwarts. Lester swaggered back to the Slytherin lounge, surrounded by everyone. Malfoy was not in a hurry to leave. He first smiled wryly at Hermione, and then quickly followed. After turning his head, a trace of chicken thief flashed in Malfoy's eyes. Sure enough, the naive Hermione was successfully deceived by Malfoy's acting skills. In her heart, Malfoy became a good person who had to do bad things in order to cater to his companions. Familiarity without knowing it. Malfoy is not a good character. After returning to the lounge, Pansy was sent away, and Lester led the six of Malfoy into his bedroom. "I have a plan. Wait until 12 o'clock in the evening, start checking the dormitory from the leftmost dormitory, and then bring all the first-year male students in Slytherin to the common room." Lester took out a list of first-year Slytherin male students, pointed to the names on it, and said indifferently, "After today, we must let them all join us. There are 21 Slytherins in total, and after Lester himself, there are 20 left. The system reminded me before that there were 12 people who were convinced by me. That is to say, there are still 8 people who were not convinced by me, because he doesn't know who else has not been convinced by him. Therefore, he had to gather all the little wizards in the first year of Slytherin. Whether it was brainwashing or painting cakes, he had to convince them all. Even Lester was a little skeptical that the remaining 8 people would include Malfoy. Looking up at Malfoy and finding Malfoy still giggling, Lester's doubts about him disappeared. The night was dark and windy, and the entire Hogwarts fell into silence. Inside the castle, Filch took Mrs. Norris to look for the little wizard who wandered in the night. classroom by classroom. Outside the castle, Hagrid dragged his tired body and lay down on the unicorn hair booth, sleeping soundly. The Slytherin lounge was even more silent until Lester's voice came out. "Student, open the door, check the bedroom." Bang, bang, bang. "Classmates, open the door quickly, or I will deduct point from you later." Bang, bang, bang. At 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, Lester didn't go to bed, followed by his 6 boys, and knocked on the door of other students' dormitories. The loud knock on the door woke up the 4 people in the dormitory. Hearing Lester shout, the 4 bewildered little wizards looked at each other. "Check bed?" At 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. "Do you check the dormitory?" A sleepy-eyed little snake asked in a low voice. "Bed check in the middle of the night? Shall we open the door?" The 4 people in the room were a little hesitant. They were all first-year students. Although they felt that the operation of checking the dormitory at 12 o'clock was a bit outrageous. Who told this to be Hogwarts? "Krim, you are relatively close to the door. Go and open it." After a brief silence, a pure-blooded little wizard gave an order to another obviously mixed-blooded little wizard. "Okay." Karam had a helpless expression on his face. "I am a mixed race. Unless I am as powerful as Lester, otherwise I will be bullied in Slytherin." Cautiously walking towards the door of the dormitory, Karam was about to tentatively open the door a little when he heard the sound of incantations outside. "Allaho hole is open." Bang! The door of the dormitory was easily opened, and the 6 Lesters outside also entered in a file. Snapped! As soon as he entered the door, Lester saw Karam in a daze. Without hesitation, he went up and slapped him. Not to be outdone, Malfoy and the others behind them raised their wands and shot at the little wizard who was still lying on the bed. All petrified. 3 petrification spells hit the 3 little snakes on the bed precisely, and before they could react, they were petrified on the bed. Lester walked over quickly, slapped each of them twice on the cheek, and cursed. "Tell you guys to bully your classmates. Bang, bang. Do you think bullying your classmates is a good thing?" This brutal operation made Karam, who was just behind him, swallowed in fright after being slapped across the face. After slapping, Lester came to Karam and raised his hand, but after thinking for a moment, he put it down again. "Forget it. I won't call this time, but you kid will remember it for me. When I ask you to open the door in the future, you should open the door quickly, you understand?" Karam nodded quickly in understanding. Seeing this, Lester nodded in satisfaction and said softly, "If anyone dares to bully you in the future, just come to me, and I will help you settle it." After speaking, he waved his small hand to Karam's complicated gaze and hurried away with the 3 petrified little wizards. Before leaving, Malfoy came to Karam's side and said indifferently, "What are you doing in a daze? Hurry up and follow." As the big brother, Lester naturally doesn't need to do it himself. He just needs the younger brothers to be responsible for carrying it. After putting the 3 petrified little wizards in the lounge, Lester hurried to the next bedroom with Mazai. Just like when he first started stabbing people in Azkaban, Lester went door to door and visited all the first-year Slytherins. Of course, it's only limited to male students because he can't enter the girls' dormitory. When it came to the second dormitory, Lester's dormitory inspection team was also proficient in operations. Bang, bang, check bed, bang, bang, open the door. Allaho hole is open. After knocking twice, Lester cast an unlocking spell, regardless of whether there was any reaction inside, and opened the door of the dormitory. Malfoy and others behind him also filed in, skillfully using the petrification spell to control the little wizard inside. "Who are you?" "All petrified." "Papa, papa." "Go, next one." Just like that, Lester turned into a sleep-checking maniac, and with his dog legs, he invited the remaining 6 male students of Slytherin to the lounge in just half an hour. At this time, in the lounge, Lester and the others stared at the few little wizards on the sofa. Except for Karam, who was not petrified, everyone else was petrified and placed on the sofa, staring at Lester in fear. Finally, when they were stared at by Lester, Lester said slowly, "I invite you here today. It may be a bit abrupt, but I do have something important today that needs your help." As soon as this remark came out, not only the petrified Slytherin snake listened carefully, But even Malfoy and the others listened subconsciously. In fact, they only knew that Lester asked them to invite everyone to the lounge today, but they didn't know what Lester was going to do. Lester stood up and said calmly, "There are all the first-year Slytherin boys here, and I only have one purpose for calling everyone here. That is to be the leader of the first year of Slytherin. You can understand it as a prefect, but I am more inclined to the big brother than the prefect. Now that I have finished speaking, is there anyone else besides me who is quite responsible? If there is, you can stand up and let's fairly compete." In a fair competition with Lester, everyone present had a swing. If someone opens the door slowly, you have to slap the other person. Who the hell dares to compete fairly with you? Since everyone is silent, I'll take it as everyone agrees. Lester glanced at the crowd present. All the students, including Malfoy, bowed their heads under Lester's gaze. The petrified little wizard also closed his eyes symbolically. Ding! The first-year little wizard who convinced Slytherin, 13/20. Ding! The first-year wizard who convinced Slytherin, 14/20. Ding! The first-year little wizard who convinced Slytherin, 15/20. Lester immediately smiled with satisfaction and clapped his hands. Malfoy and the others immediately unlocked the petrification of the students on the sofa. Lester smiled and said, "Since you all agree, then we will be our own people from now on, and I will help you solve things if you encounter problems in the future." As soon as these words came out, the eyes of many young Slytherin wizards lit up. They can see how strong Lester is. With Lester as the big brother, won't they be able to walk sideways in Hogwarts in the future? However, Lester then turned serious and said coldly, "Of course, there are rules for being my little brother. You can bully other people, but there's only one thing. That is, you can't bully your own people. You know, apart from Malfoy and the others, there are many half-blood wizards in Slytherin. For example, Karam's dormitory is composed of a pure-blood wizard and 3 half-blood wizards. On weekdays, the pure-blood wizard was arrogant to the other 3 half-bloods. But now, with Lester's rules, I believe there will be no more discrimination in the first year of Slytherin." On Thursday morning, a strange landscape appeared in the cafeteria. A group of first-year Slytherin wizards with dark circles under their eyes were weakly chewing their food. Even the most lively Malfoy in the past, when he saw Harry, his old friend, he just glanced at him and then ate his food on his own. In the distance, at the Gryffindor table, Harry and Ron were whispering. What bad things did the bad guys of Slytherin do last night? How do you think they have no energy today? Who knows? I'm not familiar with them. And in the whole of Gryffindor, she is the only one who has some contact with Slytherin. As he said that, Ron pouted at Hermione, very displeased. Harry hesitated. Should we ask Hermione? The Slytherins must have done something last night. They must have a conspiracy. Ever since he was targeted by Snape in the potions class last time, and Lester used the boil potion to hurt him a second time, Harry also began to fully agree with Ron's point of view. Slytherins are bad breeds. You didn't see Hermione's expression when she was talking to Malfoy. Ron imitated Hermione's expression when she smirked and sarcastically said, "She has been stunned by Malfoy's little white face. How could she tell us?" Harry nodded in agreement. Indeed, Hermione didn't fit in well in Gryffindor. Until now, she was still alone in every class. Then what should we do? Just wait for Lester and the others to make a move. Harry was worried. In his mind, Lester had changed from friend to enemy. Just like he suspected Snape for the first time in the future, Harry would suspect that Lester had a conspiracy no matter what Lester was doing now. Ron pondered for a moment and said self-righteously, "People who have done bad things must be very guilty. If we warn them now, maybe Lester will restrain himself." Warn Lester? Harry had heard rumors about Lester. He was a ruthless man who would be slapped if a dog accidentally provoked him. Now, let the two of you go to warn Lester. Isn't this the old birthday boy hanged himself? Seeing Harry hesitate, Ron was very dissatisfied. At this moment, in Ron's eyes, Harry's hesitation was clearly because he was afraid. Ron became even more dissatisfied when he thought that he was Harry's pony in the eyes of others. He doesn't even have the courage to face the enemy, so why should he be Harry's subordinate in the eyes of others? Moreover, Harry was usually the decision-maker in the small group of him and Harry before, and it was often Harry who decided what to do. As a result, when he made a suggestion, Harry was unwilling to do it. The more Ron thought about it, the more angry he became, and his words became a lot more blunt. Why? Don't you want to go? Don't want to go? Harry looked at Ron in surprise and explained, The two of us went to find Lester. Ron's face was ugly, and he interrupted. You make the decision every time. Can't you listen to me once? Harry, there is one thing to say. Although Harry is a bit drifting because of his identity as the savior, his character is very strong, and he treats his friends even more. Although the outside world has always said that Ron is his little follower, he never thinks so. But obviously, the kid Harry was still naive. 3 people become tigers, even if Harry and Ron are really equals, but the words of the outside world will inevitably affect Ron's mentality. Looking at the stubborn Ron in his eyes, Harry gritted his teeth. Of course, we can warn them when they leave. After getting Harry's positive reply, Ron breathed a sigh of relief. I am not Harry's little follower. I am Harry's friend. Although Ron now came to his senses, he also thought that this plan was a little brainless, but his ridiculous dignity did not allow him to give up this plan. Besides, I was just warning Lester. Wouldn't Lester still dare to beat himself in full view? Moreover, if he had to warn Lester once this time, he would also be able to show off once. Maybe, after this time, everyone won't regard him as Harry's little follower, a dispensable background board. The more Ron thought about it, the more excited he became, and he suggested, we can call all the first-year Gryffindor students. Lester has been followed by 6 or 7 doglegs. If we go alone, we may be killed by them. Bully. Harry agreed with Ron's proposal. If I can really call all the 20-odd people in Gryffindor, I'm afraid I can warn Lester. We can call Seamus and the others, Harry suggested, and Lavender's children. After making up their mind, Ron and Harry immediately took action. Relying on the name of the Savior and Lester's bad deeds in potions class yesterday, more than half of the Gryffindors expressed their willingness to warn Lester together after hearing Lester's conspiracy. Except for Hermione, who said she was going to the library, and Neville, who said he didn't want to participate, all other first-year Gryffindor students participated in Harry's actions. Moreover, Ron, as the organizer and proposer, entered the eyes of everyone. It was the first time for Ron, who had been the background board, to be valued by so many people, and his self-confidence grew wildly. After publicly expressing his dissatisfaction with Hermione and Neville, Ron's chest puffed up, and his eyes became more confident. If Harry hadn't pulled him, I'm afraid he would have taken someone to warn Lester now. In the restaurant, Lester wiped the food residue from the corner of his mouth and stood up slowly. Today's lessons were few and light, with no lessons in the morning and a potions lesson in the afternoon. After breakfast, it's completely possible to go back to the dormitory to catch up on sleep. Last night's bed check activity at 12 made Lester feel a little depressed. As soon as Lester got up, a group of Slytherins beside him also stood up, just like a gang. What are you guys going to do? Lester asked in confusion. And you, Malfoy, you still have a donut in your TM mouth. What are you doing standing up? Malfoy scratched his head and said embarrassingly, under normal circumstances, after the elder brother stands up, shouldn't the younger brother follow? Lester was speechless immediately and shouted to the Black Slytherin, is there something wrong with you? What should you do in the future? Don't follow me every day. The brain circuits of these children are really strange, thinking that the eldest brother should be followed by a group of talented people. It's a pity that this kind of people are usually small gangsters, not big bosses. After the other Slytherin students sat down to eat again, Lester left the dining room. Just as he was about to go back to the dormitory to catch up on sleep, Lester heard a tyrannical voice. Lester, stop. We need to have a good talk. Turning around, I just saw Ron and Harry leading a group of first-year Gryffindor wizards towards him aggressively. Ron put his hands on his hips, looked at Lester, who was alone, and then at the group of people behind him, feeling that he was doing it again. Harry also blushed with excitement, thinking that he could stop Lester's plot. Lester, don't think I don't know what shameful deeds you did last night. Ron was filled with righteous indignation, pointed at Lester's nose, and scolded, "I have already discovered those shameful little tricks of your Slytherins. I advise you not to do them. Otherwise, we Gryffindors don't mind teaching you a profound lesson." The group of Gryffindor wizards behind them also raised their heads proudly, looking at Lester with their nostrils. So what if Lester hangs himself again? Isn't he surrounded by himself and others? Lester ignored the clamoring Ron, turned to look at Harry, and said coldly, "You think so too?" Harry was a little scared, and he was a little afraid of the expressionless Lester. However, after seeing a group of little wizards behind him, Harry regained his confidence and said loudly, "Lester, I know you are a good person. Don't fool around with the Slytherin group anymore." Puff! Hearing Harry's self-righteous words, Lester laughed angrily. "There are good people in that college, and there are bad people in that college. Why are those who follow you, Harry, are good people, and those who follow me, Lester, are bad people? Besides, Lester is very clear about the virtues of the people of Gryffindor College. When Harry Potter brought glory to the house, they chanted that we have Potter. When Harry Potter was framed by others, none of them chose to believe Potter, but they followed to isolate Harry. In Lester's view, the most brainless and hateful is the little wizard of Gryffindor. They listen to the wind and it rains, and they believe what others say. They are not as good as the little wizards of Slytherin, who are wholeheartedly pursuing their own goals and doing whatever they can." Lester raised his eyebrows and said lightly, "So, are you going to find someone to fight with me?" As he spoke, Lester glanced around at the Gryffindor students, but his eyes were full of disdain. He could kill indiscriminately in the Ministry of Magic with his prisoners. Now these 20 or so little wizards still dare to surround him. As soon as this remark came out, Gryffindor, who had been aggressive before, suddenly fell silent. It's okay if you let them put on airs, but it's impossible to let them teach Lester a lesson. Gryffindor is not as united as they say. In fact, they are just a group of troublemakers. The reason why they are willing to follow is not to stop Lester's conspiracy at all, and they don't care about Lester's conspiracy. They were willing to come here with Harry and Ron this time, just to join in the fun with so many people. Sensing the silence of the classmates behind him, Ron became anxious and said loudly, "Lester, there are more than 20 of us here. Are you alone thinking that more than 20 of us are against you?" Lester shook his head modestly and said seriously, "I won't shoot at all of you." Just when Gryffindor thought that Lester was cowardly and his arrogance was once again arrogant, Lester said slowly, "I will only attack the first person to move. Whoever dares to attack me first will be my enemy of Lester. In the next 7 years, I will absolutely do whatever it takes to make him have a bad day in Hogwarts." Lester's words were cold and gloomy, and the content was also simple and rude. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Lester is definitely a guy with extraordinary talent, and he is also very popular in Slytherin. In the future, he will be the leader of Slytherin and the man of Hogwarts. Relying on a large number of people now, Lester may suffer a small loss, but in the future, Lester is bound to suffer fierce revenge. Lester's performance from the beginning to the present all indicates that he is not a good person. And to be missed by such a terrible guy for 7 years, and to be targeted at all costs, this TM might as well be dead. Besides, they had no enmity with Lester in the first place, and this time they were only bewitched by Ron. Even if they didn't act now, nothing would happen to them. In this way, all the Gryffindor students were silent, and no one wanted to take the lead. It was Ron and Harry who took the limelight, but Lester's revenge was his own responsibility. They were not so stupid. So, there were more than 20 Gryffindors, but they were suppressed by Lester, a group of drunks and rice bags. Under the angry gaze of more than 20 Gryffindors, Lester left slowly, but no one dared to make a move. After Lester left, Ron complained that his nose was not his nose and his eyes were not his eyes. "What were you afraid of just now?" "Are we afraid?" Seamus was not happy and responded unceremoniously. "Didn't you say you want us to warn Lester? What were you doing just now?" The others were also whispering, pointing at Ron and Harry, their words full of disdain. They weren't Harry, and they weren't going to get used to Ron's problems at all. Ron's face was livid with anger, and he turned his head and ran away. Harry hesitated for a moment, but also chased after him. While running, Harry couldn't help complaining. Ron is really reckless. He has offended Lester now, and he has to take broomstick lessons in the afternoon. He will definitely be targeted by Lester and the others. Although Harry complained about Ron's behavior, Harry resolutely chased after him. In the afternoon, the breeze blew across the treetops, and the leaves swayed slightly. Near the forbidden forest of Hogwarts, a group of excited young wizards gathered. Malfoy danced in the crowd and talked about his flying experience. I was only 8 years old, and I flew into the sky on my dad's broomstick, and I even almost hit a Muggle helicopter at the end. As soon as this remark came out, there was a burst of exclamation in the Slytherin. The people of Gryffindor were not to be outdone, and Ron talked eloquently, saying that he was riding his brother Charlie's broken broom and almost crashed into a hang glider. It's a pity that Ron has lost his popularity, and most people are non-committal about it. In front of each student, there was a broom neatly placed. It was either shedding hair or had barbs on the handle. It was obviously a piece of junk with an unknown number of hands. The flying instructor was Ms. Hooch, who had short gray hair and yellow eyes like a hawk's. "Sorry, students, I'm a bit late," Mrs. Hooch complained very tiredly. Now a group of highly skilled snitches suddenly appeared in the magic world, and the people in the Ministry of Magic are going crazy. A hint of imperceptible embarrassment flashed across Lester's face. "Snitch?" I vaguely remember that Hafiz seemed to tell me that the Azkaban Academy of Magic and Magic offered the outrageous subject of snitch class. I don't know how the Academy of Azkaban is doing. You can ask for leave and go back and have a look at Christmas. Lester touched his waist, remembering the glorious years when he first came to the magic world. At that time, he was still a good boy who was pure and kind, but unfortunately, he was still spoiled by those damn prisoners. "Okay, I may have said too much." Mrs. Hooch stopped the topic and said, "Now everyone stands in front of a broomstick and puts their hands on it. Say, get up." Everyone said in unison, "Get up." Lester did as he put his hand on the broom and said softly, "Get up." Although it was the first time he came into contact with a broomstick, the broomstick jumped into Lester's hands with great dignity. Holding the broomstick in his hand, Lester had a wonderful feeling in his heart that he could fly on it. Similarly, Harry, who is outstanding talent, also grabbed the broom at once. Ms. Hooch then corrected everyone on their broomsticks, and in passing criticized Malfoy for his incorrect grip. Malfoy muttered a few words, but was forced to change his grip. "Hold on to your broomsticks now, boys. I'll whistle and you'll fly," Ms. Hooch said. "Shoot your feet off the ground and push hard. Listen to my whistle. 3, 2. Before he finished speaking, the nervous Neville flew out ahead of time for fear of being left on the ground. "Come back, child," Ms. Huoqi shouted anxiously. "Relax, fly in parallel direction. Don't fly upwards." It's a pity that Neville, who was already in the sky, couldn't hear Ms. Hooch's cry at all. He felt like a panicked ostrich, buried his head in the broom, and trembled with fear. Damn it, is Neville really a waste? Lester had already prepared in his heart, but he still couldn't help but curse secretly. Riding an old broomstick, Lester kicked his feet like a sharp arrow and rushed towards Neville. No way. In order to split Dumbledore's power, I can't just watch Neville lose all face. What are you going to do? Come back quickly. Ms. Huoqi was anxious like ants on a hot pot, circling on the ground again and again. Although it was his first flight, Lester still couldn't help but want to complain when he looked at Mrs. Hooch, who was still standing on the ground and yelling. The high-altitude air brushed against Lester's cheeks. His flowing black hair was swaying in the wind, and the gorgeous black robe was whistling behind him. He heard the shouts of the young wizards on the ground, Malfoy telling him to come down quickly, and Mrs. Hooch's angry growls. Lester didn't care. He was just a flying professor. He took a deep breath. Lester was too high on the broom, soaring into the sky. With 100 points of magic power and the blessing of the Dark Lord's staff and Doran's ring, Lester is not panicking at all. Even if he fell from a height of 1,000 meters, he could use the levitation charm to land himself safely. Riding the broom under his crotch, Lester felt that he was omnipotent now, flying recklessly in the air. Of course, he didn't forget the business, which was to save poor Neville. At this moment, Neville's broomstick had reached its limit, and the branches of the broom were trembling wildly. Neville was lying on the broom, looking at the distant ground, whimpering in despair. His rosy round face turned pale with fright. The next moment, the broken broom under Neville's crotch finally reached its limit and successfully disintegrated above the sky. Neville was like a helpless toad, flailing its teeth and claws and falling wildly downward. Neville is going to fall. What's going on? Why doesn't Lester and Slytherin go to save Neville? Mrs. Hooch, hurry up and think of a way. Neville Longbottom is the only child of their family. Ron said anxiously to Mrs. Hooch. The only child of the Longbottom family. Madame Hooch's complexion changed, and she turned pale with fright when she saw Neville falling so fast. Damn it, the only child of the Longbottom family. Why didn't you fucking say it earlier? Mrs. Hooch was in a panic on the ground, and the image of Grandma Neville killing the Death Eaters with the killing curse kept appearing in her mind. 28 pure blood family, Dumbledore's confidants, descendants of battle heroes, the only heir of the Longbottom family. The buffs on TM Neville's body will be fully stacked. If something really happened to Neville in his class, then well, his job must be gone. Not only that, but she also had to face the mad revenge of Grandma Neville. With so many witnesses here, it was easy to know that after Neville's accident, he didn't take it seriously at all, and he didn't even bother to get on the broom. After all, I thought Neville was a muggle-born when he saw Neville's submissiveness. Who knew that he was the only blood of the Longbottom family? No, I'm finished. Mrs. Hooch's complexion was ashen, and she had already thought of her own tragic ending in the future. Wingardium Leviosa. At this moment, Lester's loud voice came from the sky. Under the mighty power of the Dark Lord's staff and the blessing of Dolan's ring, Neville actually stopped falling and was frozen in midair. Lester held a wand, and the broomstick under his crotch rushed towards Neville like lightning. With sharp eyes and quick hands, Lester made a quick move the moment he approached Neville, pulling Neville onto his broom. Lego cowhide. The Slytherins below were beating gongs and drums, shouting awesome. The Gryffindor students also sweated secretly, staring at Lester. Mrs. Hooch heard the excited shouts of the students and looked up to see the rescued Neville, and a trace of blood returned to her face. Thank you, Lester, Neville said gratefully. You are my friend forever. As he said that, Neville twisted his buttocks because he was now being held in Lester's arms, so he felt a little uncomfortable. There was a kind smile on the corner of Lester's mouth, and he said lightly, It's okay, but can you stop moving your butt? I feel that this broom will not be able to support it anymore. Holding Neville in his arms, the old broom was already overweight and overloaded. Under Lester's crotch, the broom creaked, and Lester and Neville on it swayed wildly. Lester, can you stop shaking? I'm a little scared, Neville said timidly, looking down at the ground. Lester pondered for a moment, then said, Is it possible? I mean, is there a possibility that this broom is shaking? Neville, if the broom was alive, Lester might have heard his wail. Lester is in good shape, and there is no problem riding on this old broom, but with Neville, who is a little overweight, it will be difficult. Hold me, I'm going to speed up. After giving an order, Lester pressed down suddenly, and the broom shot down like a sharp arrow. The bitter wind blew across Lester's cheeks, making Lester's eyes hard to open. Neville was so frightened that he screamed in Lester's arms. Reluctantly, Lester took time out at the critical moment and gave Neville 2 big ears to make him quieter. Sure enough, after eating the ear scraper, Neville became much quieter, and Lester could concentrate on landing. Clutching on to the worn-out broom, Lester counted silently as he watched the ground getting closer and closer. 3, 2, 1, jump. Holding Neville in his arms, Lester jumped off the broom suddenly, and at the same time threw the levitation charm at his feet for free. In this way, under the gaze of everyone, Lester slowly fell from the sky like a god descending from the sky. The emerald green robe made a shrill sound. Her flowing black hair fluttered in the wind. Her resolute eyes and her handsome face with sharp edges and corners. If it wasn't for holding Neville in her arms, many little witches would fall in love with Lester right away. As soon as she reached the ground, Mrs. Hooch quickly ran over and gave Lester a grateful look. Help your classmates from danger. Slytherin plus 50 points. All the students present opened their mouths in surprise. 50 points. But when they thought of the danger just now, they took it for granted. Lester, you're so handsome. Malfoy approached with a playful smile and said, I'm sure if you go to play Quidditch, you will definitely be able to join the national team. Jedi also praised without hesitation. Brother Lie is hanging, let alone joining the national team. Even being the captain of the national team is more than enough. Not far away, Mrs. Hooch pulled Neville, who was still in shock, to ask his health. Neville, how do you feel? Are you scared? Mrs. Hooch was very nervous. Neville shook his head and said, Professor, I'm fine now, but I have a headache. Mrs. Hooch's heart tightened, and she hurriedly said, There may be sequelae, but don't worry. I will take you to the infirmary for a checkup now. At the same time, Mrs. Hooch greeted Lester and went to the school infirmary together. Both of them had just gone through a violent flight, so they really should go to the infirmary for a checkup. Lester didn't want to go, but under the strong request of Mrs. Hooch, he was forced to go. After Mrs. Hooch left with Lester and Neville, the little snakes of Slytherin and the little lions of Gryffindor looked at each other. What is this? Suddenly, Malfoy's eyes lit up, and he picked up a crystal ball from the ground. It was the memory ball that Grandma Neville had just given to Neville today. After fiddling with it a few times, Malfoy lost interest when he saw that the crystal ball would only glow and prepared to ask the owner. At this moment, Ron scolded, Malfoy, put down Neville's memory ball. Malfoy's hands froze, clutching the memory ball tightly, and changed his focus. If you have one, come and get it yourself. With anger in his eyes, Ron rushed over directly. He had humiliated himself in front of the entire Gryffindor first year this morning, and now he was furious. Malfoy grinned and threw the memory ball to Jedi, who was ready. The other Slytherin students also formed a small circle in a tacit understanding, allowing the memory ball to be passed continuously in the air. Enough, Malfoy! Seeing Ron being teased, Harry couldn't stand it any longer and scolded, Give back the memory ball! Malfoy turned a deaf ear to it and passed Neville's memory ball even faster, sarcastically saying, You can come and grab it like Ron. Dog walking game. Walking two dogs is more interesting. What are you doing? Ron was furious after being sneaked away. Didn't he just be walked like a dog? The angry Ron came to his senses and immediately raised his fist and rushed towards Malfoy. Malfoy didn't panic at all, grabbed the memory ball, stepped on the broomstick, stared at his feet, and quickly left the ground. Have you heard? Harry Potter, the famous savior, was recruited into Gryffindor's Quidditch team by Professor McGonagall. I heard that the whole of Hogwarts is going crazy now. The young wizards present all said that Harry swooped down and caught the memory ball that was about to fall. No wonder, but Hogwarts has never had a first-year wizard become a Quidditch player. In the dining room, all kinds of information about Harry Potter joining the Gryffindor Quidditch team, with the permission of Professor McGonagall, spread throughout the school. The savior, the Quidditch house team, broke the precedent and joined. All these words are very eye-catching. Now, these few words gathered together naturally exploded the gossip souls of all the little wizards in Hogwarts. At the Gryffindor dinner table, Harry became a hero that everyone was looking forward to, and the students around him took the trouble to tell his deeds over and over again. Many senior students also came to Harry's side, wanting to get acquainted with Harry, the future star. At the dinner tables of other houses, the members of the Quidditch house team were all thoughtful, thinking about the impact of Harry's breaking the rules on the game. Even Ravenclaw is planning to use a beauty trick to deceive Harry's future location in order to design his own tactics. In any case, the savior who just entered school showed his unparalleled talent in flying, and it spread throughout the school with lightning speed. At the Slytherin table, Malfoy was indignant. It was obviously Lester who caught that idiot from Gryffindor. Why is everyone praising Harry? All the Slytherins who were present were also very dissatisfied. They saw with their own eyes that it was Lester who took the risk to catch Neville. As a result, in the end, it was Harry who only caught a crystal ball and became famous in the first battle. Malfoy and the others don't understand. Shouldn't it be Lester who is being praised? Why is the whole school talking about Harry now? And in the magic world, flying talent is very important. But isn't strength the most important thing? What did Harry do rescue a memory ball that is about to fall? All the first years in Slytherin were fighting for Lester. No one cares about a hero who saves people. As a result, the savior just saved a glass ball, and he is touted as a genius who is one in a million. Seeing Harry and the others celebrating at the Gryffindor table in the distance, the Lester boys were even more dissatisfied. Malfoy even blew his nose and stared, and said, "I'm going to write a letter to Dad. Is Headmaster Dumbledore an idiot? Potter obviously made a mistake. Why wasn't he punished? Do not listen to the teacher's words in class, and ride a broom into the sky wantonly, which is a violation of discipline." Although Malfoy also violated, he is ready to accept punishment. He can accept punishment, but he cannot accept unfairness. Pansy was also angry and blushed and said, "I want to write a letter to my father too. It's really too much for Potter to make Brother Malfoy so angry." "Okay." Lester waved his hand and said calmly, "I know you want to fight for me, but we are soft-spoken and can't affect the school's decision-making at all. Now Dumbledore's reputation can be said to be in full swing, and it is difficult for a few pure-blood nobles with taints to affect Dumbledore's decision-making." And Lester could see that Dumbledore was definitely behind Harry's fame. Malfoy was right. He risked his life to save Neville, but now no one cares about it except the Slytherins in his year. When Harry rescued a memory ball, he was regarded as a hero by the Gryffindors, and in the end it became famous in the entire courtyard. Anyone with a little brain can know that this must be Dumbledore's savior development plan. If before Harry was just an ordinary child with a savior tomorrow, then now he is a hero who is brave, just, compassionate, and responsible to his friends. This is what Dumbledore creates for Harry, and at the same time, Harry's popularity in Gryffindor will rise. I didn't see the Gryffindor students who were not interested in Harry before, and now they all gathered together again, wanting to make friends with Harry. Most importantly, Dumbledore once again made Harry appear in everyone's field of vision, making him look familiar. It's like Lester. You find any Slytherin and mention Lester's name to him. Everyone knows who he is and what he did. Now, with the help of Dumbledore, Harry has managed to do the same. "There's no way. It's Harry Potter who made me stand out with me." Lester said indifferently, "As long as you're with him, no matter what you do, he will always be the protagonist." Malfoy seemed half understood, and the others didn't know what Lester was talking about. Seeing that Lester didn't care about it, the others also fell silent, and the old laughter and laughter disappeared at the end of the Slytherin dining table. All the little snakes had bitter faces, a look of resentment. At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded in Lester's ear. "Lester, come out with me." Looking up, it was Snape with a serious face, with anger on his cloudy face. Under everyone's probing eyes, Lester followed Snape out of the restaurant. As soon as he went out, Snape said his intention. "I want you to join the Slytherin Quidditch team. I heard what they said about you. You have this ability. Get yourself on the Quidditch house team." The sport of Quidditch may be very popular in the wizarding world, but Lester doesn't care too much. Because no matter how popular the wizarding world is, this is just a movement, and it can't bring anything. If it is said that in order to gain the huge influence of Quidditch, then Lester can definitely sponsor a Quidditch team from Azkaban to participate in the competition. When the time comes to enter the Quidditch World Cup, isn't it much better to be a player by yourself? "Sorry, Professor." Lester shook his head, wanting to refuse. Ding! A series of missions dominance of the Slytherin Quidditch house team has been detected. Ding! Whether to receive the task, yes/no, no penalty for failure. Lester, Ma Dan, is there any reason to refuse this? Professor, I need to think about it. Lester maintained a decent smile. Quidditch is a sport that is easy to get injured. Quidditch is easy to get hurt. Snape said coldly with contempt in his eyes. Is it not easy to get hurt if you beat up your classmates in a lounge? Prefect Thompson has told me many times that you bully your classmates. The classmates I bullied, Lester seemed to have been greatly insulted and said, Professor, you can ask them. Lester, didn't bully them in the end. Snape didn't say anything. Nonsense. He already knew that Lester's influence in the first year of Slytherin was deeply ingrained, so it was useless to ask himself. Seeing that the threat failed, Snape had no choice but to lure him. If you can lead the Slytherin Quidditch team to the championship, you can tell me any potions you need in the future. As long as it doesn't violate the laws of the Ministry of Magic, I can sell it to you at the market price. Selling the potion to Lester at the market price seems like nothing, but for a potion master like Snape, Lester has already made a lot of money. You know, Snape's potions are all high-quality products, and many precious potions are priceless. It is definitely a huge profit to be able to buy Professor Snape's potion at the original price. Lester's eyes lit up, and he was afraid that Snape would regret it. I agree with the professor. Don't worry. I will definitely make the Slytherin team win today's Quidditch championship and make the Gryffindor group of garbage eat farts. Go. Snape's face turned black, and he was about to explode, but stopped again. Indeed, the reason why I lured Lester to join the Slytherin Quidditch team was not to prevent Gryffindor's Quidditch from winning the championship. Even a child in Lester could see it, and there was no need for him to pretend. You will start training with the Academy team next week. Snape said coldly, As for our deal, once the Slytherin team wins the championship, I will naturally give it to you. After speaking, Snape dragged his robes like a big bat and floated faintly towards the basement. Ding! Obtain the mission First Victory. Ding! Task requirements. Lead the Slytherin house team to victory in the first Quidditch match. Ding! Mission reward. Rocket crossbow broom blueprint. Lester looked at Snape's back and curled his lips. You still say you don't care about Potter. You are so arrogant. Anyway, just for that rocket crossbow blueprint, Lester will win the first game. After returning to the restaurant, Lester was surrounded by curious little Slytherin wizards, as expected. They all asked what Professor Snape was doing with Lester just now. Professor Snape made me join the Slytherin Quidditch house team just now. Lester didn't hold back and told everything except his deal with Professor Snape. Hearing that Lester also made an exception to join the Quidditch team, all the little snakes cheered. At the same time, the senior Slytherins who sat in front also heard the explosive news. Different from the excited little snakes, this group of seniors all looked ugly and cast unabashedly hostile looks at Lester. Marcus, Professor Snape has just allowed a mudblood to join us. A descendant of Death Eaters. Avery looked at Lester with dissatisfaction and said, This damn mudblood is not worthy of playing with us at all. He will hold us back. Just like the rugby team on American campuses in Hogwarts, the people on the Quidditch team are all famous figures on campus. They are domineering at school with their tough bodies and excellent families. Marcus grinned, showing his big buck teeth, and said with a sneer, Don't worry, I have a way to get this mudblood out of our team obediently on the first day. As soon as this remark came out, several people in the Quidditch team showed excited expressions. Not surprisingly, they were all descendants of Death Eaters. However, most of the team members remained silent. They were all half-blood wizards and had no right to speak in the Academy team. So even though they were very dissatisfied with Marcus' behavior, they didn't dare to say anything. While Marcus and others were thinking about how to deal with Lester, Lester was also thinking about how to deal with Marcus. The task clearly states that the requirement is that he lead the Slytherin team to victory. The word leading is very ingenious. Either Lester is the strongest and carries the audience, or Lester is the captain. In order to avoid losing rewards for misunderstandings, Lester must be prepared with both hands. That is, to carry the audience and become a captain. As for how to become a captain, Lester said the method is very simple. As the godfather of Azkaban, I don't need to do it myself. I just need to tell the people below to do it. Malfoy, I'm going to the bathroom. Lester got up and told Malfoy, I'll tell everyone to wait for me in the lounge after dinner. I have something to announce. By the way, the whole Slytherin, all first-year students, male or female, must come here. Malfoy nodded in confusion and said excitedly, Okay, Lester. Apparently, The militant Malfoy thought this was Lester's preparations to declare war on Gryffindor. In fact, Lester just opened the quest shop in order to complete the task of dominating Slytherin. After exhorting Malfoy, Lester hurried to the men's room on the first floor. Looking around and finding no one around, Lester whispered "Caca" into the air. As soon as he finished speaking, a thin figure appeared in front of Lester with a swish. Master, the house elf Caca, wearing a decent tuxedo, bowed to Lester and said like a dog, "Please tell Caca as much as you want, Master. Hogwarts prohibits apparition, but elves cannot be prohibited from apparating. I have to say that this is very unfair to Muggle wizards. Take me to the Union in Diagon Alley, and then tell Songbiao to come see me." Lester grabbed Caca's arm, waiting for it to take him to teleport. "Yes, Master." Caca was extremely excited. Since Lester gave himself a name, the Master never looked for him again, which made him feel abandoned. Now, the Master finally thought of himself. He had to behave well. Grabbing the house elf's shoulder, in the blink of an eye, Lester appeared on the third floor of the Diagon Alley Union. At this time, Sang Biao was standing respectfully on the third floor, and when he saw Lester appearing, he eagerly greeted him. "Master Lai." He knew that Grandpa Lai was studying at Hogwarts, and suddenly he came out of the school to find him. So there must be something wrong. "Grandpa Lai, did that blind little wizard in school offend you? Do you need me to ask my brothers to kill their whole family?" Song Biao had a gangster look on his face, and the flesh on his face was even more frightening, as if as long as Lester gave an order, he would immediately take someone to search the house. "Biao, you are already the leading figure in Azkaban. Don't shout and kill at every turn. We run a school in Azkaban, and we are all decent people, not dark wizards." Lester was dissatisfied with the lesson. "You are also a vice principal. Why don't you have any city government?" Song Biao looked ashamed, and he didn't dare to look at Lester with his head down. Lester looked at the ashamed Song Biao and said, "It's no big deal for me to come to you today. I just want you to invite the whole family of these families to our union for tea. By the way, you must be careful when inviting them, and try not to kill anyone." Song Biao, damn, it's a pity that he just thought that Master Lai was going to wash his hands and start serious business. Unexpectedly, he turned around and asked himself to tie up other people's families. This is TM different for what he said. Of course, Song Biao didn't dare to express it and asked curiously, "Master Lai, how did these people offend you?" Lester waved his hand indifferently and looked at Song Biao in surprise. "Offend me? No. Oh, they're all members of the Slytherin Quidditch house team. Now that I have joined the house team, I want to be the captain. I'm afraid they will trip me up, so I can only act first. I'm afraid that the old man said, the first to attack is the strong, and the second to attack will suffer. I am taking precautions before they happen." Sang Biao nodded in a daze when he heard the words. At first, he thought that Master Lai was too cruel, and before people started to make trouble for him, he asked himself to copy their whole family. But now, Grandpa Lai told himself that this sentence was once said by an idle and fearful son, so there is nothing wrong with it. After all, can Master Terror still lie to him to be Song Biao? This is a big boss who has dominated the entire Eastern Hemisphere for 5,000 years. "Okay, Lai, I will find someone to do it in Azkaban, no? I will lead the team to do it myself." After finishing the bond with Lester, Sang Puma ran back to the Azkaban convener without stopping, and Lester also returned to Hogwarts with Caca. "There's still too many things I've done recently. The task of convincing Slytherin in the first year needs to be completed, and Quidditch still needs to be won. More importantly, the sorting hat still needs to be obtained." The sound of the sorting hat was obviously wrong during the sorting process. It was obvious that someone had tampered with it. Except for the 4 founders who were the creators, it was difficult for others to tamper with the hat. So Lester had to figure out what's going on. Even if he doesn't figure this out, Lester must find a chance to steal the sorting hat. Because the sorting hat obviously saw something from his own mind at that time, so it went crazy. Although it seems to have amnesia in the end, who knows if it is pretending to lose memory If the Sorting Hat tells Dumbledore the memory in his mind, then he will be cold. Therefore, he must complete the task as much as possible to improve his strength and try to steal the Sorting Hat as soon as possible. We need to speed up the progress. As soon as Lester returned to Hogwarts, he went to the Slytherin lounge without stopping. According to Lester's idea, he had better be able to complete the first task of dominating Slytherin before Sunday, so as to open the task store. Just when Lester was busy dominating the first year of Slytherin, Sangbiao also returned to Azkaban. In the vice principal's office of Azkaban, several famous professors from the Azkaban Vocational and Technical College all appeared. Sangbiao, the vice principal and professor of gangsters. Leona, the wretched old man, is the professor of terror education. Breaking Bad and Potions professor, Scar. Victor, master of body modification and professor of magic and mechanics. Ziggs, a human bomber and a professor of explosives. Former legendary Quidditch player and snitch professor, Brian. If there was an Auror from the magic world present at this time, they would all be scared and pee their pants. Except for Victor and Ziggs, who bear the title of Auror, the others are all highly wanted dark wizards in the Ministry of Magic. It is not an exaggeration to say that the crime is heinous. Especially Scar, countless dark wizards died from his inferior potions. As for ordinary wizards, they're not disturbed by the Scar potion because they can go to the hospital to buy decent potions, but dark wizards cannot enter the hospital. Sangbiao took out several lists and distributed them to everyone, saying in a deep voice, "The Marcus family, the Avery family, and the Took family, these three families were Voldemort's lackeys in the past. Master Lai ordered us to invite all of these families to drink tea in the trade union tonight. Attention, it's all the staff, not even a dog from their family." All the prisoners held the list thoughtfully, with excitement and bloodlust shining in their eyes. In the past, they would go out and do a few votes when they had nothing to do, but now they are doing things for Master Lai, which is naturally what they wish for. Especially Brian, the former Quidditch legend. He was framed and sent to prison because he won the game on the field and caused the pure-blooded men to lose a lot of money. Fortunately, relying on his excellent flying skills, he successfully joined the Azkaban Vocational Technical College and even opened a snitch class by himself. Although he himself is not interested in snitches, but in this environment, he must integrate into the environment. Facts have proved that he has integrated well, but until now, he has never met the real big boss of Azkaban, Master Lai. Now Master Lai has a task to tell him that he must do a good job. You six are in groups of 2, and each group is in charge of a family. I sit in Azkaban. If you encounter any problems, you can use Victor's communication device to notify me. With that said, Sangbiao sent something similar to a mobile phone to each prisoner boss. It has the same effect as a real mobile phone, and it can make ultra-long distance calls, but the difference is that it is a composite product of magic and machinery. Even in Hogwarts, it will not be affected by magic and can transmit information quickly. Okay, now you can find your students. Wait until 8 o'clock in the evening. Let's act together. The action code is parents are here, don't travel far away. When Lester returned to the Slytherin lounge, all the first-year Slytherins greeted him. "Lego," Jedi asked excitedly. "What do you want the brothers to gather this time?" The last time Lester gathered people to check the dormitory, now Lester is called all the first graders. Isn't that going to heaven? Lester glanced around, and when he saw that everyone in the first grade of Slytherin was there, he said with satisfaction, "Students, I didn't come here for you today, but just for one thing. That is to lead everyone to become stronger together." Including Malfoy, many Slytherin students rioted. Intellectual monopoly was not uncommon in that era. In the magic world, pure bloods monopolize all kinds of high-end and high-damage magic, and these magics are not allowed to spread in the market. Half-blood wizards or muggle wizards with no background can only rely on a meager magic learned in school to improve themselves. That's not all. Even pure-blood wizards with magical heritage, they can't get proper education in Hogwarts. Often only when they return to the family, their parents will teach them how to fight. Muggle wizards are even more miserable because there are traces on their wands, and they're not even qualified to perform magic outside the school. Of course, there were very few Muggle wizards in Slytherin, at least not in Lester's class. I know that many of you are secretly practicing black magic. Lester said firmly, even there are black magic books that you secretly brought from your family in your dormitory. As soon as these words came out, the faces of several young wizards who were born in pure blood nobles changed. Malfoy, Pansy, Goyle, and Crabbe, the heirs of a high-ranking pure-blood family, studied dark magic secretly every night. Lester leaned back on the seat slowly and slowly said, "It's human nature to learn black magic to become stronger. In fact, I know a lot of black magic, even more than you know. You guys are secretly practicing black magic, so the progress must not be satisfactory?" Lester asked a question, but his tone was extremely determined. At this time, Lester saw that and said directly, "I plan to set up a Slytherin magic study group, and the purpose is better for us to help each other together. As long as you join the Slytherin magic study group, then we are our own people. I will regularly teach you how to use magic spells to fight, and even teach you powerful black magic for free. Of course, what I said before, if we join the Slytherin magic study group, we will be on our own in the future, and we will solve problems together. However, if someone cheats on the inside and out and betrays the organization, then don't blame me for being ruthless under Lester." As he said that, Lester intentionally released a trace of murderous aura from himself. The previously fanatical Slytherin first-year wizards all regained their composure under the shock of this murderous aura. Regarding Lester's current operations, many young wizards in Slytherin are like mirrors. He taught everyone how to use spells to fight, and even taught everyone the powerful black magic for free. Could it be that Lester, who slaps people's mouths at every turn, has become a good person? Especially Malfoy, who were born in the Death Eater family, was very familiar with Lester's operations. Isn't this TM what Voldemort did in Slytherin back then? Malfoy was thrilled to think that he was repeating his father's feat. His father joined a small group of Slytherins when he was a student and became a Death Eater after graduation. Since his father can succeed, where can Draco be sent? "I'll join." Malfoy expressed his loyalty. "Lego, I'll join the Slytherin Magic Study Group, and I'll hang out with you from now on." After Draco Malfoy expressed his loyalty, Goyle, Crabbe, and Pansy naturally no longer held back, and all joined in. Jedi, Kitty, Mitty, not to mention the three of them, they were mixed with Lester from the very beginning. Seeing that these Slytherin Thorns had joined Lester's magic study group, other Slytherin wizards no longer hesitated and hurriedly expressed their loyalty to Lester. Lester called all the first-year Slytherins over. It seems that they are allowed to join voluntarily, but if everyone else joins Lester's magic study group but I don't join, isn't TM isolated by the whole grade? These little wizards are sure that the magic study group, led by Lester, will not learn serious magic. When the time comes, if they run out of practice targets, they will definitely be the first to look for them, who have not joined the organization. Therefore, in order to protect themselves, everyone joined Lester's magic study group in name. After all, the remuneration inside is indeed quite generous. There's black magic, and there's a strong man like Lester teaching you to fight. It is not a loss at all. For the shrewd little snake, joining Lester is definitely not a loss-making deal. Especially Malfoy. He is still happy in his heart now. "I can't tell my father about this. I must make some achievements, and then give my father a surprise." As for the other little wizards, no matter whether they really surrendered to Lester or not, they all have happy faces now. For Slytherin, it is not a bad thing to join a student organization that makes you stronger. As for Lester, he looked at the system panel calmly. Ding! Convinced the Slytherin first-year wizard, 16/20. Even though Lester got all the first-year Slytherin wizards to join his organization, the task was still not completed, which he had expected. "I am very glad that you can join our mutual help organization." Lester smiled and said lightly, "I'm going to find an abandoned classroom to hold a party on Friday night to celebrate the establishment of our organization. After the time, please be sure to participate. Just verbally let this group of little snakes join the organization. There must be some people who are not really surrendering to themselves." So Lester decided to follow the old path of Azkaban, with a big stick in one hand and sweet dates in the other, relying on his oratory ability to fool this group of young wizards. He didn't believe that he could fool the prisoners of Azkaban, but this group of little Slytherin wizards could. When Lester formed a small group and prepared for a secret meeting, the Dark Wizards of Azkaban were also acting. In central London, a single-family house is covered with flint and hard sedimentary rock. Various sculptures made of sedimentary rock and flint are scattered throughout the villa estate. It may seem strange to others, but to the Flint family, this is their family tradition. The Flint family, one of the 28 pure-blood families, was punished for supporting Voldemort, but the ancestral home remained in the center of London, near the British Ministry of Magic. This is said to be the safest place in the entire wizarding world besides Hogwarts, because as long as someone dares to commit a crime here, a large number of Aurors will immediately rush out from the nearby Ministry of Magic to arrest him. Alexei Flint would sit in the living room on time every night and enjoy the British evening tea. Especially today, Flint Manor welcomed a special friend, a senior official from the Ministry of Magic. Mr. Flint, I heard that your son Marcus is very talented, and he is still serving as the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch house team. He is really young and promising. With a smile on his face, Fudge took a sip of black tea and said with a smile, "With your child's talent, he can represent our England national team in the World Cup." Ha ha, Mr. Fudge was joking. Alexei knew that Fudge would say nice things again, but he still couldn't help laughing. If a person whose status is inferior to his own praises his son, he will not take it to heart at all. But this Fudge in front of him is definitely not a simple guy. Don't think that he is a good old man just by looking at his smiling face. In fact, Alexei knows that Fudge is now one of the most powerful candidates for the Minister of Magic. Since the last Azkaban riot scandal, Minister Barnes and Noble's political career is over. Even if he made a timely remedy in the public opinion, the people in the magic world didn't trust Banu at all. Now Minister Barnes and Noble's term of office is about to come, and various forces can't wait to make an appearance. And the Fudge in front of him is one of the most powerful candidates for the Minister of Magic. And, at the same time, he is also the candidate closest to the pure-blood nobles. Alexei laughed and said, "Mr. Fudge is joking. Marcus is just the captain of the Slytherin team. If he is allowed to play in the World Cup, he is still not satisfactory. Marcus, a child, often told me that his biggest dream is to become a member of the Ministry of Magic's Wizengamot." Haha, he is a child. Do you know what the Wizengamot represents? It seemed to be joking, but Alexei stared at Fudge, wanting to see his reaction. And Fudge didn't disappoint him either, and said lightly, "Mr. Flint, I'm afraid you don't know something. There will be a large number of vacancies in the Wizengamot seats in the near future, and the magic world is about to change." Alexei's heart skipped a beat. He knew that two factions in the Ministry of Magic were fighting, but he didn't expect that the situation had become so cruel and the Wizengamot seats were all fixed. Didn't Fudge mean to drive out all the opponents? Thinking about it this way, Alexei couldn't care less about being reserved. Did he know that many pureblood families had secretly invested in Fudge? "Mr. Fudge heard that you are running for the Minister of Magic. If you are willing, our Flint family is willing to support you to run for the Minister of Magic." Old Flint is old and sophisticated, and Fudge is also a political courtesan. The two old foxes don't bother to pretend now, and just open the skylight to speak honestly. "We, the Flint family, are willing to lower the price of flu to help you run for minister. At the same time, we will also create momentum for you in the Daily Prophet. I only hope that the minister will not forget the Flint family in the future." Fudge also patted his chest and promised, "Don't worry, Mr. Flint, as long as I become the Minister of Magic, I will never forget your Flint family. You and your child Marcus will both receive a seat in the Wizengamot, and your child will also receive a Medal of Honor, 2nd class, of the Order of Merlin." Fudge said confidently, "As long as your child graduates from Hogwarts, he can become an Auror," and in a chance encounter, he cracked a major smuggling case, and finally became a hero and was awarded a member of the Merlin Sir Order. At the same time, our Ministry of Magic will also carry out a crackdown on the illegal Flynn network in the magic world to ensure that only your Flint family's Flo network is the only Flo network in the magic world. Hearing this, old Flint nodded in satisfaction and smiled at Fudge. The two of them smiled strangely like old foxes who had just successfully stolen a chicken. With the support of the Flint family, Fudge is more confident of becoming a minister. The Flint family has also obtained Fudge's political asylum. As long as Fudge succeeds in the election, the Flint family will also skyrocket in the future. The two old foxes were very satisfied with this transaction. They picked up a cup of black tea and took a sip. Only then did old Flint have a chance to savor it carefully. Fudge is also a good learner, tasting the black tea that belongs exclusively to the Flint family. When the two of them closed their eyes and rested their minds, they were startled by a huge explosion outside. Someone bombed the villa with a blasting spell. The distance is right at the door. Old Flint, who was a Death Eater, was naturally not a waste. Unlike the panicked Fudge, old Flint immediately pulled out the wand from his waist. Like an old wolf, he stared at the door of the room. This is the ancestral home of the Flint family, surrounded by dozens of dark wizards for protection, and next to it is the heavily guarded Ministry of Magic. Not to mention, Fudge, a candidate for minister who is afraid of death, brought dozens of Aurors with him after he came out this time. Old Flint believed that no one could enter their Flint manor unless they were the Death Eaters under Voldemort. Listening to the fierce fighting and deafening explosions outside the room, old Flint frowned, but he still did not forget to comfort Fudge at this time. Mr. Fudge, don't worry. Flint's ancestral home is very safe. This is probably a group of wild wizards who don't even know about our Flint family. Fudge pretended to be calm and nodded. Yes, this is the ancestral home of the Flint family. What kind of gangsters can rush here? Gradually, Fudge regained his nature as a politician, sat on the chair with a smile on his face, no longer flustered. But on the contrary, old Flint, the experienced Death Eater, did look increasingly ugly. Fudge is a flower in a greenhouse, and he has not been in any danger on weekdays, but he, Flint, was a Death Eater who licked blood on the tip of a knife. Even though he didn't walk out of the room, through the screams and explosions outside, Flint found in disbelief that the bandits seemed to be coming. Boom! Avada eats a big melon. Thunderbolt explosion. The roar of the killing curse, the roar of the explosive curse, and all kinds of shrill screams soon filled the villa. Bouncing bomb. A masked dark wizard with a short stature and a high-pitched voice kept waving a wand in his hand. Numerous explosion spells with a terrifying aura shot out from his wand, flying towards the Auror and Flint dark wizard on the opposite side. And he wasn't just fighting alone. There were dozens of black wizards in black robes behind him, all of whom were well-trained. Detonate at a fixed point. Bouncing bomb. Magic blast minefield. All kinds of powerful and weird blasting spells poured out from their wands like money. This group of thugs was extremely powerful, and they fought all the way from the gate of the villa to the innermost inner courtyard. All the wizards who stand in front of them are indiscriminately bombarded and killed by their terrible blasting curse. Under the powerful power of the blasting spell, the entire Flint ancestral home was bombed with potholes. As if the ground had been washed by a 100 millimeters heavy artillery, not a single piece of land in the entire villa was flat. Professor Flitwick, Flint's old dog, seems to be at the very end. We are thinking whether to rush over and catch him directly. In the black-robed wizard, Franklin squeezed into Gig's side while indiscriminately bombing Flint's ancestral home. What Flint? Giggs was obviously mad. His eyes were red, and all kinds of terrible blasting spells poured down on the opposite side like raindrops. The terrible blasting curse made the dark wizards on the opposite side miserable. Off in 1 second he was still casting the death curse, and the next second his head exploded for no reason. Like a fried watermelon, the blood plasma was everywhere. They used black magic to bully others before. When did they encounter such a terrifying enemy? Professor Flitwick, don't forget Headmaster Dumbledore's order. Franklin was very speechless. Seeing that Giggs could not be suppressed, he could only use the name of the principal. Headmaster. As soon as he heard the headmaster, Giggs' murderous eyes cleared up instantly. The figure of Lester gradually appeared in his mind. Subconsciously shivering all over his body, Giggs remembered that he came out to do business for Lester. "Students, follow me." Thinking that he almost missed Master Lie's good deed, Giggs was afraid for a while. With a big wave of his hand, Giggs didn't bother to blow people up, so he took the lead and rushed over. The black-robed wizards behind them were also lunatics. Instead of being afraid, they roared and increased their firepower. All of a sudden, the entire Flint Villa Manor was under fire. Not only that, but several pure-blooded people nearby also fell in a panic when they looked at the neighbor's villa. Logically speaking, the Pure Blood Manor occupies a very large area, and the Pure Bloods are very concerned about their privacy. Even if they fight in their own manor, other families can't see it. But now, it's clearly 8 o'clock, and it's already dark in London. As a result, the villa of the Flint family kept yearning for strong light, which lit up the entire Pure Blood Villa area. Not to mention the deafening explosion, which could be heard throughout central London. Is it the Oris office? The manor of the Flint family has been attacked by gangsters. Come quickly. Are you a group of Oris worthless? Our Pure Blood family paid you the Ministry of Magic to feed you to sleep? Send someone to Flint Manor. I'm Avery. Tell the director of the Aura office to send someone to Flint Manor. The Pure Bloods in the villa area panicked. They bought a house near the Ministry of Magic for the sake of safety. As a result, the gangsters are now going to blow up the old Flint family's house to ashes, and Aura is also seen. At the same time, in the center of London, countless muggles who came out to spend the night were hiding under the bunker in fear, calling 911 over and over again. Hi, is that the London Inspectorate? I'm in central London, and it looks like there's been hundreds of big explosions here. As he said that, the muggle extended his mobile phone outside the bunker. Boom! Blah, blah, blah. The sound of violent explosions and the collapse of buildings can be heard endlessly, and even the ground shook a few times. Just as those outside seek the protection of official organizations, the inner courtyard of the Flint family. You bastard, you mean house elf, how dare you lie to me? Old Flint's eyes were bloodshot, like a beast devouring people. He grabbed the teacup in his hand and slammed it hard at the house elf beside him. The ugly house elf was trembling, not even daring to hide, and let the teacup hit his head, producing a tinge of scarlet. You liar! How dare you talk nonsense here? Old Flint was very emotional and angrily threw the chopping board on the table at the house elf again. I spent so much money to support the Black Wizard, but in the end, most of the Black Wizards were wiped out in just 10 minutes. These are the details of our Flint family. Do you know what this means? These people can even raid the Ministry of Magic once. Old Flint became more and more angry, and Fudge next to him also had an ugly face. He knew that this group of pure blood had private soldiers in private, and the power of private armed forces was also very strong. But unexpectedly, from the sound of the explosion to the present, Fudge watched nearly 100 Black Wizards rush out. This TM is his own rematch. Otherwise, he would have known that this group of pure-blooded family members could actually gather so many wizards in just 10 years. But now is not the time to think about centralization. Your own life is the most important thing now. Stopping old Flint from continuing to abuse the house elf, Fudge asked the elf, "Do you know who came to commit the crime?" Hearing Fudge's question, old Flint also stopped what he was doing and scolded, "Quickly tell me, who did my Flint family offend?" The house elf shook his head tremblingly and said, "I don't know. They're all wearing black robes and have no other marks." Old Flint's face turned dark, and just as he was about to make a move, he heard the house elf add, "I seem to see by chance that they have phoenixes embroidered on the inside of their robes." Phoenix? Fudge's face was ugly, and a terrible idea appeared in his mind. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Fudge hurriedly strangled the terrible thoughts in his mind. Did you hear their names? How do they call each other? The house elf looked pensive and murmured, "One seems to be a professor, and the others are his students. Also, that professor seems to be called Foley Foley." Flittick. Fudge's expression turned extremely ugly. The house elf nodded quickly and said, "Yes, it's Flittick. He's not tall, but short." Saying that, The house elf also compared the height of Flitwick very intimately. When Fudge heard this, his eyes went dark, his legs became weak, and he almost fainted. Principal Dumbledore, you hide so deep. Mr. Fudge, what are you doing? Don't scare me. Old Flint supported Fudge, who was almost fainted, and asked, Mr. Fudge, do you know who sent this group of people? Hearing Old Flint's inquiry, Fudge really wanted to pry his head open to see if there was shit hidden in it. Flitwick is the professor of charms at Hogwarts and the head of Ravenclaw College. Fudge said weakly, and added, at the beginning, you were controlled by the mysterious man's Imperius curse, and you joined the mysterious man's Death Eater. After his apprenticeship, Principal Dumbledore also formed an organization called the Order of the Phoenix. After the birth of the savior Harry Potter, the Death Eaters dissipated, and Dumbledore also disbanded the powerful Order of the Phoenix under him. But now, a group of wizards with phoenixes embroidered on their robes have come to kill them, and the leader seems to be the head of Ravenclaw. Old Flint was not a fool either. He was just pissed off before, so he didn't react. Now, think about it carefully. Isn't it Dumbledore who can have such strength in the wizarding world? Fudge, you're an official of the Ministry of Magic. Can't you govern Hogwarts? Old Flint frantically grabbed Fudge's arm. Go out and let them stop. Didn't Dumbledore agree to let us go for the sake of your Ministry of Magic? You're an idiot, aren't you? Fudge was furious, and the two big beaters slapped Old Flint hard on the face. Shaking Old Flint's shoulder vigorously, Fudge said angrily, Damn it, Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw, brought people to kill him, and you asked me to order them to stop. Do you think I've lived too long? Dumbledore must have come prepared. We are not his opponents at all. The most important thing we should do now is to escape and expose Dumbledore's conspiracy. As he said that, Fudge immediately tried to cast apparition, but it failed without accident. Dumbledore is the real Dark Lord, and the previous kindness was his disguise. Fudge roared angrily. Flint, now we should get out quickly, and then make this secret public. Fudge is not a fool. If he could pretend to be a fool before, he won Dumbledore's support. But now he must be dying, because he witnessed the actions of the Order of the Phoenix. Dumbledore will never let others know about this secret operation, so the only way for him is to escape. The Cunning Rabbit has 3 caves. For safety, the villa of the Flint family is also full of secret passages. Old Flint also came to his senses and hurriedly ran towards the secret passage with a few of his confidants. Fudge also greeted the stunned Auror beside him and followed quickly. While running, the inner world of this group of people was about to collapse. The greatest white wizard in the 20th world, Albus Dumbledore, is actually the real Dark Lord. And it seems that they're using Hogwarts as a base to recruit soldiers for their Order of the Phoenix. This news is simply too explosive. No wonder Dumbledore was reluctant to serve as the Minister of Magic before. It turned out that it was for the convenience of recruiting troops at Hogwarts. The more they thought about it, the more frightened they became, especially Old Flint. Fudge was accidentally injured because he was visiting himself, so the people sent by Dumbledore were obviously against him. And his eldest son, Marcus, is still in Hogwarts. Thinking of Dumbledore's cruel methods, Old Flint shed tears of regret. Dumbledore, you wait for me, Alexei Flint will definitely make you pay. Old Flint was extremely angry and had already constructed a revenge plan against Dumbledore in his heart. He wants to make Dumbledore's actions public in the Daily Prophet, so that everyone in the wizarding world knows that Dumbledore is a hypocrite. Pushing open the decayed wooden door, Old Flint was the first to climb out of the tunnel. What they saw was a field. Obviously, they had already gone to the outskirts of London. Fudge and the others behind him also filed out, breathing the fresh air to their heart's content. While several people were celebrating the rest of their lives after the catastrophe, several voices came from the sky. Mrs. Hooch, here are some people who have escaped from Flint House. As soon as the voice fell, louder noises appeared in the sky. Hearing Wang's loud noise, dozens of high-tech broomsticks appeared above Old Flint. The blue flame spurted out sparks from the broomtail, and the broom, made of alloy, glowed silver in the moonlight. Fudge was scared out of his wits on the spot. Mrs. Hooch, isn't this the professor of Hogwarts flying class? This is also Dumbledore's man. Arrest them all. In the sky, Brian said coldly, and then took the lead in attacking, stunned. All of a sudden, countless red wands descended from the sky, blasting towards Fudge, Old Flint, and others on the ground. No one was spared. The few people who had been physically and mentally exhausted for a long time could not resist at all and fainted on the spot. Master Lai, we have captured all the 3 pure-blood families you mentioned, Sang Biao said respectfully. In front of Lester were the Flint family, the Avery family, and the Took family. Under the strong action of Azkaban, it only took one night, and all the blood descendants of these 3 pure-blood families were caught in the trade union. Of course, the little wizards in Hogwarts are still staying in Hogwarts safely. Flint's family of 5, Avery's family of 4, and Took's family of 6 were all arrested. At the same time, there was a familiar face who appeared in front of Lester together, which was the future minister of Magic Fudge. Fortunately, these people were all cast with a powerful stun spell. Otherwise, Lester couldn't just be exposed in front of them. For these scumbag families, Lester copying their houses is equivalent to eliminating harm for the people. Over the years, the bad deeds done by these scumbag families are too numerous to describe. Especially the Took family. After Song Biao's investigation, this family even engaged in human trafficking and biological experiments. After reading their test materials, Lester said that even if they were killed 100 times with a killing curse, it would not be too much. As for the Avery family and the Flint family, let alone these 2 scum families, everyone in their family has innocent blood on their hands. Not to mention, the heirs of these 3 families actually wanted to attack him. Although Lester is not afraid of the pure bloods of those senior grades, Lester is afraid of trouble, so he can only reluctantly let Song Biao ransack the house. Where did you catch this man? Lester pointed to the fainted Fudge. Sang Biao thought for a moment. Brian caught this outside the secret passage of the Flint family. Behind him, Brian glanced at Song Biao gratefully, stepped forward, and said respectfully, "Grandfather." This man was with Old Flint at the time, and there were a few Auror Guard around him. With that said, Brian also took out a small notebook. There's a big photo of Fuji on it, and Fuji's position is also written. Head of Magical Accidents and Disasters. That's right, the comatose Fudge in front of him is the future Minister of Magic in Harry Potter. Lester felt hot in his heart. This kid will be a veritable big shot in the future. If I can support him secretly, when he takes over, Fudge will be the umbrella of his Azkaban interest group. Biao, were your identities discovered during your actions? Lester asked worriedly. Sang Biao patted his chest and assured, Master Lai, don't worry. We will follow your instructions and use the name of Professor Hogwarts as the codename. He, Scar, codenamed Snape. He, Victor, codenamed Sprout. He, Brian, codenamed Hooch. He, Leonard, codenamed Mad Eye Moody. He, Ziggs, is codenamed Flittick. As for me, Song Biao smiled, put on a wig, squeezed his throat, and said, I'm the Vice President of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry McGonagall. When we address you, we always call you Professor Dumbledore. Brian also added, and Fudge seems to be convinced of this, thinking that Dumbledore seems to have a conspiracy. Hearing this, Lester nodded in satisfaction and said lightly, very well, people from these pure-blood families will stay in Azkaban for labor reform. As for that Fudge, he is very politically minded, and I decided to support him as the Minister of Magic. After he wakes up, you play a show with Hafiz, let Fudge trust Hafiz, and really think that Dumbledore has a conspiracy. Voldemort, Dumbledore, the leaders of the 2 greatest forces, for better or for worse, are their enemies. His goal is to rule the world, so he must have a base camp, and that is the British wizarding world. The base camp must be well run, otherwise if it invades the French magic world in the future. Headmaster Dumbledore, a good man in his hometown, couldn't see it, and there was an uprising in the rear. Wouldn't it be cool? Therefore, Lester's current strategy is not to favor any side. Whether it is Dumbledore or Voldemort, he will be cheated. Try to achieve that he can speak for himself in the entire wizarding world. In a dark room, Fudge felt as if his head had been pricked by tens of thousands of needles, and the pain was so painful that it wanted to burst. I remember I was trading with the patriarch of the Flint family. Why did I appear here? Fudge clutched his head in pain, thinking about what happened. Fudge's eyes were full of horror as he slowly remembered. He remembered that he was TM raided by Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix in Flint's old mansion. Principal Dumbledore, are you outside? Fudge didn't dare to open the door, and only dared to shout through the wooden door. Principal, I'm Fudge, your student back then. Dean Sprout, are you outside? I'm Fudge from Hufflepuff College, and you taught me herbal medicine. Fudge, who didn't get any response, was in shock and hesitated to open the door and go out to have a look. At this moment, there was a fierce fighting sound outside the door. Awada eats a big melon. Disarm you. Thunderbolt, explosion. The crackling sound of the spell and the roar of the blasting spell frightened Fudge into sitting down on the ground. Suddenly, Fudge's eyes lit up. It was someone who came to save him. Pressing his ear to the wall, Fudge listened carefully to the battle outside. Damn, who are you guys? Why are you kidnapping officials from the Ministry of Magic? The person who killed you. Shinfeng Wuying. Inside the room, Fudge swallowed. Shinfeng Wuying. Isn't this the exclusive magic spell invented by Snape? He still had a fluke mentality before, but now he can be sure that TM is Dumbledore, the old Baijing, who sent someone to tie him up. No one can use Snape, the master of potions, except Dumbledore. Fudge's face was ugly. There is no Auror in the Ministry of Magic who is a match for Snape, and he can't be rescued at all. Fudge continued to eavesdrop. What? Damn goblin. You dare to participate in the kidnapping of Ministry of Magic officials. Fairy Nema, Thunderbolt Blast. Fudge. Fairy? This must be Professor Flitwick, who is half the blood of a goblin. The familiar blasting curse. It's over. Snape, Flitwick, these two big shots shot together, and there was Dumbledore behind him. Even if all the wizards in the Ministry of Magic were called, it would not be enough for the three of them to fight. Not to mention, there are quite a few Dumbledores in the Ministry of Magic. Just when Fudge felt desperate and was about to abandon them and go to Dumbledore for a while, an arrogant voice came from outside. Damn rats. Ministry of Magic officials are not something you can touch. The voice was extremely arrogant, and there was infinite confidence in the tone. Obviously, he didn't take Snape and Flitwick seriously. End it. Ants destroy the world. Quickly withdraw. It's Hafez, the Hafez who defeated Song Biao. Go and call the principal. Quickly go and call the principal. Hafez. Fudge's eyes lit up. How could he forget about this big guy? Sure enough, Hafiz did not disappoint Fudge. A few minutes later, Fudge's door was kicked open violently, and Hafiz let a group of Aurors in. Where's Mr. Fudge? Hafez opened his eyes and shouted, Mr. Fudge, we are here to save you. Although he was standing in front of Hafez, Hafez was very speechless because he couldn't see his behavior. But Fudge was still very moved. This is the loyal minister in the Ministry of Magic. Ward Hafiz, I'm here. Fudge ran over impatiently. Thanks to you. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will be a disaster today. Dumbledore's people are too cruel. Hafiz asked knowingly, wondering, Principal Dumbledore? Fudge gritted his teeth at the mention of Dumbledore's name and scanned the Aurors behind Hafiz. One has a scar on his face, one holds a broomstick in his hand, and the other is wearing glasses like a dog. There are only two normal ones in Auror costumes, but they still let out a strange laugh from time to time. Don't worry, sir. These are all your own people you can trust. Hafiz promised. Fudge hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth. Knowing Dumbledore's secret, he had to find a powerful force to protect him, and Hafiz's Azkaban faction is a good choice. Ward Hafiz, you don't know, Dumbledore has a conspiracy. As he spoke, Fudge talked about his tragic experience in tears. Hafiz was busy fooling Fudge, and Lester was not idle either. In the Slytherin lounge, Lester stood on a chair so that the sound could be heard further. Today is Friday. We can find an abandoned classroom in the castle and celebrate our campus life. Malfoy was very excited, He likes to do this kind of gangster thing. The other little wizards of Slytherin were also very excited. Party, get together, celebrate. Even the little wizards of Slytherin, who are quite rich in the city, are still children now, and they can't refuse to play at all. Jedi, take 2 of your classmates and find an abandoned large classroom in the castle, which will be used as a meeting place. Kitty, go to the Weasley brothers to buy some entertainment product for the party. Except for the big shit, you can buy anything that is interesting, and I will repay you. The rest follow Malfoy's orders and go arrange our party. I'm going to the kitchen to prepare food for everyone. Lester stood on the chair and immediately completed the division of labor. Just kidding, as the godfather of Azkaban, it is easy to organize riots among the prisoners, let alone organize a small student party. Jedi was the first to receive the order and immediately led the 2 Slytherin students out of the lounge to search in the castle. The 2 students were not reluctant at all. On the contrary, they were very happy. During the campus period, if someone took the lead to play, everyone would be very happy, let alone Lester, who took the lead. Kitty also learned well and took the 2 Slytherin students to the Gryffindor lounge. The name of the Weasley twins is still very famous in Hogwarts, but unfortunately, it is not a good reputation. But their hands-on ability is still beyond doubt. In the future, they will be able to make equipment with the iron armor charm. Now it is too easy to make some entertainment products. And they were from the Weasley family, which had been down and out in recent years. Ron didn't have a new wand of his own until now. Therefore, Lester believed that the Weasley brothers would be happy to accept his order and try their best to complete it. After all, who would have trouble with King Gallon? As for Malfoy, when he heard that Lester had appointed him as the general director of the venue arrangement, the corners of his mouth were almost drawn to the back of his face. He, Malfoy, now has 2 hobbies. One is to trouble his friend Harry, and the other is to show his prestige in front of everyone. Now the entire first year of Slytherin, except for Lester, has to listen to himself. How can this not excite him? Not only the 3 people who had the task were excited, but also the other little Slytherin wizards. Although magic is amazing, learning it every day is also very boring. Now Lester is willing to bring everyone to a party, to communicate and enhance everyone's relationship, and they are naturally very happy. Childerma, whoever can bring them happiness, is their boss. After a few minutes, all the first-year Slytherin wizards left excitedly, leaving only Lester standing on the chair. He didn't avoid others when he assigned the task, just now. So many senior Slytherins witnessed the whole process. This little wizard, can Marcus and the others really deal with it? A senior from the Slytherin Quidditch team peeped at Lester with a complicated expression. Strong leadership, excellent command, and near-perfect organizational skills. There has never been such a student in Slytherin House all these years. Not far away, Prefect Thompson, who had been watching Lester upset, was itching his teeth with jealousy. He also wanted to lash out at Fong Chio like Lester did, but even though he was a prefect, no one in Slytherin respected him. Damn mudblood. When my family gets through this crisis, I must find someone to teach you a lesson. The others were assigned tasks by themselves, and Lester naturally couldn't be idle, and went to the Hufflepuff lounge alone. He knew where the Hogwarts kitchens were, next to the Hufflepuff common room. But Lester really didn't know the exact location of the kitchen. Like the room of requirement on the 8th floor, Lester also knew how to get in, but the 8th floor was so big that it was difficult for him to find alone. So, in order to find the kitchen, he chose the easiest way and asked a little Hufflepuff wizard. There are 4 Hogwarts colleges, and the little wizards in each college have their own characteristics. The little Slytherins are busy vying for power. Gryffindor cubs are busy with adventures and mischief. The Ravenclaw kittens are busy learning about magic. As for the little badgers of Hufflepuff, their goal is much simpler: to stay aloof from the world and spend their study life at Hogwarts happily. Unlike other houses, Hufflepuff students are very united and share the benefits. For example, the location of the kitchen is only known to some students in other colleges. But at Hufflepuff, it's a must-know for freshmen on their first day. Wearing Slytherin robes, Lester immediately attracted a lot of attention as he approached the Hufflepuff lounge. Hufflepuffs are honest people, and honest people hate bad people most. The atmosphere in Slytherin College has always been bad, so Lester, who was wearing a Slytherin robe, attracted attention when he approached the Hufflepuff lounge. "Hello, classmate. What are you doing here?" A handsome Hufflepuff student came over. The tone was not aggressive, but very kind. "Is there anything I can do to help you?" Lester raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Hello. I heard that the Hogwarts kitchen is here, so I want to look for it." As he spoke, Lester licked his lips, showing his foodie nature. Looking for the kitchen, Cedric Diggory was not surprised. "That is indeed here." I looked Lester up and down. With his handsome face, upright figure, and kind smile, he was a good guy no matter what. Good old Cedric looks good on everyone. Although Lester was wearing a Slytherin robe, Cedric still enthusiastically led Lester to the kitchen. It's no secret, no big deal. Having said that, this boy is not a bad guy at first sight. "Thank you, Cedric. If you encounter problems in the future, you can come to Slytherin to find me." At the door of the kitchen, Lester smiled and said softly, "My name is Lester. You can go to Slytherin and report my name when the time comes." "Lester?" Cedric smiled and didn't care. He himself was a man of the day at Hogwarts, and helping Lester was just in his good nature. As for the real problem, if I, a little wizard in the 3rd grade, can't solve it in time, then this first-year Slytherin must not be able to solve it. "Okay, Lester." Although Cedric didn't care, he still smiled and said, "I will find you if there's a need. When the time comes, don't say you don't know me." Lester smiled knowingly and said with a smile, "Don't worry. If you really come here, I will definitely let the Slytherin people drive you out." Cedric. After Lester entered the kitchen, Cedric smiled. "What an interesting Slytherin. I believe his popularity in Slytherin is also very good." In the kitchen, Lester touched his nose. Cedric, an outstanding Hufflepuff wizard, he still knows. He once participated in the Goblet of Fire competition as the best student of Hogwarts. And he is very kind. To put simply, he is a good old man. Good old man. Lester likes good old man best, especially good old good man. Whether it is recruiting Cedric under his command or becoming a friend, it is a good choice. While thinking, Lester walked into the kitchen. As soon as he entered, Lester heard several exclamations. "Oh my God!" A little wizard came to the kitchen. "Sir, do you need any food when you come here? We will prepare it for you." "Ah, handsome sir. Please put Toby at your service." From all directions, countless house elves swarmed out and gathered beside Lester. They stared at Lester eagerly, wide-eyed, wanting to serve him. "Hello, I want to throw a party, so I need some food." Lester wiped the cold sweat off his brow and expressed his appeal. Although he knew that house elves were enthusiastic about serving wizards, this was too enthusiastic. The prisoners in Azkaban were also very humble towards him, but it was more of a subordinate relationship. But these house elves are more like his servants. This allows for perennial acceptance in society. Lester, who had a free education, was a little hard to accept. Food for the party. At this moment, an old house elf stepped forward. The other house elves fell silent when he came out. "Yes, I can pay you galleons." It is a matter of course to give money to buy food, and Lester thinks it is normal. "Give us galleons?" Hearing Lester's words, the aged house elf seemed to have heard some outrageous words. No, little wizard. We house elves have served you for generations. You don't need to pay us galleons at all." "What about the cost of food?" Lester asked curiously. "Could it be that we can go to the kitchen to get food?" "Of course," the old house elf said as a matter of course. "As long as you don't waste food, the food here is unlimited." Lester. He finally knew why the pureblood family regarded Dumbledore as a thorn in the flesh. Where does the money come from for a kitchen with unlimited food? It must be the board members who have been taken advantage of by the school board. "There are 21 people in our party." Lester raised his eyebrows and told the number of people in his party. 21 little wizards, yes, I see." The old house elf nodded. "In 2 hours, you can come and pick up your meal." As he said that, the old house elf began to issue orders, and the house elves in the entire kitchen quickly got busy. Apparently, Lester wasn't the first young wizard to come to the kitchen begging for food. They were a bunch of house elves already experienced. Lester's eyes flickered as he looked at the house elf in the kitchen who could cast spells without a wand with just his fingers. Can apparate at will, can cast spells without a stick, and has strong execution power. This is simply the perfect source of troops. If you can build an army of hundreds of house elves, then they can beat most ordinary wizards in the magic world. Those ordinary wizards don't even know the iron armor curse. It's a pity that these house elves in Hogwarts may not be able to kidnap them by themselves. Go back to Hafiz and ask, is there any magizoologist in Azkaban similar to Hagrid? After witnessing the powerful action of the house elves, Lester suddenly had a bold idea. The number of house elves is scarce, and they can only be supplied to a few noble pure-blood families as servants. Then he can definitely open up a house elf breeding base in Azkaban and raise house elves independently. Humans are born of fucking people, so house elves must be born of fucking house elves. As long as he can get 2 house elves of different genders, then he can use scientific methods to breed house elves. Victor is responsible for providing scientific examinations, and Scar is responsible for providing potions to increase the combat effectiveness of male house elves. The wretched old Leona gives the newborn house elves preschool education and brainwashes them. Sangbiao was in charge of the physical education class, teaching the house elves how to fight. Then find a master of magical animal crossbreeding similar to Hagrid, who can crossbreed all kinds of magical animals. Let him develop new breeds of house elves, such as house dragon elves and house unicorn elves. At that time, hundreds of magical house elves loyal to him. Friday afternoon is undoubtedly the best time for the little wizards of Hogwarts. The afternoon without classes and the upcoming 2-day vacation is simply too much fun. Harry, do you think the little wizard in Slytherin has some conspiracy? In the corridor, Ron asked Harry with a sad face. I see a lot of Slytherin people happily wandering around, and they are all in small groups. The most important thing is that just now, the little follower behind Lester came to find George and Fred. Before they left, they took away a large box of things. I asked George, but they didn't tell me. They said it was a commercial secret. I must tell my mother that George and Fred traded with the Slytherins in Hogwarts, and don't tell his own brother. Listening to Ron's complaints, Harry also had a serious expression. He wasn't complaining about Ron, but mainly because he felt that Lester Malfoy and the others must have a conspiracy, while Harry was racking his brains to figure out what Slytherin was going to do. Harry happened to see Malfoy from Slytherin College, followed by a group of young wizards, walking towards him. Scared, get out of the way, you're blocking our way, Malfoy said arrogantly, with an extremely arrogant look on his face. Is Hogwarts opened by your family? Horse manure, Harry replied unceremoniously. At other times, Malfoy is quite normal, but as soon as he meets Harry Potter, Drago will definitely head over immediately. You can think so, Malfoy said proudly. My father is the director of Hogwarts, and I can even write to him to fire you. You are a bastard with no parents. You can only live with lowly muggles. You are not worthy of learning magic here. I'll tell my father to kick you out of Hogwarts and go back to live with your muggle relatives. Before taunting Harry, he was afraid of being beaten, so he kept it. But now, with more than a dozen little Slytherin wizards behind him, he was afraid of a fart. You fucking court death. Harry was furious, his eyes blazing with anger. As an orphan, he has always been dependent on others, and he hates others making fun of his parents. I'll beat you to death. Immediately, Harry raised his fists and went up regardless of the number of people. Malfoy, the rich young master, never expected Harry Potter to attack directly and was thrown to the ground immediately. At the same time, Ron also took the opportunity to make a move, grab Malfoy's hair, and hit Malfoy's small face with an electric cannon. What are you doing in a daze? Fuck them. The Slytherins behind him woke up like a dream. Although they didn't know what happened, they still knew that their own people were beaten. Immediately, more than a dozen little wizards went up to pull the partial false. One went up and grabbed Harry's ears. The other picked Ron's nostrils and even put his hands together and killed Harry and Ron for 1,000 years. In just a few minutes, Harry and Ron, who were as fierce as tigers before, were beaten and screamed. It is acceptable for them to be beaten, but if you kill for 1,000 years, that is really too much. Harry and Ron were still holding on to Malfoy's hair tightly. But after being killed by Jedi for thousands of years, all of them screamed in pain while covering Xiaoju. Seeing this, several Slytherins directly held down the hands and feet of Harry and Ron, giving Jedi better output space. Poke! Poke them to death. Panting, Malfoy stroked his hair and cursed angrily. Poke him hard, yes, hard. Get out of the way, let me do it. With that said, Malfoy was not satisfied and took a photo frame from the corridor. Little wizard, what are you doing? In the photo frame, a middle-aged man dressed as a baron looked terrified. Malfoy turned a deaf ear to it and resolutely adjusted the angle of the photo frame, pointing the sharp corner at Harry. Seeing this scene, all the young Slytherin wizards gasped. The picture frames on the wall closed their eyes in fear. Before they thought that Malfoy was a rich young man, but now they knew that Malfoy was indeed a ruthless person. With this hand alone, young Malfoy can be regarded as standing in Slytherin. Malfoy, don't be impulsive. Harry felt the coolness behind him and said in horror, Don't be impulsive, Malfoy. Ron is a very tough guy. Harry, you let him intervene. Don't worry. He will be expelled by Principal Dumbledore later. Harry, you fucking said it was easy. It wasn't you who was co-authored and inserted. Just as Harry was struggling desperately and the Baron in the picture frame was wailing, a voice suddenly sounded. Draco, stop. Professor Snape's heart almost stopped beating. Looking at Harry Potter with tears in his eyes, he admitted that his heart was almost broken. Get out of the way. As soon as Snape came, the little Slytherin wizard obediently opened a passage for him. He can allow Harry Potter to be bullied, and he enjoys watching Harry Potter being tortured. But people can't, or at least they shouldn't. Snape absolutely could not stand the child of the person he liked being treated like this. Draco, get up off Potter. Hurry up, snapped Snape. Malfoy threw the photo frame on the ground and said angrily, Professor, Scar Potter did it first. Snape was about to explode. His complexion darkened. Malfoy stopped explaining when he saw this and looked down at his toes, not daring to make a sound. Snape looked at the bruised Malfoy and the screaming Harry and sighed helplessly. Slytherin and Gryffindor both deducted 50 points. Also, you two guys come to my office on a Saturday night to shut up. Malfoy was very excited when he heard the words, Professor Snape's office was closed. Isn't that just for fun? Harry was downcast. He could tell that Snape was very upset with him. Even if he saved himself this time, it wouldn't explain anything. Smiling and laughing, Malfoy suddenly thought of something, and his face collapsed. Professor, I have already been punished on Saturday, and I need to go to Mr. Filch for confinement, Malfoy added cautiously. I'm going to Mr. Filch's every Saturday, Sunday, and until Friday next week. Snape, glancing at the wary Malfoy, Snape said angrily, Then your punishment will be spare Potter. I hope you won't be late tomorrow night. With that, Snape turned and left. Only the complacent Malfoy and the aggrieved Harry Potter were left. Scarhead, enjoy your confinement tomorrow. The professor will teach you a good lesson, Malfoy said grimly. Harry's face was full of sadness, and the image of himself being abused by Snape had already appeared in his mind. Ron couldn't see it and scolded, Mashi, what are you laughing at? Don't you need to be locked up tomorrow? Yeah, stupid Weasley, don't forget you're going too, Malfoy said angrily. If this pure-blooded scum hadn't unloaded his stool, he wouldn't have gotten along with him and been punished by Professor McGonagall. The three of them fought with each other again, and then went their separate ways. Harry and Ron went back to the Gryffindor common room to shake people. Malfoy took the little snakes of Slytherin to the abandoned classroom to dress up the venue. At night, the stars are twinkling in the night sky, and a full moon hangs high in the sky. Inside the castle, Filch was taking his Mrs. Norris, tirelessly looking for the little wizard who wandered at night. Mrs. Norris is a Norwegian forest cat, skinny, with a pair of bulb-like eyes, helping her master in the dark castle to find the little wizard who wanders at night. Tomorrow, 2 first-year freshmen will come to me to be locked up. According to me, the school should restore the previous punishment measures, not just let them clean up. Filch held the oil lamp with his withered fingers, muttering nonstop, and his eyes kept searching the corridor. It's really strange. Why do I feel like I always missed a classroom today? Filch looked puzzled. It wasn't until he heard Mrs. Norris cry that he came back to his senses. Night-walking little wizard. Filch grinned ferociously on his wrinkled old face, and quickly followed Mrs. Norris to catch up. Just after Filch left, bursts of cheers came from the abandoned classroom not far away. At this time, with the efforts of Malfoy and all Slytherin students, the abandoned classroom has changed its appearance. Colorful magic lamps hung high in the sky, lighting up the entire classroom. Food and desserts were placed on the dining table for the students to taste freely. Not far from the dining table, a few Slytherin students rolled up their sleeves and sat together to drink. Draco Malfoy was 1 against 100, and he was dazzled when he picked up the butterbeer, which caused a lot of surprises. There were also a few male students who took out their wands and started communicating directly in the classroom. And Lester also stood beside them, correcting their mistakes from time to time. Foodies are foodies everywhere. They gather around the dining table, and picking up the cakes and desserts on the table is a complete meal. After stuffing their cheeks, they did not forget to comment on each other, looking very professional. As for the girls, they're like the noble ladies at the family banquet, dressed gracefully and gorgeously, laughing and laughing together. Pansy even glanced at Malfoy from time to time, with an expression of admiration beyond words. It's a pity that Malfoy doesn't have time to take care of Pansy now. He is already drinking high under the praise of everyone. Draco, just because of how many times you hit Potter today, I must toast you. With that said, Jedi took a sip of the butterbeer in his hand. Malfoy was so drunk that he didn't want to drink anymore. But as soon as he heard his record of beating Potter, he immediately jumped up and drank another glass of butterbeer in one breath. It's my turn, Draco. I won't say much. It's all in the wine. Malfoy is also on top. Drink. Draco, although you usually have a bad temper, you were so handsome when you beat Potter. I did it. Malfoy. Drink. Lester witnessed the whole process of Malfoy being drunk, but just shook his head and didn't speak. Kitty not only bought a lot of butterbeer from the twins, but also bought a lot of hangover candy, so she wasn't afraid of Malfoy getting drunk. Everyone had a great time at the party, especially the Slytherins who gathered around Lester to discuss magic. Whenever I ask Lester an incomprehensible question, Lester can always give an answer quickly. And while answering these Slytherins, Lester's mission was also being completed quickly. Ding! Convince the little wizard of the first year of Slytherin, 17/20. Ding! Convince the little wizard of the first year of Slytherin, 18/20. Students are like this. Whoever makes them happy and takes them to play, they will be convinced. Seeing that the Slytherins at the banquet were getting more and more excited, Lester knew that it was time for him to play tricks. Striding to the original podium of the classroom, Lester looked at everyone in the classroom with a smile on his face. The moment Lester stepped onto the podium, everyone subconsciously fell silent, except for Malfoy, who was crazy about drinking. Brother Yin was completely excited, standing on the table, tearing up the gorgeous wizard robes, and doing a weird wizard dance. Lester waved his hand, and the hangover candy on the table automatically flew into Malfoy's mouth. "What are you all looking at me for?" Malfoy first looked blank, then blushed. He hurriedly took the new wizard robe handed over, and put on the new one without even taking off the old wizard robe. Resisting the urge to pop Malfoy's dog's head off, Lester took a deep breath. "Students, I told you in the lounge before that we have established our own organization, Slytherin Magic Study Group. People may dismiss it as an organization I created to fight for power, or think it's a student organization for fun." Lester looked serious and said slowly, "But I want to say that your ideas are both correct and wrong. Of course, I didn't create this organization for free. It must be to fight for power. After all, we're not Professor Dumbledore, so we can sit back and relax all day long." As soon as this remark came out, many Slytherin students were happy. They like Lester's honesty and don't find Lester's statement problematic. After all, there's so many selfless and good people in the world, let alone Lester, the Slytherin. I am for rights, but not for my personal rights, but for the common interests of our group. Most of you come from pure-blood families. I believe you are no strangers to the family situation. As soon as the words were finished, the smiles on the faces of many pure-blood little wizards disappeared. Not every family is the Malfoy family, but to escape the trial of the Ministry of Magic and Dumbledore. The Death Eaters killed so many people back then. How could it be possible to write off the account just by patting their buttocks? The 28 pure-blood families can avoid trial through their huge family influence, and even now their children can appear in Hogwarts in a fair manner. But those middle or small families were devastated during the trial. Until now, many of these pure-blooded wizards had noble bloodlines without matching their social status. Although they're extremely proud on the surface, they're extremely fragile on the inside. The public opinion of the society and the punishment of the Ministry of Magic made their family heavily in debt. The family business is all bankrupt, and the wizarding world will not accept their parents. Even for the 28 families who are also pure-blood, they would rather hire cheap muggle wizards than hire them who are also pure-blood. Therefore, in the families of the young Slytherin wizards, except for the top families of Malfoy, the others are not doing well. Not only you, even the powerful 28 pure-blood families have lost their former glory. In the past, the pure-blooded family would kill if they wanted to, and if they wanted to get more money, they would get more money. It was extremely arrogant. But since Voldemort stepped down, the general environment of pure-blood families has declined a lot. Even the Ministry of Magic can step on pure-blood families and conduct a black magic raid every now and then. Even a Malfoy family will be messed up. Now that your parents are in crisis, don't you just sit and watch at school? If you are good enough in school, have great strength, and an organization that can help you, will your family still be in crisis? Your parents will be proud of you, and you will be regarded as the brightest new stars in the magic world. The whole family will be proud of you. You are the leader of the rise of the family. The breathing of all the little snakes subconsciously increased, and everyone's eyes were bloodshot, and they were caught in the good life of the future. Good enough in school to be able to stand alone and finally support the whole family. Putting these conditions in the student group is simply too attractive. It is very difficult for one person to accomplish these things, so we need to unite together, become a collective, and then accomplish this goal together. We can help each other, we can contribute resources, and we can create our own era. If our friends are threatened, we will fight together. If we encounter difficulties, we will solve them together. Believe me, as long as we are united, then we are the future of the wizarding world. Lester's voice was impassioned and full of demagogy. We are the future of the wizarding world, and the entire wizarding world will crawl under our feet. We have time, we have energy, we have ambition. As long as we can unite, then we can change the entire wizarding world. As he spoke, Lester raised his right hand high and shouted, "For the greater good." The little wizard in the audience couldn't bear this, and his blood boiled with enthusiasm, wishing to follow Lester to do some business right away. For the greater good. Everyone's eyes are shining with light. It is the light of hope. It is the light of ambition. It's easy to get others to support you. All you need is a bright future and a slogan that makes your blood boil. The slogan of the original Dark Lord was very inspiring, so Lester borrowed it and used it for himself without hesitation. Ding! The little wizard who convinced Slytherin for a year, 1920s. Ding! Convinced the little wizard of the first year of Slytherin, 2020. Ding! The mission dominance of Slytherin Year 1 has been completed, and the mission store is officially open. Accompanied by a pleasant system prompt, a store-like thing appeared in front of Lester. The store is full of shelves, and on the shelves are magic props that Lester has drawn in the past. Doran's ring, 100 quest points / piece a magic item from Valoran, which contains powerful power. Small blue bottle, 50 quest points / bottle, a magic potion from Valoran, which can instantly restore the wizard's magic power. Fountain of Life, 1,000 mission points / sit from the world of elves. It can improve the environment and continuously produce spring water of life. Rusty Dagger, 1 task point / piece, an ordinary dagger with special tetanus effects. Leather Sofa, 1 mission point / piece leather sofa. It will be very comfortable to sit on. Mission Store. Lester was very excited as he browsed the items on it. Nothing else, just Dolan's ring. That is a treasure that can't be found. Not to mention the basic attributes of plus 70 health plus 15 spell power. The passive equipment is even more heaven-defying. Unique passive, Siphon, recovers 0.75 mana per second. Dealing damage to an enemy increases this amount to 1.25 mana per second. He now has 100 mana if equipped with 100 Doran rings. During the battle, 125 points of mana can be recovered in 1 second. Isn't this the real spell turret? Even if he meets Dumbledore in the future, he can grind Dumbledore to death even with a curse. Ding! It has been detected that the mission Dominance of Slytherin Year 1 has been completed, and the second series of missions are now released. Ding! Task a good helper for the teacher, a good example for the students. Mission Introduction. As the leader of the Slytherin Magic Study Group, you must play a leading role, leading each member to study and progress together. Task requirements. Get bonus points and praise from the professor as much as possible. Whenever the professor gives you extra points or praises you, you can get 1 task point. Make your partners good enough so that they can also be praised by the professors. Once a partner is praised by the professor, you can get 1 mission point. Lester. He had thought that his task would be to dominate the second year of Slytherin or dominate the entire first year of Hogwarts. But I never expected that the system would let me lead everyone to study hard. Looking at the hot-blooded little snakes in the audience, Lester fell silent. I promised to take everyone to eat and drink spicy food before, but when I turned around, I asked everyone to study hard. Isn't this a bit too much? But after looking at Dolan's ring in the store, Lester still became ruthless. He said loudly, "If you want to become stronger, you definitely don't say it, but do it. From today onwards, all of us must urge each other to learn magic. Only when our magic level is high, our fists will be hard, and we will have the right to speak. Long live Learn Magic." Just like going to junior high school to sell books, the little snakes in the audience have been brainwashed, and now Lester can do whatever he wants. I didn't realize at all that my happy college life was about to undergo some changes. While Lester and the others were singing and dancing in Slytherin's bedroom, Professor Snape was about to die of anger. Hogwarts has an unwritten rule. That is, on the first Friday of freshmen, there will be a dorm check activity. And it's not just a normal dorm inspection, it's a large-scale dorm inspection organized by the 4 principals. The main purpose is to see if the little wizards of Hogwarts can adapt to the new environment. The dormitory checks in the previous 3 colleges went smoothly until Slytherin's dormitory check. Where is the person? Where is the little wizard in the first year of Slytherin? Snape's face darkened, and he frantically shuttled from one bedroom to another. After opening the door, Snape was greeted by an empty bed. The other 3 deans behind them all looked strange. Looking at the crazy Snape, no one dared to speak. Professor Snape's spirit has become more and more abnormal recently, especially when he learned that Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor Quirrell was coming to Hogwarts next Monday. Snape let out a sinister and strange laugh in the office from time to time. Many young wizards have approached them to report. However, the 3 deans could still understand Snape's mood. People live in this world for nothing more than fame and fortune. A good potions master, the head of Hogwarts Slytherin House, rich and powerful, he is just like a human being. But now, the wizarding world is full of rumors about Professor Snape. It is even said that Snape's intentional production of inferior potions was instigated by Principal Dumbledore in order to eliminate poor Muggle wizards. Anyway, Snape's reputation was ruined anyway. Now that the room is leaking and it is raining all night, the little wizards of the first year of Slytherin go out together at night. It was discovered during the bed check. This was simply provoking Professor Snape's fragile nerves and slapping Professor Snape in the face. Just when the three deans silently mourned for Professor Snape, the door to the Slytherin lounge was pushed open a crack. Since it was dark and there were students from other grades sleeping, the deans didn't use the luminescent charm. Instead, he used a profound spell to enable him to gain night vision for a short period of time. Therefore, the little snakes who came in quietly did not find the three principals with complex expressions. "It's so cool. We should party every night from now on. It's so much fun." Indeed, my father told me that life in Hogwarts is very boring, and I was still a little worried. Now it seems that he is obviously lying. The three principals. Since Professor Snape had entered a berserk state, the three of them did not dare to go in and stayed in the common room. This is not over yet. These little snakes are just the vanguard. Since the few of them came in, the Slytherin students behind them have not stopped. And each of them is in high spirits, whispering about the happy hour of the day. Especially Malfoy. He was completely having fun. He swaggered into the lounge, followed by Goyle and Crabbe. I'm sure that idiot Scarhead is still staying in the dormitory obediently. What a poor child. Gore and Crabbe also laughed, their words full of pride. People from other colleges stayed in the lounge obediently. Only those from Slytherin House could be happy in the middle of the night. Malfoy was very proud. He felt that this was life at Hogwarts. Sitting comfortably on a sofa in the lounge, Malfoy twisted his hips, a little flustered. Gore and Crabbe on the side also noticed that something was wrong. When they sat down, they obviously heard a painful hum. "GOL, do you feel something is wrong?" Malfoy stroked something hard under his ass, which only felt like a man's thigh. "GOL, talk, why don't you talk?" Turning his head to look at Gore beside him, he saw that Gore was trembling insufficiency and cold sweat spread all over his forehead. Crabbe also had a hellish expression, leaning on the armrest of the sofa and trying to stand up tremblingly. Malfoy was startled, jumped up suddenly, and then saw the three heads of Hogwarts glaring at him. Fluorescent flickering. Three lights flew up to the roof, lighting up the entire Slytherin common room. All the little wizards who were still thinking about it all froze in place, as if they had been petrified. The three of Malfoy's legs became weak, and they almost collapsed to the ground. Professor McGonagall with an expressionless face, Professor Sprout with a sympathetic face, and Professor Flitwick who was holding his stomach in great pain. Everyone present felt their pressure. Professor Snape in the dormitory also heard the sound, and when he saw the little Slytherin wizards filling the lounge, he immediately went into a berserk state again. "You bunch of rubbish! How did the school tell you that night tours are not allowed at night at Hogwarts? No night tours are allowed. What's the difference between you and those arrogant Gryffindors? No, there's a difference. At least they won't be caught during the night tour." Professor McGonagall was a little embarrassed, but seeing Professor Snape who had drawn out his wand, she endured it. "Slytherin, all the first-year students actually go on a group night tour. You are really amazing. 1, 2, 318, 19. Why are there two more? Where did those two go?" Snape's words were full of doubts, which put great pressure on the little wizards in the lounge. The whole first year of Slytherin was there, except for Lester and Jedi. Facing Snape's questioning, everyone was silent. They were unwilling to betray their partners. Snape became even more annoyed and went straight to the roll call. "Draco, tell me, where are the other two?" Malfoy gritted his teeth and said, "Professor, I don't know." While talking, Malfoy prayed secretly, hoping that Lester would sense something was wrong and not come in. "You don't know?" Snape laughed angrily. "You hang out with Lester every day, but you don't know where Lester is?" According to his guess, the leader of the first-year Slytherin night outing was none other than Lester Bader. Just when Malfoy was about to speak hard, there was a conversation at the door of the lounge. "Jedi, you and Malfoy will be responsible for this kind of team-building activities in the future." Lester, with the posture of a big brother, taught, "Our team-building activities should be held once a week, so as to enhance our cohesion. You did a good job finding the abandoned classroom this time." Jedi was very excited and said excitedly, "It's great, Lego. Don't worry. I will definitely find a better place next time, so everyone can have fun. In the lounge, it was so quiet that one could even hear a needle drop on the ground. All the little wizards secretly cheered in their hearts when they heard that they would be happy every week. Especially Malfoy. The kid almost laughed out loud in the face of Professor Snape. Unlike the little Slytherin wizard who was secretly happy, Professor Snape's expression was gloomy, as if his wife had run away with someone. As soon as Lester and Jedi came in, Snape greeted them aggressively. It's not enough to do such a large-scale night tour for half a day. You have to do it for a long time. Lester Bader organized a group night outing for Slytherin students, and Slytherin will deduct 200 points. Everyone else, go to Filch confinement starting next Saturday. Give me a month of confinement and correct your thinking. As for you, Mr. Bader, you will be locked up starting tomorrow, and you will be locked up for a month. Before Lester could react, Professor Snape sent out crazily to Lester like a cannonball. It could be seen that Professor Snape was really angry. Not only deducted 200 points from Slytherin, but also shut down all the little wizards in the first year of Slytherin. This is something that has never happened since the establishment. In the early morning of Saturday, the young wizards who got up early in the 4 colleges went to the restaurant to have breakfast. Merlin's beard, what happened last night? Several senior Slytherins couldn't believe their eyes. The house score hourglass in the entrance hall of Hogwarts Castle will record the scores of each house in real time. A day ago, Slytherin was still ahead in points, occupying the top spot. But now, there isn't even a single emerald in the fucking hourglass, and it's been cleared. Even Gryffindor, who was the last one before, can have a few more gems than Slytherin. Ravenclaw's people were also sluggish, and somehow became the number 1 on the list. The arrival of success was really unexpected. Can anyone tell me what happened last night? Windsor, the female Slytherin prefect, squinted her eyes like a poisonous snake and asked coldly. Since the prefect Thompson's family business had problems, she, Windsor, had monopolized the power of Slytherin as a half-blood wizard. Senior Windsor, the first year of Slytherin yesterday, immediately stepped forward. Slytherin did it in the 1st grade. Windsor said with a gloomy face, "What kind of tricks are these brats doing? Go, call me all of them. I want to teach them well." Originally, Slytherin's little wizard danced very well in the past year, and she knew it too. But she was in the middle of a battle for rights with Thompson, so she didn't have time to make a move. Now that the power struggle is over, and he is in charge of Slytherin alone, it's time to educate those little wizards. I'm going to be king of Slytherin. At this time, in the Slytherin lounge, Lester looked disdainful and said lightly, "Prefect Windsor asked all of us to go there, saying that he wanted to teach us a lesson." A very arrogant senior girl came slowly. Her words were full of arrogance. Slytherin respects strength, so it is common for seniors to bully juniors. This is an order, not to discuss with you now. You hurry up and wake up all the first-year Slytherins. Don't make the senior sister wait in a hurry. Lester laughed angrily. It was the first time anyone dared to speak to him like that. Those who knew she was a senior in Slytherin, but those who didn't know thought she was the head of Slytherin. Seeing the serious and haughty expression of the senior, the smile on Lester's face slowly disappeared. He waved his hand and said lightly, "Jedi, go. Let her listen to you." The female senior was stunned for a moment and scolded, "Don't try to play tricks. I tell you, senior sister's time is precious." Lester sneered. He was already ready to fight the senior Slytherins. He dared to blow up the Ministry of Magic, let alone a few Slytherin students. Jedi, behind him, couldn't bear it for a long time. Hearing Lester's words, he suddenly smiled grinningly, facing the female senior with 2 big ears. The female senior immediately flew into a rage, pulled out her wand, and shouted angrily, "What are you going to do? You're looking for death. All stones." Before she finished speaking, a faster spell sounded in her ear. All petrified, I saw Lester took out his wand with a smile and subdued the female senior in an instant. "Jedi, don't forget what the old man said about the fear. 60 and ears are smooth. You must slap her 60 times, remember?" Jedi laughed strangely a few times and carried the female senior into the dormitory. Don't get me wrong, Jedi is a kid, and he does this to hide a little. After all, it's a little too arrogant to slap someone else in broad daylight. After Jedi resisted the blatant female senior away, Lester smiled disdainfully. "You idiot, you dare to pretend to be big with me here." With that said, Lester called Malfoy again. Malfoy, who had just woken up, had sleepy eyes. He slept late last night, which made him not very energetic now. Draco, a female prefect, just sent someone a shout. After Lester finished speaking, Malfoy was already furious, wishing he could write a letter to his father right away. "Lester, I want to tell my father that Windsor is a half-breed, and his parents kneel and lick the garbage of the Ministry of Magic. As long as I write a letter to my father, they will lose their jobs immediately. Using power to overwhelm others is a trick that rich kids often do. For people of the same level, they will compete within the rules. Just like Malfoy and Harry, the duel between the two never played outside the box. Because their backgrounds are all at the same level, there is no need to resort to external tactics, and it is useless to do so. But for Windsor, the mixed-race female prefect, all it takes is a word from Malfoy, and her family will lose the jobs they depend on for survival." "Malfoy, you're such a bad guy." Lester chuckled. "There's no need to fire them all, just transfer them to the Auror office. It takes talents to enter the Ministry of Magic. Now the Ministry of Magic is in short supply of Aurors. We can ask Sister Windsor's parents to make up for it." Malfoy laughed thoughtfully. "Lester, you're so ugly." Lester smiled modestly. "You are not bad. You can know how to make outside moves. This is the biggest difference between pure blood and mixed blood." Malfoy immediately thought of using power to overwhelm others. But Windsor, the female prefect, obviously lives in an ivory tower and doesn't know what the real magic world is like. To come out, you must have strength and background. Not everyone can become famous. Pulling a first-year little wizard at random, Lester said lightly. After Jedi finishes slapping his mouth, tell him to just throw him in the lounge. Today is Saturday, which is supposed to be a good day. It's a pity that for Lester and Malfoy, today is extremely uncomfortable because they're going to be confined. Malfoy gets into a week of detention for a fight with Ron in Transfiguration class. Lester also got the quota for confinement because of organizing the Slytherin group night tour. On the other hand, Ron also had a bitter face, bid farewell to Harry, and went to Filch's office alone. "Lester, how do you think Filch will torture us? I heard from the seniors that he is a pervert." On the way to Filch's office, Malfoy chattered nonstop. This was his first time in confinement, but in fact he wasn't nervous at all. It's not because of anything else. The main reason is that his elder brother Lester is standing beside him, and he is still afraid of shit. Lester pondered. Who knows? You'll know if you meet him. As a time traveler, Lester knew a secret of Filch's, a secret that he would never want others to know. That is, Hogwarts Castle Keeper Filch is actually a squib. The meaning of a squib is very simple. That is, a person who cannot cast spells. But unlike muggles, squibs are not affected by muggle-shielding spells and can see many magical creatures, such as ghosts. They are not recognized by wizards, not accepted by the wizarding world. They were born in magical families and could not adapt to muggle society at all. Therefore, they have been living under the hedge of others in the magic world, becoming trash that anyone can bully. For example, Filch, he was able to become the castle administrator of Hogwarts because of Dumbledore's help. As the castle warden of Hogwarts, Filch has his own office, which is just around the corner on the first floor of the castle. Lester and Malfoy stepped to the door of Filch's office and saw Ron, who had just arrived. "Damn Weasley, it's really disgusting," Malfoy said lightly. "I feel sick all over when I think of being locked up with this kind of person." From Malfoy's point of view, Ron was Potter's dogleg, and he hated him as much as Potter. Lester smiled and didn't speak. He has been upset with Ron for a long time. If there is a chance, he doesn't mind cheating Ron. Ron also stared at Lester and Malfoy with dissatisfaction. The reputation of these two guys in Gryffindor was already bad. Thus, the three confronted each other at the door of Filch's office, until the door of Filch's office was pushed open from the inside. Three little wizards who made mistakes. That's great. Filch poked his head out gloomily, with a cruel smile on the corner of his mouth. Staring at the three of Lester, Filch said coldly, "What are you still doing standing at the door? Do you want me to invite you in?" Both Malfoy and Ron's expressions changed. Although they were prepared in their hearts, they still made people extremely nervous after facing Filch directly. Only Lester, he is not in the slightest panic now. On the contrary, he is still a little eager to try. It was nothing more than a squib. Even if he stood up and let him hit him, Filch couldn't hurt a single hair of himself. The most important thing is that I am now a person with a mission. As long as I and my little brother receive extra points or praise from Hogwarts professors or staff, they can give him a task point. 100 mission points is a Dolan ring, and the fear value in my system has accumulated to almost 50 W after several accumulations. Now the Sorting Hat, who may know his own situation, is still lying in the principal's office. There's only 1,000 days to be a thief and 1,000 days to guard against a thief. Who knows which day the Sorting Hat's memory went haywire, and it recalled the memory of that day. At that time, Dumbledore will directly lead a large army to Azkaban, and his foundation will be destroyed. I'm afraid that at that time, only the younger brothers will go to the United States. Although Filch is a squib, he still has some power in Hogwarts. Most importantly, he was a faculty member, and as long as he praised himself or Malfoy, he could get mission points. I heard from Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape that you three bad boys will be locked up with us for a week. Filch looked up and down the three of Lester like a man-hungry beast and kept laughing strangely. Malfoy and Ron were all hairy from being stared at, while Lester was calm and unchanged. I often suggest to Principal Dumbledore that we should restore the previous school's corporal punishment system. Only in this way can we learn a lesson for you, annoying troublemakers. Filch looked at the abandoned instruments of torture in the office. Whips, chains, shackles, everything. Caressing the whip in his hand, Filch reminisced very much, remembering the good time when he punished the students. After reminiscing for a while, seeing the three little wizards in front of him, except for Lester, Malfoy, and Ron were already trembling with fright. Then Filch said slowly, "Your task is very simple. Just follow me to clean up the castle. I will take you to clean up the castle during the day, and at night, you need to cooperate with me to find the little wizard who travels at night." With that said, Filch took out 3 brooms from the corner of the office and handed them to the three of Lester. "You're not allowed to use magic when it's closed. You can only use these things to clean," Filch said coldly. Taking the broom handed over by Filch, Lester swept the ground twice decently, not bad. Malfoy, on the other hand, had a bitter expression on his face. He was a young master, he stretched out his clothes, and he was used to opening his mouth when he was eating. He had never used a broom before. Even Ron, who was born in poverty, was very dissatisfied. Holding the broom in his hand, Ron asked smartly, "Why don't you use a magic wand? You know we are wizards, and cleaning up is a very simple spell. Even I'm Metropolis." Ron took out his wand and wanted to demonstrate. Seeing this scene of Ron, not only Lester was a little helpless, but even Malfoy was a little speechless about Ron's IQ. This is confinement, to punish your mistakes, not to let you clean. Sure enough, when Ron took out his wand, Filch, who was already very ugly, immediately flew into a rage. "What are you doing? I told you, you can't use a wand in confinement. Are you an idiot? Or can't you understand human language?" Filch looked at Ron, who was waving his wand with an indifferent face, and felt like he was going to explode. What he has pursued all his life, these little wizards are born to have. This is his eternal pain as a squib. After being scolded by Filch, Ron suddenly lost his temper. "Why can't you use magic? Isn't it normal to use magic in the wizarding world? Besides, even a little wizard like me can clean up a new spell." Unconvinced, Ron demonstrated it in front of Filch on the spot. I saw Ron waving his wand clumsily, chanting what he thought was a simple spell confidently, and casting the spell on a pile of rubbish in the corner. Caranapo. It's a pity that although it is simple to clean up a new one, not everyone can perform it successfully all at once. Although Ron, who was born in a wizard family, often saw his mother use the cleansing spell. He had never cast it himself. So, he failed logically. Although the spell casting failed, Ron still didn't care and was about to cast it again. Filch, who was beside him, saw Ron's stupid behavior and felt that his lungs were about to explode. The little wizard in front of me obviously has magical talent. Why not cherish it? But such a waste. Angrily snatching the wand from Ron, Filch subconsciously wanted to perform the action that he secretly practiced tens of thousands of times on weekdays. However, when he noticed that there were 3 little wizards in the room looking at him eagerly, Filch froze and his eyes were full of loneliness. "Put away your wand, and don't let me see it when I'm in confinement." Filch's voice became inexplicably hoarse, and he showed undisguised disgust at Ron's eyes. Ron took the wand indignantly and inserted it into his waist casually, and Filch's eyelids twitched again when he saw it. Malfoy would not let go of any opportunity to taunt the enemy, and sneered, "The Weasley idiots don't even know the meaning of confinement. It's ridiculous." Ron's face turned blue and purple with anger, and he wanted to refute, but seeing Filch staring at him like a hungry wolf, he shut up. "Why do people keep targeting me?" Ron muttered dissatisfiedly, and even held Filch in his heart. He just wanted to tell him that he could clean it faster with the cleansing charm. So he yelled at himself. No wonder George or Fred said there was something wrong with him. Regarding Ron being scolded, Lester could only say that he deserved it. He knew that although Filch was a squib, he never gave up his pursuit of magic. In fact, until now, he takes 1 day off every week to study magic outside. He worked harder than 90% of the young wizards at Hogwarts. Now, in front of such a hard-working person, Ron failed to cast his magic with such a bastard. Filch's mentality must have exploded when he thought that this kind of garbage could cast magic, but he couldn't cast it despite his efforts. It's no wonder he didn't hate Ron. "Now, pick up your brooms and go clean Hogwarts Castle with me." Filch gave Ron a hard look and took the broom and walked out first. Malfoy also glanced at Ron arrogantly and followed with strides. He had a very bad feeling about Filch before, but now, after Filch scolded Ron angrily, Brother Drag's sense of Filch soared. Lester followed closely behind, and Ron reluctantly fell behind. Following Filch, the 3 of Lester worked hard in the corridor on the first floor of Hogwarts. For people took brooms and started cleaning from the door of Filch's office, leaving no corners untouched. Filch skillfully cleaned every corner that was not easy to see. The trio behind them were fishing in troubled waters. Ron looked at the classmates playing outside the window with envy in his eyes. Malfoy looked at Filch's back holding the broom, thoughtfully. As for Lester, he simply leaned against the wall, thinking about how to establish a relationship with Filch. The castle administrator who has worked at Hogwarts for decades. If he can get Filch's friendship, then he will not be able to casually travel at night in the future. Moreover, the various hidden secret passages in Hogwarts are no longer secrets in front of my eyes. Just as Lester was thinking, Malfoy came over quietly. "Lester, did you notice that Filch seems to be cleaning with a broom all the time? We're in solitary, so we can't use wands, but he's not in solitary." Following the direction of Malfoy's finger, Lester happened to see Filch struggling to dig out the stains in the crevice. Lester's eyes lit up immediately. That's right. How could he forget what Filch, a squib, desires most? To be able to find time every day to sign up for the basic charm training class. Filch definitely wants to cast magic. Although I can't solve Filch's status as a squib, I can definitely make him cast magic. Patting Malfoy on the shoulder, Lester smiled and said, "Malfoy, our good days are coming." Malfoy was a little confused, so he didn't know why Lester said that. Lester stuck to Malfoy's ear and told his plan. Hearing Lester's plan, Malfoy was a little confused, but after knowing that he could trick Ron, he happily agreed. A few minutes later, Malfoy came to Ron's place as if nothing had happened and said in a low voice, "Weasley, you are such an idiot. You can't even clean up such a simple spell. What a pure blood shame." How could Ron be used to Malfoy's faults? And immediately whispered angrily, "Malfoy, what are you barking at?" Malfoy wasn't angry either. He just glanced at Ron suspiciously and said slowly, "Weasley, you're so stupid. Aren't you a squib? You know, rubbish squibs aren't worthy of studying at Hogwarts." "You say I'm a squib?" Ron said loudly, as if he had been humiliated. "You're the one." Hearing Ron shout, Malfoy and Lester looked at each other and smiled. It was done. Sure enough, upon hearing Ron shout, Filch ran over immediately and said viciously, "What are you talking about?" "Malfoy just said that I'm a squib." Ron had found his chance. This time Malfoy took the initiative to provoke him, and the reason was still with him, so Ron was very confident. Looking at the ferocious Filch, Ron made a small report without hesitation. "Malfoy just called me a squib, said I can't cast magic and I'm not worthy of staying at Hogwarts, and said I'm a waste." Sure enough, Filch was trembling with anger. His whole withered face was purple with anger. A squib who can't cast magic doesn't deserve to be in Hogwarts. Isn't that a situation? "You really said that?" Filch stared at Malfoy viciously. They have always looked down on the group of squibs for such vicious purebloods, so it didn't surprise him that they could say such things. Malfoy didn't panic at all and said flatly, "Mr. Filch, Ron is lying. Our Malfoy family has always respected the squib group. How could we say such hurtful things?" "You fart." Ron, who was sure of winning, said angrily, "You clearly said that squibs are rubbish and don't deserve to study in Hogwarts." As for the two who insisted on their opinions, Filch still prefers Ron. Although Ron had offended him before, and the Weasley twins had always troubled him, the Weasley family had always had a good reputation in the wizarding world. As for the Malfoy family, that can be said to be notorious. So, he wasn't surprised at all that Malfoy was able to say insulting things about squibs. So Filch glared at Malfoy without hesitation, gritted his teeth. Seeing that Filch was more inclined towards Ron, Malfoy calmly said, "Mr. Filch, don't you believe Weasley's nonsense? Our Malfoy family has always been close to squibs. In fact, there are quite a few squib employees in our family business. Moreover, our family has been working on solving the problem of wizard squibs recently, and now we have all made a lot of progress. So, how can I... The Malfoy family has always cared about the squib group. There are quite a few squibs in the Malfoy family estate. Fart. Not even a squib can be seen in Malfoy Manor. The squibs in the factory are even more miserable, being regarded as cheap labor that is not as good as Muggle wizards and squeezed by the Malfoy family. But would a small castle administrator know about these things? You said that your Malfoy family has been working on solving the problem that squibs can't perform magic? Filch's voice was hoarse. Although he thought it was impossible, he still asked. "Of course, I'm the sole heir of the Malfoy family. Would I lie to you, little castle administrator?" Malfoy's nostrils were upturned, and his expression was arrogant, as if I was a pure-blooded young master and I would not lie. Ron on the side laughed secretly, thinking that Filch would be furious. "Result. Then have you come up with the results of your research?" Filch was excited and anxious, not caring about Malfoy's arrogant attitude. His heartbeat couldn't help beating fast, and his breathing gradually became heavier. Filch was like an unlucky drowning man who found the last straw. Malfoy pretended not to care and snorted, "Nonsense! Our family is the richest family in the entire wizarding world." Hearing Malfoy's affirmative answer, Filch's heart almost jumped into his throat. Although Malfoy was very arrogant, he really didn't need to lie to himself. Malfoy then said arrogantly, "Our current Malfoy family's products can already help the squib group realize some basic magic spells. As long as that squib is not an idiot and knows the gestures and incantations of those basic spells, then they're no different from normal wizards." As he said that, Malfoy directly took out his wand, pointed at the gap that Filch had been cleaning up for a long time, and shouted, "Clean it up." In an instant, the dirt in the gap was cleaned up. It's like this: as long as all squibs can cast spells and spells in the future and hold the wand produced by our Malfoy family, then he can cast these simple spells. Hearing the bright future that Malfoy said, Filch almost passed out with excitement. He has practiced basic spells for more than 20 years and even secretly hid a second-hand wand, practicing secretly in his bedroom every night. What for? Isn't it just to be able to cast a spell? Now, The dream that he couldn't realize in his whole life was actually realized so easily in Malfoy's mouth. Filch swallowed forcefully, opened his mouth. His face was as ugly as eating shit, and he said hoarsely, "Master Malfoy, where can I buy the product you mentioned?" At this time, Filch had the slightest bit of ferocity before, with a humble face, like a middle-aged worker who begged the company to lay off employees, not to lay off his own. Since it was the first time to be so submissive to a student, Filch was not used to it. But in order to cast magic and fulfill my lifelong dream, it's all worth it. Malfoy's eyes lit up, and he looked back at Lester. After seeing Lester nodded to him, Malfoy cleared his throat. Our Malfoy family only produces high-quality products. However, our family has invested a lot of gold galleons in researching special wands for squibs, and they will definitely be put on the market in the future. Perhaps 10 or 20 years later, you will be able to see our Malfoy family's special wand for squibs in the market. Although I also sympathize with those squibs, I still have some doubts about my father's approach, because the price of these wands is not affordable for the squibs. Filch's mood suddenly fell from the clouds to the bottom of the valley. In 10 or 20 years, he might have passed away long ago. Even if he is still alive, according to Malfoy, his life savings may not be able to afford the squib special wand. Before the big ups and downs, Filch only felt like he had been on a roller coaster. Malfoy had shown him a chance to do magic, but the chance had passed. Filch is very bitter. He wants to complain about the injustice of the world. Why let him be born into a wizard family and not give him magic? Why give him hope and then strangle him alive? Looking at Filch, who was already crying and laughing, and his mood was a little abnormal, Lester became anxious. Cough, cough, cough. Lester covered his throat, reminding Malfoy to speak quickly. Don't drive Filch crazy like Fangins haunt you. Filch, why are you so excited? Malfoy said nonchalantly. If you want to take a look, there are quite a few semi-finished products in our family that are ready to use, and I can show them to you. Of course, they won't be put on the market because they are too expensive to build, and they are not very practical. What are you talking about? Filch was about to go crazy. He grabbed Malfoy's little hand directly and drew a red mark on Brother Yan's wrist. Originally still lamenting the injustice of fate, Malfoy turned around and told that there was a semi-finished product ready to use. Let me go. Malfoy panicked. Filch's appearance doesn't look like a good person, and now this kind of weirdo is holding his hand. Brother Drag must not be able to bear it. Hearing Malfoy's scolding, Filch knew that he had lost his composure and immediately let go of Malfoy. However, he still asked expectantly, Master Malfoy, you mean you can bring the squib special wand you mentioned? Malfoy shook his hand in pain and snorted coldly. Of course, I am the sole heir of our Malfoy family. Looking at Malfoy, who was thrashing his wrist in pain, and at the broom in his hand, Filch hesitated for a long time and finally made a decision that went against his ancestors. Master Malfoy, I accidentally hurt you just now. Just rest beside me. In order to obtain what Malfoy called the special wand for squibs, Filch, the castle administrator, tried his best. He didn't dare to let Malfoy do it when he was sweeping the floor, and wished he could directly confess to Malfoy in the office. Not only that, but Lester Filch loves everything. He didn't dare to let Lester do any physical work, but let him take a broom and scratch on the ground, for fear of offending Lester and speaking ill of himself in front of Malfoy. Since the workload is 4 people, Lester and Malfoy can't work now, so the workload is all on Ron. Weasley, is this the floor you swept? Look at the rubbish. Can you work? Malfoy put his hands behind his back, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth, picking on Ron's faults. Filch on the side turned a deaf ear, as if he was working hard and I didn't hear it. Ron, on the other hand, had a bitter face, cleaning up the garbage on the ground bitterly. Malfoy, Lester, Filch, I must take revenge on you. Ron secretly gritted his teeth angrily. But now, in Filch's hands, Ron could only endure Malfoy's poisonous tongue in silence. Malfoy was making trouble with Ron, while Lester stood by and wondered, thinking about Filch's wand. What Malfoy told Filch just now is all false. In fact, No one in the wizarding world cares about the low-level group of squibs. It is also impossible for the Malfoy family to invest huge sums of money in researching special wands for squibs, so there's no such so-called wand on the market. I'm going back to Azkaban tonight. While sweeping the floor, Lester made up his mind. If there are things in the wizarding world, Azkaban must have them, but if there are things that are not in the magical world, Azkaban still has them. Although there is no alchemy subject in the Azkaban Vocational and Technical College, there is Victor, a great inventor, in it. Lester believed that just the little tricks of fluorescent technique and cleaning up would definitely not trouble Victor. After making up his mind, Lester immediately came to Malfoy's side and whispered a few words. After listening to Malfoy, he found Filch without hesitation. "Mr. Filch, my friend Lester and I want to ask for leave." "Ask for leave?" Filch's eyes widened. "This TM confinement can still ask for leave? Didn't it say that I'm going to bring you a special wand for squibs?" Malfoy opened his eyes and said nonsense without taking a breath. "So now we want to go home, and the house elf can take us back. If you're not in a hurry, then we can also put you in confinement." When Filch heard that it was for his wand, he hurriedly said, don't worry, you guys go home. Let me do the work." Satisfied, Malfoy gave Lester a smug look, and the two walked away, leaving only Ron standing there aggrieved. After arriving at the Slytherin lounge, Lester turned back to Malfoy and said, "I'm going out to settle the matter with Filch's wand, so you just stay in the lounge and don't get caught." After speaking, Lester went to the dormitory alone. Looking at the back of Lester leaving, Malfoy was a little curious about Lester's background. There are classes in Hogwarts, and pure-blood wizards are the highest class, and they have many rights that ordinary people can't see. Just like Malfoy, he has a house elf by his side to take care of him. When other little muggle-born wizards have not seen their parents for more than a month, these pure-bloods can return home immediately only by relying on house elves. Apparently, Lester also has a house elf. People don't know, but they are not stunned. Isn't it a gentleman? Some people don't know my name, but I haven't gotten angry yet. This is already a gentleman. A gentleman is not powerful if he is not serious. My lord, you must hit hard, otherwise you won't be able to establish your prestige. In Azkaban prison, several wizards wearing wizard robes and holding language books in their hands are leading the recitation while shaking their heads. In the prison cell, all the wizards in prisoner costumes also followed each sentence, with surprised looks in their eyes from time to time, obviously understanding. Mundungus Fletcher followed along with a dazed expression, lamenting how fast the world was changing. When he entered Azkaban a few years ago, there were still Dementors rampant, and some unlucky ones would lose their lives from time to time. As a result, the new warden has made reforms, not only revoking the position of Dementors, but also adding daily morning reading activities, which makes Mundungus feel very novel. Just when Montan was secretly novel, the morning reading ended, and the wizards who were leading the morning reading in wizard robes came to Montan's cell. "New here. Why did you come in because of something?" Mike raised his eyelids and asked routinely. Montan knew that these people were prison guards, so he didn't dare to neglect it all, and said honestly, "I came in because of stealing things. I stole bottles of polyjuice from the potion shop in Diagon Alley, and they exploded as soon as I got them." Montan was very uncomfortable. Ever since a group of powerful counterfeit medicine gangs entered the magic world, his life as a thief has been difficult. Either the stolen potion was not effective, or would explode if shaken violently. And this time, he was even sent to prison. Pure blood wizard, thief. Mike took out the list, shook his head, typed behind Montan's name, and then started to ask the next person. Azkaban Vocational and Technical College must have fresh blood to join, so every week the college will send people to investigate talents. If one has a special talent, then after passing the exam, one can obtain the qualification to enter the Azkaban Vocational and Technical Academy. Without special talent, it is not without opportunities. As long as you can complete a prerequisite, you can still enter Hogwarts Vocational and Technical College. That is to be like Franklin, who, as a Muggle wizard, was framed and imprisoned by pure-blood wizards, suffering a lot of hatred. If you can meet these conditions, congratulations, You have entered the Azkaban Vocational and Technical Academy with 1 foot. The cells of the light criminals in Azkaban were reciting the language, and the cells of the serious criminals were not idle either. Every time between classes, Victor would sneak to the felony area of Azkaban to have a tryst with Sirius. "Brother Dog, this time I brought you your favorite chicken drumsticks. Try it. Is it your favorite taste?" Victor's face was like a chrysanthemum, and he put the chicken leg in the cell with a smile on his face, and then stared at the big black dog in the cell expectantly. The serious dog in the form of an animagus twitched its nose slightly, wanting to saliva uncontrollably. There was endless longing for chicken legs in his eyes, but when he saw Victor who was staring at him, he turned his head away. Victor wasn't angry either, and said in a gentle voice, "Brother Dog, just follow me. I promise, I, Victor, will treat you well in the future. Give me a chance, let me study you, or that bastard Scar really won me over." Serious. She curled her lips in disdain and said it nicely, but in the end she was not greedy for her body. I don't know what happened in Azkaban. The Dementors who usually sucked his emotions disappeared. On the contrary, a group of guys with very strange ideas and perverted behaviors have become jailers, and they still look for themselves from time to time, wanting their own bodies. Sigh. Looking at the persevering Victor outside the door, Sirius secretly sighed, thinking of the good time with the Dementors. At that time, he lay on the straw every day, closed his eyes, and let the Dementors ravage him. However, with the Dementors gone, it would be good for this group of perverts to be jailers. At least he could understand Harry's life now. Wow, woof! Sirius glanced at the chatterer and tried to say that he was the same as Victor, who cooperated with him in his research, and said coldly, "Woof, woof. The meaning is very simple, yes, but you have to exchange things." Victor, although he is very knowledgeable, he really doesn't understand dog language. Looking at the bewildered Victor, Sirius blushed. Damn it, he forgot to change back to human form. Ahem. Awkwardly changed back to human form, Sirius pretended to be cold and said a little jerky, "Old rules, Harry. Take a photo, otherwise don't talk about it. People don't talk too much." This is Sirius' character design now. After all, he has lived with Dementors for so many years, and his ability to speak will be degraded. "Brother Dog, your appetite is getting bigger and bigger recently. Scar can afford it. I, Victor, am a poor man. Harry Potter photos are not cheap now." Victor cried poorly for a while, but after seeing Sirius showing contempt and no reaction, Victor also stopped crying poorly. "Okay, you're the big brother. I'll listen to you. Give me 100 hairs first." While speaking, Victor took out 10 photos from his pocket, all of which were the savior, Harry Potter. Across the cage, Sirius couldn't wait to take the photos handed over by Victor, and Sirius hungrily flipped through them. From time to time, he let out a strange giggle, just like a perverted sorghum. Little Harry entered the wizarding world for the first time, boarded the Hogwarts Express for the first time, was the first branch of Harry, and took potion class for the first time. "Harry, how are you doing now?" Sirius looked at him. His eyes were as if they had sand in them, and their sockets were red. Caressing Harry in the photo, Sirius' face was full of kindness and intoxication, not all like the dog brother who was cold and cold just now. "Pull out. By the way, try not to pull out in one place when you pull it out. I'm afraid others will see it and misunderstand it." Carefully hiding Harry's photo in the corner, Sirius changed back to the animagus state and came to Victor. Victor, who witnessed the whole process of Sirius, felt a little uncomfortable. This is a man with a story. Unfortunately, he is just an Auror in Azkaban, a professor of Azkaban Vocational and Technical College, and a capable man under Lord Lie. Maybe I can tell Grandpa Lie his story. Victor plucked the dog's hair and wanted to give his dog brother a chance. In the whole of Azkaban, the relationship between Victor and Brother Go is the best. Although Scar spent a lot of money to buy Harry's photo in the middle, he asked for a lot of dog hair from Brother Go and even plucked his butt. But the friendship between Victor and Brother Go is the deepest. From one transaction after another, Victor feels that Brother Go should be a good man with affection and righteousness. Even if a person is in prison, he still can't forget his godson outside. How touching it is. As for the Ministry of Magic saying that Brother Dog betrayed his friends and blew up a street, Victor scoffed at it. Eyes can't deceive people. Victor believes that Brother Go is a good man with love and righteousness. After plucking the dog hair, Victor took out another chicken leg, put in the cell, and then turned and left. Only Sirius was left secretly sad at Harry's photo. At this time, Azkaban Vocational and Technical College, the principal's room. Lester flipped through the homework of each subject in a daze, feeling that he was a bit behind the times. Gangster lesson, robbing a Ministry of Magic official and hanging him naked on a street lamp. The higher the official position, the higher the score. Snitch class, launch a daily air raid on the Ministry of Magic, and then escape the pursuit of the Aurors. Points will be deducted if caught, and you will fail 3 times. Blasting class, attack the ancestral home of a pure-blooded noble. 1 point for each attic blown up. Must be a rich and unkind pure-blooded noble. The homework of these 3 courses is so cruel, Lester never expected. This is not over yet. If the work of Song Biao and Brian is just brutal, then the role of Scar and Victor is a bit perverted. Scar, buy photos of Harry Potter's daily life at a high price for a long time. If it is commemorative, you can increase the purchase price as appropriate. Victor, long-term acquisition of photos of the Savior's daily life. In addition, a high price is offered for the color of Harry's underpants. The purchase is done in good faith, and the price is generous. Lester, he just wanted Victor to make him a wand so he could see how the school was doing. Unexpectedly, these prisoners played so. Flipping through the homework of several important subjects, Lester heard a knock on the door. Come in. Lester knew who was coming, and said without raising his head. Afterwards, Victor pushed the door in with a smile on his face, flattering him. Master Lie, are you looking for me? Lester didn't answer, and threw the subject homework in front of Victor, saying in a bad mood, Victor, you're the professor of our Azkaban Vocational and Technical College. You're not a paparazzi who secretly took pictures. Is there something wrong with you? You secretly took pictures of Harry Potter's chicken feathers? It is said that the prisoners of Azkaban are very courageous. Song Biao and their mission is to carry out terrorist attacks, and Victor and Scar turn out to be secretly filming Harry Potter. You know, Harry Potter is now the baby of Dumbledore's faction. Don't think you can see it casually at Hogwarts. It will be difficult for other off-campus personnel to see it. After all, it was Hogwarts where Dumbledore was in charge. Master Lie, I also have my own difficulties. Victor told Lester about Sirius with a bitter face. We have one in the felony section of Azkaban prison. You mean that Sirius traded his dog's fur for a photo of Harry Potter, and it's still worthless in Azkaban? Lester only felt that his 3 views had been impacted today. He thought that the prisoner's homework was absurd enough, but he didn't expect that Sirius had come out now. Sirius of the Order of the Phoenix, Bella of the Death Eaters, and a large number of pure blood fans of Voldemort. These people were all imprisoned in the serious criminal area of Azkaban. They didn't cause trouble, and Lester didn't bother to care about them. Needless to say, Bella's group of Death Eaters must be his #1 enemy. After Voldemort is resurrected, maybe he will make trouble. So he definitely couldn't make them feel better. If it wasn't for laying mines for Voldemort, he would have already given those scumbags Death Eaters to humanity. Bella and those scumbags can be humane, but Sirius is not humane. Of course, even if it was an inhuman Sirius, he couldn't be released directly. Each is their own master. Harry Potter belongs to Dumbledore, so Sirius will definitely stand on Dumbledore's side. The best way now is to maintain the current model and let Victor and Scar trade with Sirius without personally coming forward. Seeing that Lester had no interest in understanding Sirius, Victor tactfully did not mention it. So Victor said awkwardly, Master Lie, with Brother Go No, with the hair of Sirius, I have really achieved a lot of research results. For example, this is my newly developed battle wand, which also has a transfiguration spell casting function installed on it. Under the supply of life, spring water, transfiguration can be performed without hindrance. As he spoke, Victor excitedly took out a dark brown wand. On the surface, it looked like a magic wand, but when Lester took it over, he was surprised to find that it was actually a metal wand. "Grandpa Lie, you could try it," Victor proudly said. "You only need to put something in your mouth that you want to transform, and it can transform, but now he can only transform into dead objects. And if he is alive, he can only transform into a big black dog." Lester suddenly became interested, facing his desk, raised his wand, and said lightly, "Become a door." In an instant, the octagonal table in front of Lester disappeared, replaced by a very heavy wooden door. A hint of surprise flashed in Lester's eyes. He had clearly sensed just now that he had only used a trace of magic power to activate the wand. Victor explained in a very timely manner, "Master Lie, we can now find a batch of squibs to train into an army. I've researched it. This wand can be used not only by wizards, but also by squibs. As long as there is magic in the body, it can be used." "Can it be used if it has magic power?" Lester's heart moved. "Isn't this just for Filch?" Returning the magic wand in his hand to Victor, Lester said lightly, "Victor, do you have a magic wand that can cast life magic?" "Life magic?" Victor was a little taken aback. "What does Master Lie want this kind of wand for?" Yes. Victor nodded quickly, reached into the non-marking expansion bag, and fumbled for a while, and then took out another wand. Unlike the latest battle wand, this wand looks extremely tattered, and the material is not metal, but wood. "Master Lie, I modified this with a second-hand wand. I can't cast other magic now, but I can cast life magic without hindrance. It's a defective product." Lester took the wand, pointed at the corner, made a clean-up gesture, and drank. Clean up. After a while, the corners that were originally dusty became spotless. Lester nodded in satisfaction. "This wand can also be used with a squib, and it's just right for Filch and Tatters." "Victor, your invention is very good and must be praised," Lester said happily. "In the future, your research funding will be increased by 3 tiers, and the whole school will give a notice of praise. Work hard in the future. I am very optimistic about you." "Thank you, Mr. Lie. Thank you, Mr. Lie." Victor was overjoyed. Scar next door has already started researching chemical weapons, and his magic wand can turn into small animals. He thought he would be scolded by Master Lie, but unexpectedly. Although he was so happy that he flew up, Victor has not lost his mind. Seeing Lester put the broken wand in his arms, Victor quickly said, "Grandfather, this wand is just a defective product. It will break within a few weeks. Would you like me to make you a new good one?" "Will it break in a few weeks?" Lester was taken aback, then shook his head with a smile. It would be a good thing that it would break in a few weeks, and he was worried that Filch would turn his face against anyone if he took the wand, although the probability of this was very small. Now, this wand will break, so Lester can rest assured that Filch will let him handle it when the time comes. After putting away the broken wand, Lester called Song Biao to give some instructions, and then let Kaka take him back to Hogwarts. It was already late at night when Lester returned to Hogwarts, and, after running for a day, Lester simply washed up and fell asleep. On Sunday, the other little wizards slept in their dormitories during the holidays, but Lester and Malfoy came out early. "Lester, you really did it." Malfoy took the trouble to cast a cleaning spell on the stains in the corridor, feeling the magic of this wand. It's so interesting that it doesn't consume his magic power, even though he cast the cleansing spell. Today, the 2 unlucky children will be in confinement. In fact, not only today, they will be in confinement for next month. But Lester and Malfoy are not worried at all, because it is there. Playing with the battered wand in his hand, Malfoy turned into a magic fortress and violently attacked every corner of the corridor with a cleansing spell. Little wizards have limited magic power, and they can't keep casting cleansing spells. Now that he has the opportunity, he naturally wants to have fun. Walking, Lester and Malfoy came near Filch's office. At the door of the office, Filch stood looking forward to the direction of the Slytherin lounge. The look of anticipation made Ron sick to his stomach. Finally, when Filch saw the figures of Lester and Malfoy, a gleam of joy flashed across his face. But when he saw Malfoy gesticulating with his wand and casting spells frantically, Filch's face immediately looked as ugly as a dead horse. He hated the little wizard casting spells in front of him the most. That feeling made him jealous and wanted to separate qualitatively. Seeing Filch's ugly face, Ron was secretly happy. Master Malfoy. Filch was very upset at first, but he reluctantly went up to say hello because he wanted something from someone. As a result, as soon as he walked in, Filch stayed where he was. Malfoy was indeed casting a spell, and it was the cleansing charm he'd always dreamed of, but he wasn't using his wand. Filch is neither blind nor fool. He knows how gorgeous and delicate Malfoy's wand is. It is almost impossible for this kind of pure blood to use such a broken wand. Seeing Filch, Malfoy's eyes lit up, and he handed over the broken wand casually, saying indifferently, "Here you are, the squib wand you asked for." Filch. Malfoy had told him about the wand yesterday, and he thought Malfoy had only tricked him to escape confinement. But now he has seen the scene where Malfoy cast the cleansing spell crazily just now. Holding the battered wand in his hand, Filch had a very unreal feeling. I have pursued a goal that I have never been able to achieve in my whole life. Is it possible that I have achieved it now? Clean it up. Filch was full of expectation and cast a cleaning spell on a pile of garbage in the corner. Years of practice, plus weekly training classes, Filch is very familiar with the cleansing spell. Before, no matter how much he used that brand new wand, he couldn't use it, but now he succeeded. Tears tried to well out of Filch's eyes, and he felt like his eyes were in elephants. Malfoy said indifferently, "Mr. Filch, this is just a rudimentary product I took out from home, and I can only use the lighting spell to clean it up. And I hope that Mr. Filch will not talk about it outside. Our family does not want people to know about the special wand for squibs. The Malfoys don't want anyone to know about the squib wand." Filch looked terrified and hurriedly stated, "Don't worry, Master Malfoy. I will definitely not tell anyone." At the same time, Filch was secretly pleased that it was better not to tell others, and he didn't want others to know his identity as a squib. Malfoy nodded in satisfaction and took the lead towards Filch's office. Filch immediately followed Malfoy obediently like an old slave. At the door of the office, Ron was waiting anxiously. He was already very impatient, but when he saw this scene, he felt disgusted like swallowing a fly. He had to wait at the door when he came early, but after Lester and Malfoy arrived, Filch did go to greet them in person. This is not over yet. They finally entered the office, and as soon as the three of Ron got the broom, Filch hurriedly said, "Master Malfoy, Master Bader, the content of your confinement today is to clean my office, so you don't need to take a broom." While talking, Filch thoughtfully took out 2 stools confiscated from the students and put them neatly together. Seeing this, Lester smiled at Malfoy and put down the broom in his hand. "Nonsense. Who wants to work if they can be lazy? Weasley, what are you in a daze for?" Filch saw that Ron's face was not good, so he didn't show him any good face and scolded, "Hurry up and pick up your broom and clean the castle with me. Don't want to be lazy." Ron gritted his teeth and reluctantly picked up the broom under Filch's urging. After Filch left, Lester and Malfoy unceremoniously sat on the prepared chairs. He gave Filch the ability to cast spells, and Filch wanted to confess to the 2 of Lester, so naturally they would not be polite now. Suddenly, as soon as the 2 sat down, they heard a sharp cat meowing. Meow! A Norwegian forest cat came out of the corner slowly with catwalks, staring at Lester and Malfoy with hostility in his eyes. Mrs. Norris, Filch's most cherished treasure, a cat that Filch raised from childhood. The nightmare of countless Gryffindor night-walking little wizards. With flexible movements and keen hearing, it can easily find night-walking little wizards in the middle of the night. Slightly straightening her back, Mrs. Norris was furry all over, apparently thinking of the 2 of them as little wizards who entered Filch's office to make trouble. Malfoy was a little scared, but Lester didn't panic at all and said calmly, "Filch made the 2 of us sit here. Our confinement task is to take care of you and his office." While Lester opened his eyes and told nonsense, he took out a large bag of dried fish from the non-marking expansion bag. The prisoner of Azkaban prepared a large bag of food for Lester so that his headmaster would not starve at Hogwarts. Not to mention that the big bag of small fish is dry. He can find even dragon meat from the non-marking expansion bag. Want to try it? Mrs. Norris. Lester took out a small dried fish from the bag and placed it in front of Mrs. Norris. Meow. Madame Norris looked disdainful. She was a moral cat. She only ate what Filch fed. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, Mrs. Norris' nose trembled slightly, and her footsteps stopped unconsciously. A little fragrant. This was Mrs. Norris's first thought. Glancing at the small dried fish on the ground, Mrs. Luo Leasy swallowed her saliva, thinking, "I'll just lick it. Don't eat it." 10 minutes later, Mrs. Norris, do a somersault and show Malfoy. Meow. In Filch's office, both Lester and Malfoy stood up, holding small dried fish in their hands, and cheered excitedly. Mrs. Norris turned over backwards, then landed on the front of her feet and stood firm on her back feet, perfectly completing a backflip in the air. "Ha! I knew Mrs. Norris could do it, Malfoy. Give me the money." Lester hurriedly handed Mrs. Norris a small dried fish, and then snatched 10 copper nuts from the resentful Malfoy. "Mrs. Norris, I think you are thin. Why are you so strong at the critical moment?" Malfoy looked resentful, embarrassed to show Mrs. Norris who was eating dried fish. At first, Lester asked Malfoy to feed him, but Malfoy was a little disgusted and unwilling to approach Mrs. Norris. As a result, when he found out that Mrs. Norris actually let him touch, Malfoy fell for him. "Lester, look, she let me touch it." Malfoy put a small dried fish in his hand for Mrs. Norris to eat, and he was stroking the cat with the other hand. Filch did physical work all day, and his hands were so rough that Mrs. Norris felt strangled when he stroked the cat. But Malfoy's 5 fingers did not touch the spring water since he was a child. His skin was tender and his flesh was tender, and he was quite up to date when he picked up a cat. And while being masturbated, you can eat small dried fish at the same time. Where can you find such a good thing? Seeing this, Malfoy became more courageous and directly hugged the kitten Norris in his arms and picked up the cat's head. Mrs. Norris also had a look of enjoyment, and she meowed, tickling Malfoy's heart. Malfoy was stroking the cat, while Lester was looking at Filch's office curiously. "You know, this is a good place. Many contraband confiscated by Filch are placed here. For example, the Twins Marauders map, an artifact that can monitor the entire Hogwarts, was stolen from Filch by the two of them." Just as Malfoy was petting the cat while Lester was looking at Filch's office, the door of Filch's office was suddenly pushed open. "Mrs. Norris, where are you?" Filch rushed in a panic and shouted, "Are you in the office?" Filch was so excited because he got the special wand for squibs, and he couldn't wait to go out after settling the two of Lester. In the corridor, Filch unscrupulously cast the cleansing charm, and Ron was stunned by the skillful casting gestures and rapid frequency. His mother didn't dare to use the cleaning spell like this when cleaning at home, for fear that the magic power in her body would not be enough. But Filch can basically cast a cleansing spell every second. This frequency surprised Ron. Filch was having fun at first, but while playing, Filch suddenly realized that something was wrong. There were few people around him. Mrs. Norris disappeared, and Filch panicked. This is the kitten who accompanied him every day. Filch trembled with fright at the thought of the mischievous Gryffindor student's malice towards Mrs. Norris, for fear that some little wizard would attack Mrs. Norris. Even Ron didn't have time to worry. Filch ran back to the office directly, and then watched Malfoy's ambiguous actions with Mrs. Norris. Mrs. Norris leaned lazily on Malfoy's shoulder, licking Malfoy's palm with her little tongue. Malfoy kept stroking the kitten's body with his hands, making the kitten meow. Seeing this scene, Filch stood there dumbfounded, his head exploded, and he was in a trance for a while. Meow. Mrs. Norris, who was enjoying herself, suddenly jumped up from Malfoy's body, startling Malfoy. As soon as Malfoy turned his head, he saw Filch standing at the door, trembling, dripping with sweat, and his lips were still trembling crazily. "Mr. Filch, you can listen to my explanation." Malfoy was inexplicably guilty, subconsciously shouted, "I have nothing to do with Mrs. Norris." Mrs. Norris also meowed, with a very humane expression of embarrassment on her face. Meow, 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 meow. Filch, I just ate some dried fish from him. One person and one cat explained frantically in the office as if they had been caught and raped in bed. Especially Malfoy. It was nothing to lick the cat, but seeing Filch's distraught expression, he only felt extremely guilty. You guys, just as Filch was about to speak, he saw food residue on the corner of Mrs. Norris's mouth. Then his eyes shifted to the large bag of dried fish in Malfoy's hand. The prisoners of Azkaban are all people of the scene, and what is given to Masterly must be the best. So this big bag of dried fish is also luxuriously hardcover, and the price of just one bag can cover Filch's salary for half a year. Looking at the hardcover dried fish in Malfoy's hand, and at Mrs. Norris, whose face was glistening with food, Filch's heart ached. You guys go ahead, I left my broom in the office, I'll come back and get it. With a cry in his voice, Filch came to the corner in a daze, and quickly left with a broom. He knew that he was the one who should leave here. Mrs. Norris has suffered with her for the past few years. She is a squib, and she is thankful to have a job in the wizarding world. So he didn't dare to have extravagant demands on salary, and Principal Dumbledore didn't seem to know and only gave him some living expenses every month. Even the money to go to the elementary training class for spells every week, he managed to get it from Principal Dumbledore. A waste like himself has no way to make Mrs. Norris happy. He can't even afford hardcover cat food. Mrs. Norris, I hope Malfoy can treat you well in the future. Filch muttered something in a voice only he could hear and left resolutely. Meow. Seeing Filch leaving, Mrs. Norris followed quickly without even looking at Malfoy. Mrs. Norris likes dried fish, but she likes Filch even more. After Filch and Mrs. Norris left, one by one, Malfoy felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. Why did he hate Potter and Ron? Because in Malfoy's view, it was Ron who pried away his good friend, Harry. Obviously, it was the first time he met Lester Harry in Mrs. Malkin's robe shop, and the first thing he did after getting on the train was to look for Potter, wanting to make friends with him. According to my own thinking, Lester, Potter, and myself should become friends. But now, Lester was extremely close to him, but Potter was drifting away. Now, if you feed Mrs. Norris by yourself, isn't that a third party? Malfoy was a little uncomfortable, sullen, and sat on the chair without speaking. Lester didn't pay attention to him either. Kid, I guess he'll forget about it in a while. The most important thing for him now is to find a way to get the twin brothers Marauders map. Lester has already figured it out. As long as his fear is already 50W, the whole family can add 5 points of magic power to himself in terms of mana. At that time, if I exchange a few Dolan rings from the mission store, then I will have the strength comparable to the 4 deans. You know, in the entire magic world, Dumbledore is the strongest in the world and belongs to the top of the first echelon. Then the 4 principals are the mid-level powerhouses of the first echelon. Except for Dumbledore, Voldemort, and Grindelwald, these 3 devil-level powerhouses are the most powerful of them. If you want to steal the Sorting Hat, you must always pay attention to the whereabouts of Dumbledore and the 4 principals. Only when Principal Dumbledore is not in the school and the 4 principals are separated can he take action himself. A Marauder's map is what he must get. As long as you have it, you can control the movements of everyone in Hogwarts School. Because he gave Filch a special wand for squibs, Filch treats Lester and Malfoy very well. They were allowed to rest in the office during the day, and they were not allowed to participate in the night tour at night. So they were directly sent back to the dormitory to rest. The next morning, the first-year Slytherin wizards gathered at the door of Lester's dormitory, as usual, waiting for their elder brother to go out. A huge group of young wizards gathered in the lounge, and many senior wizards cast surprise glances. They didn't expect that after only 1 week of school, Slytherin's first year would elect a big brother. Lester quickly came out of the dormitory without keeping the boys waiting, and with a big wave of his hand, the large group headed to the cafeteria. While eating in the cafeteria, the little wizards happily talked about their exciting experience on Friday. After eating, the large group went to the Charms classroom. As usual, Gryffindor sat on one side and Slytherin on the other. However, Lester did not sit at the front this time, but sat in the middle. The professor can get bonus points and praises, and my younger brother can also get bonus points and praises. So, it is necessary for me to lead everyone to learn. And sitting in the middle, he can control the overall situation very well. Lester wants to see who is not studying hard in class. Taking advantage of the absence of class, Lester told Malfoy, "You have a good foundation in spells. Go to the front row and help other students." In full bloom, Malfoy is in charge of the front row, and he is in charge of the middle and back rows. The main thing is that Slytherin still has too few talents, either a fool or an idiot, and no one can beat him except Malfoy. So I can only get tired. After a while, Professor Flitwick came, a legendary wizard with a height of only 1.4 meters, with half of the blood of the goblin in his body. However, don't underestimate him because of his stature, because he is not only the dean of Ravenclaw College, but also the champion of the Digital World Fighting Competition when he was young. Because Professor Flitwick is not tall enough, he has to step on a stool every time he goes to class so that everyone can see him. Today we will talk about the levitation charm. Professor Flitwick raised his wand and demonstrated it in front of all the students. Wingardium Leviosa saw Flitwick chanting the spell, and with a tap of his wand, the feathers on the podium floated up. After demonstrating the effect, Professor Flitwick began his lecture. First of all, your posture must be correct. Professor Flitwick repeated the casting posture several times. The little wizards in the audience also imitated it one after another. Unfortunately, except for a few children from pure-blood families, basically there is no standard casting posture. In the magic world, except for intentional training, young wizards rarely have the opportunity to cast spells. Because magic is miraculous and rigorous, a wrong spell may have unexpected consequences. Therefore, even if it is a pure-blooded family, the little wizard cannot cast magic freely without someone watching over him. Not to mention the young wizard from the Muggle world, who are not even qualified to perform magic outside of school. Very good, Mr. Bader. Your posture is very standard. Flitwick stepped off the podium to check each one. Seeing Lester's spellcasting action, Flitwick was very satisfied and asked Lester to demonstrate it several times in front of everyone. In order for Flitwick to give himself extra points, Lester naturally demonstrated it several times seriously. Not bad, very good. Flitwick took the lead in applauding and said, 10 points for Slytherin. Ding. Receive praise from Professor Flitwick, task point +1. Ding. Get bonus points from Professor Flitwick, mission point +1. Ding. Receive praise from Professor Flitwick, mission point +1. Lester's eyes lit up. In just a few minutes, there are 3 missions. Professor Flitwick is really a big fat sheep. So Lester raised his wand without hesitation, pointed at the feathers on the table, and read, Wingardium Leviosa. Then, without accident, the floating spell was successfully cast, and the feather floated smoothly. Professor Flitwick was stunned for a moment, then happily said, 5 points for Slytherin. Ding! Get bonus point from Professor Flitwick, mission point +1. There is no teacher who doesn't like geniuses, so Flitwick gave Lester extra points without hesitation. Afterwards, Flitwick returned to the podium again and began to emphasize the chanting of the spell. After emphasizing it for more than 10 minutes, Flitwick said slowly, now you can start practicing with confidence. Hearing Professor Flitwick's words, many young wizards couldn't wait to practice. Unfortunately, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Not every student is Lester. 5 minutes later, in the entire classroom, except for Hermione of Gryffindor who twitched her feathers, everyone else had no achievements. Even Malfoy was waving his wand with an ugly face, shouting a spell in his mouth, hoping to make the feathers fly. For some reason, he, who was not in a hurry at first, became flustered when he saw that Hermione could move her feathers. I must succeed before her. Malfoy secretly struggled, waving the wand in his hand quickly. Lester, who had successfully cast the spell, saw the anxious Malfoy, got up and walked over. Malfoy, your posture is wrong. As he said, Lester directly grabbed Malfoy's hand and took him through it hand in hand. Malfoy was taken aback for a moment, and after seeing Lester teaching himself, he immediately started studying seriously. Raise your hand first, then go right, and finally drop. In order to obtain mission points, Lester really tried his best, teaching Malfoy how to cast spells. After teaching earnestly for a few minutes, Lester let go of Malfoy's hand and said calmly, "Try it yourself." Malfoy quickly raised his wand and tried again at the feather. However, this time he was a little nervous under Lester's gaze, so he was in a hurry. After the feather quivered twice, he didn't fly up. Still, Malfoy was thrilled that he was finally catching up to Hermione's progress. Just when Malfoy wanted to express his gratitude to Lester, he found that Lester was looking for something with a bad face. "Lester, what are you looking for?" Malfoy asked in a low voice. Lester replied casually, "It's okay, I have taught others to study before. I have a teaching aid that can improve students' learning efficiency, so I will look for it." Malfoy felt something was wrong. Teaching aids? Where did I put my original teaching aids? Lester frowned, rummaging through the non-marking expansion bag with his little hands. Half a minute later, Lester's eyes lit up, and a rough stone knife appeared in his hand. The small knife is made of black stone, with red paint on it. The handle is very rough, and the tip of the knife has not been sharpened for a long time, so is not sharp. However, when Malfoy saw the knife, he subconsciously shuddered, because he could feel a deep chill from the knife. "Lester, your teaching aids are really strange. They are still stained with red paint, and it hasn't been completely dyed," Malfoy said dryly. Holding a small stone knife in his hand, Lester said calmly, "You misunderstood. He was originally black, and I never painted him." Malfoy, "Now, I'll teach you one last time. Watch carefully, study hard, and don't let me down." Lester had no expression on his face, and slowly repeated the spell-casting movements and incantations again. This time, Malfoy didn't dare to distract himself at all, wishing to put his eyes on Lester. Before Lester taught him by hand, he was still a little absent-minded, but now, looking at the stone knife on the table, Malfoy swallowed subconsciously. No matter how dry the blood was, it was still blood. As the heir of the Malfoy family, he still had this knowledge. Wingardium Leviosa. This time, Malfoy cast the levitating charm sternly, for fear that Lester, who was at the side, would suddenly get violent and stab him. Successful. Concentrating on reciting the spell, the feathers on Malfoy's table floated smoothly. On the side, Flitwick, who had been paying attention to Lester and Malfoy for a long time, came over directly and said loudly, "That's right, Malfoy is the second one to successfully cast the levitation curse. 10 points for Slytherin." Ding! His subordinate Malfoy was praised by Professor Flitwick, task point +1. Ding! His subordinate Malfoy gets Flitwick's extra points, task points +1. Not only that, Professor Flitwick looked at the smiling Lester and praised, "Student Bader helps his classmates complete the spell casting, and Slytherin will add 5 points. As a result, Lester successfully obtained a task point again. Seeing that Malfoy successfully cast the spell for the second time under the guidance of Lester, many people cast envious eyes. They are all young wizards, and no one hopes that they are inferior to others in learning magic. Even Harry Potter and Ron, the two bastards, felt a sense of crisis after seeing Malfoy's success, and began to frantically wave their wands at the feathers while chanting spells loudly. Malfoy, get familiar with it first, and after you master it, hand it over to others. Lester gave an order first, then turned around and came to the back row, looking for a Slytherin classmate at random. "Let me teach you, I'll hold your hand later. You can feel it." With that said, Lester began to teach directly. The Slytherin student who was taught by Lester was shocked at first, and then he was infinitely moved, even a little flattered. Although he joined the Slytherin Magic Study Group in Lester, he is only mixed blood. Lester taught Malfoy. It was because Malfoy had a close relationship with Lester and was of noble birth, so Lester was willing to teach. So he was just envious of Lester teaching Malfoy, and he didn't expect Lester to teach him. Not only was he from a bad background, but he was also unfamiliar with Lester. Lester had absolutely no reason to teach him. But now Lester is teaching him personally, and he is not treated differently because of his background. Just when the little wizard was so moved, Lester frowned and said coldly, "Are you shocked? Hurry up and study hard, or I will hang you up and beat you after class." He went to teach this little wizard himself, but he still dared to run away. Hearing Lester's words, Karam nodded heavily and moved. "Brother Lai, I'm sorry. I was distracted just now. I must study hard." Hitting is kissing, scolding is love. Just now is distracted. Lai Gu can still remind himself. It must be for his own good. Lester, seeing the grateful expression of the little wizard, Lester was a little confused. He didn't mean to be joking just now. If this little wizard didn't study hard and delayed his acquisition of mission points, he would definitely hang him up and beat him. Malfoy would be terrified of being threatened like this. But this little wizard is actually a little excited. It's really frightening. But now Lester doesn't have time to take care of this. His task now is to teach them the levitation charm, and then let them be praised by Professor Flitwick. With the experience of teaching Malfoy, Lester got started very quickly. Holding the hand of the little wizard, Lester carefully explained all the details that needed attention. In the end, Karam did not disappoint Lester and managed to float the feather a few minutes later, which earned Professor Flitwick's bonus points and praise again. Lester also scored 3 mission points again. "Karam, right?" Lester said indifferently. "Now you are familiar with the levitation curse. And then hurry up and teach your classmates hand in hand. Hurry up." After speaking, Lester ran back to the central area nonstop and started his own teaching journey. Malfoy was in charge of the front row, Karam the half-blood wizard was in charge of the back row, and he was in charge of the middle area. There are a total of 21 students in Slytherin. If it is done properly, it may not be impossible for all Slytherin to cast spells successfully. Soon, Jedi in the front row successfully cast a spell under the guidance of Malfoy. Professor Flitwick was very happy and said loudly, "Slytherin 10 points." After teaching Jedi, Malfoy didn't stop at all and immediately taught Goyle and Crabbe beside him. Jedi also joined the teaching camp after a few minutes of proficiency and began to teach Kitty and Mitty. Lester's movements were even more rapid. Under the expectant eyes of the little Slytherin wizard, Lester came down to earth and carefully explained every detail of the floating spell. According to the understanding of the curse, Lester, the godfather of Azkaban, can be said to have a deep understanding. Although he understood black magic the most, a simple spell like the levitating curse could be easily taught to those young wizards. As time went by, one Slytherin wizard after another successfully cast spells, and the Gryffindors on the side were about to cry. Lester succeeded. It was his cowhide, and no one could compare, so the people in Gryffindor were at most unhappy, not unacceptable. Malfoy succeeded. It was Lester Cowhide, and he was willing to teach him, so the little wizard of Gryffindor was just envious that Malfoy had a good friend who could teach him. But now more than half of the Slytherins have successfully cast spells, which makes the little wizards of Gryffindor a little restless. They're all young wizards, and they're all new to school. After a week, everyone knows the level of other young wizards in Slytherin. They're all ordinary people, and everyone is standing on the same starting line, but now. The little wizards of Slytherin have been taught by hand to cast spells successfully, but their Gryffindors have to watch. Many Gryffindor students saw the lively discussions and cheers in the Slytherin next door, and they felt anxious and uncomfortable. They also want to ask someone to ask, and in fact they do. "Professor Flitwick, can you teach me?" Seamus raised his hand and called Professor Flitwick for advice. After hearing this, Professor Flitwick walked over immediately and began to teach carefully. The little wizards of Slytherin have succeeded one after another, and he is very happy. Now the students of Slytherin are helping each other, so he also has free time to teach in person. Raise your hand first, then go to the right, and finally down, Professor Flitwick said, "Come do it with me." Seeing Professor Flitwick teaching in person, all the Gryffindors around who couldn't wait for a long time gathered together, staring at Professor Flitwick intently. Unfortunately, after reading it several times, they still didn't understand it. There is no way. Slytherin is teaching one-on-one, and it is still teaching hand-in-hand without reservation. It was fine for Professor Flitwick to only teach Seamus, but the other Gryffindors surrounded him, so he couldn't ignore it. So, like a lesson, Flitwick explained it to them again. However, can a large class be the same as hands-on, one-on-one teaching? After teaching it several times, except for Hermione, who was thoughtful, the others were still a loss. Flitwick could only teach over and over again. Professor Flitwick, Goyle, and Crabbe have also successfully cast their spells. A loud shout came from the Slytherin next door, accompanied by several exclamations. Gore and Crabbe, everyone knows that these two people have low IQ, and they're like two fools. Now, these two idiots have successfully cast spells, and the Gryffindors have not made any progress, which almost made the little wizard of Gryffindor twitch. The success of Slytherin's little wizards one after another made the little wizards of Gryffindor jealous and wanted to go crazy. When Professor Flitwick knew that both Goyle and Crabbe had succeeded, he generously added 20 points to Slytherin. For these, the little wizards of Gryffindor saw it in their eyes and were anxious in their hearts. Originally, the two colleges would not deal with each other, but now that Slytherin College has stabilized Gryffindor, will this group of little lions be happy? Ron said angrily. What the hell is Lester trying to do? Can he just know it himself? Why should he meddle in other people's business? I think he is deliberately disgusting us. As soon as this remark came out, it immediately resonated, and the little wizard of Gryffindor spoke bad things about Lester. Instead of promoting yourself, it is better to slander others. Under Ron's guidance, Lester quickly became a hypocritical leader in the eyes of the Gryffindor wizard. Ron, if you have time, why don't you practice the floating spell yourself? Your spell just now had 3 mistakes. Hermione couldn't help but uttered, and Lester also helped his classmates perform learning magic. The original intention of Hermione's words was to let Ron practice well, not to slander others. But in Ron's ears, the words changed immediately. Help? Then why doesn't he help us? Why? Why does Lester help the Slytherin people? I think he is deliberately forming a faction to win people's hearts. On the contrary, Ron's voice rose even more, and his words were full of complaints against Lester. If Lester is really willing to help his classmates, then he hastened to teach me the levitation curse. Otherwise, he's just a hypocritical villain, bah. Looking at Lester, sitting in the Slytherin area, Ron raised his voice again. Seeing that Ron was not stopped, Hermione felt tired for a while. He is not related to you, and you keep belittling him. Why should Lester teach you? Sure enough, Ron's words were clearly heard by the Slytherins, and the lively discussion stalled for a few seconds. All the little snakes looked extremely ugly, and Lester's expression was even more gloomy. Lester is willing to help his classmates for free. That's Lester's business. Why is your dog barking next to Ron? Seeing that everyone in Slytherin was quiet, Ron thought that his words had worked, so he was even more proud and said loudly, Lester, I can't even use the levitation curse. Come here and teach me quickly. By the way, you are not allowed to play tricks when you teach me. Don't teach me wrong on purpose, or you will target me on purpose. Teach you, Lester said coldly with a gloomy expression. Why? Why? Ron seemed to have been greatly wronged, and hurriedly said to Professor Flitwick, Professor Flitwick, look at Lester. I just want him to teach me the levitation curse. But why are you asking me? He can teach the people of Slytherin. Can't he teach me? I think he did it on purpose. He deliberately targeted us Gryffindor. Such selfish people. Professor Flitwick, you shouldn't give them extra points. They only help their own people. Why should you give them extra points? As soon as these words came out, all the little wizards of Gryffindor complained about Lester. Professor Flitwick, Lester in Slytherin is really too much. He has learned the spell, so he should share it with me. Yes, they're all classmates. Lester is too selfish. He only helps those in his own academy and deliberately doesn't teach us. Harry was also affected by the atmosphere of his classmates and shouted, That's right, Professor Flitwick. I think they know almost everyone in Slytherin. Come and teach us what's wrong. But look at them. They don't have any idea of teaching us. They are too selfish. Professor Flitwick, you shouldn't be giving them extra points. Flitwick had a headache from the quarrel, and he was a little overwhelmed by the excited Gryffindor cubs. Lester is willing to help his classmates, And as a professor, he is also very happy to see it, so he gave him points without hesitation. However, now the little wizard of Gryffindor is actually unhappy because of this. If you let him hold the wand and kill these little Gryffindor wizards, giving him 1 second is enough. But when you ask him to reason with an angry little wizard, he's really having a hard time. At this time, Hermione, who couldn't see it, said, "Stop Gryffindor and Slytherin fight in class, embarrassing Professor Flitwick." Through the spell class just now, Professor Flitwick has already gained Hermione's respect, so Hermione naturally didn't want to embarrass Professor Flitwick and took the initiative to make a noise. Hearing this, Professor Flitwick gave Hermione a grateful look. If she hadn't spoken out, Flitwick really didn't know what to do. It is love to help you. It is duty not to help you, and Lester has no obligation to teach Ron. As a professor, it is impossible for him to force Lester to wrong himself in order to stabilize classroom discipline. "You teach us." Ron curled his lips in disdain and whispered, "A guy who has only been exposed to magic for a week. What do you call us?" Hermione had a headache for a while, and she didn't want to care about Ron, an idiot, but for the sake of her classmates, Hermione showed it again. "Wingardium Leviosa." As soon as the words fell, the feathers on Hermione's desk flew up. "Can I teach you now?" Hermione put down her wand and glanced at Ron proudly. She had already walked over and wanted to teach Ron herself. As a member of Gryffindor, Hermione also has a sense of unity. And because of her Muggle background, coupled with a lot of devotion to her studies, she has no friends at all in Gryffindor. Living alone every day, although it looks cool, Hermione is also very lonely. So, taking this opportunity, Hermione wanted to establish a good relationship with her classmates and find a few friends through teaching. Who would have thought that for Hermione, who took the initiative to release kindness, Ron not only did not appreciate it, but instead had a look of resentment. What's the meaning? Obviously, she hadn't been able to cast the spell successfully before, but after she challenged Lester, Hermione said that she had successfully cast the spell. What did she want to do? Isn't this just deliberately making yourself unable to go down the steps and embarrassing yourself? Now he is still pretending to teach himself, which makes Ron want to vomit. "Is that how you defend Slytherin's little boy?" Ron said coldly with resentment on his face. "What were you doing when Lester was teaching others?" "Why, now Lester is coming to teach us. You are jumping out? What is your intention?" Hearing Ron's fierce questioning, Hermione's head exploded with a buzz. What did she do wrong? In order to integrate into the group, she worked hard to learn magic spells. In order to gain friends, she even took the initiative to stand up and help her classmates. As a result, Hermione's nose was a little sour, her small face was reddened with grievance, and her eyes gradually filled with tears. I just want to help you learn the spells." Hermione cried, feeling extremely wronged. "Fart," Ron said with a sarcasm on his face. "I see you helping Slytherin's people deliberately making fun of me." As soon as these words came out, Hermione finally couldn't restrain the feeling of grievance in her heart. Tears poured out of her eyes like raindrops, and she ran out of the classroom crying. Seeing Hermione leaving crying, instead of feeling guilty, Ron was extremely proud, like a victorious general. At this time, the proud Ron didn't notice that the Gryffindor wizards who had supported him before all stared at him with disgust. Even his good friend, Harry, had a solemn expression, hesitating to speak. The reaction of the students was okay. Flitwick, who had been standing in the classroom and witnessed the whole process of Hermione being pissed off, was really angry. To be honest, Professor Flitwick's temper has always been very irritable. And not just irritable, but very, very irritable. Many people only know that Flitwick is the peaceful dean of Ravenclaw, the professor of charms, a cute little old man who will take the initiative to make students happy when their students are sad. But few people know how violent Flitwick was when he was young. Even Professor Snape, who had a great reputation in the circle of dark wizards back then, did not dare to provoke Flitwick, who was furious, because he knew that he might not be able to defeat Flitwick. When Flitwick was in school, it happened to be the period when pure-blood wizards had the greatest rights, and blood discrimination was even more obvious. Flitwick, who is short in stature, ugly in face, and has half-elf blood in his body, can graduate smoothly and become the head of Ravenclaw in the end. Professor Flitwick, was able to thrive in Hogwarts, which was full of discrimination at the time, only because of three things. Hard enough, still hard enough. In order to protect himself in Hogwarts, Flitwick could only put a hard shell on himself. As long as someone dares to provoke him, he will use all his means to let that person know what cruelty is. A 3-time fighting champion in a row, Flitwick taught him how he could be a kind little old man. When he was young, walking on the Hogwarts campus, whenever a pure-blood wizard dared to look at him more, there is no need to wait for the next day. In a few minutes, he will lead a large group of horsemen, surround the man, and forcefully challenge the nobleman to a duel. At that time, duel challenges were very popular among pure-blood nobles. Flitwick's challenge, the pure-bloods couldn't refuse because of face, and they couldn't refuse even after being surrounded. So, relying on duels, Professor Flitwick fought all over Hogwarts when he was young. Even now, the patriarchs of those pure-blood families dare to show their dissatisfaction with Dumbledore, but they dare not show their teeth to Professor Flitwick at all, because Professor Flitwick really beat him to death back then. If the professor hadn't been watching, these pure-blood patriarchs might not have survived the day of graduation. Gradually, Flitwick's prestige was established, and no one dared to provoke this man with goblin blood. Even when he became the dean of Ravenclaw College, the purebloods of the school board did not dare to raise any objections, and all votes passed, always thinking that this man with goblin blood could become the dean of Ravenclaw College. At Hogwarts back then, no, even now, the teachers at Hogwarts were all pure-blood wizards, or a few were capable half-blood wizards. A man with goblin blood can become the head of college. It is conceivable how violent Flitwick's temper was and how ruthless he was when he beat someone up. "Mr. Weasley, this is a classroom. Please be quiet," Flitwick said calmly, with no expression on his face. At this time, if there was a pure-blood wizard who was at the same level as him, standing in front of him, he would probably be scared to pee immediately. Because Professor Flitwick only makes that look when he's very, very, very angry. The other students were all terrified, afraid to speak out. They had never seen such a Professor Flitwick. In fact, in their eyes, Professor Flitwick has always been a good old man, always smiling. But now, even if Flitwick didn't speak, the little wizards in the classroom could feel a strong sense of oppression covering their whole bodies. This is the oppressive power of a dueling master. Ron broke out in a cold sweat under the pressure. He was bullying and afraid of the tough, but now he realized how terrible Professor Flitwick was. "Professor, I'm sorry, I was wrong." Ron shivered in fear. Professor Flitwick's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't say anything, but he was extremely disappointed. He knew of Dumbledore's plan, and in fact, he also participated in it at Dumbledore's request. People are in the rivers and lakes, and they can't help themselves. Although he doesn't want to be treated differently, his immediate boss, Dumbledore, told himself, let him praise Harry Potter and Ron. He even hinted more than once that he could devote more energy to Harry and Ron in class. Because of Dumbledore's request, when Ron asked himself for help for the first time, he went there without hesitation. When Ron took the lead in attacking Lester, he was also muddled and didn't speak. But after Hermione, who took the initiative to help her classmates, was scolded, he couldn't help it anymore. He really didn't want to participate in this bullshit development plan. Just because Harry Potter is the savior and Ron is the child of the Weasley family, can he be superior to others? Muggle-born Hermione could wantonly trample on her dignity? Damn it, the more Flitwick thought about it, the angrier he became, especially after seeing Ron with an indifferent expression in his eyes. He didn't know where he was wrong at all. He just saw that he was angry, and he confessed to himself under pressure. Oh, that's all. Who told him to be Arthur's child? After a long time, Flitwick sighed, indicating that Ron could sit down. When he was in school, Arthur and Molly took good care of him and did not discriminate against him because of his blood. There is also Professor Dumbledore. Although he is a little crazy now, when he was young, he encouraged himself every day, saying that he was talented and could succeed. In any case, I have to admit the kindness of the Weasleys and Dumbledore to me. Therefore, Professor Flitwick had to decide to forgive Ron this time. Weasley has gone too far this time. At noon, at the Slytherin table, Malfoy accused Ron of his evil deeds and charms. All the little snakes stared at Ron sitting at the Gryffindor table in disgust, with undisguised hostility in their eyes. Since the group was caught in the last night tour, and Lester personally taught the charm class, the first-year Slytherin snakes have a sense of unity. If before they were individuals, now they are a group of students under the leadership of Lester. Just as the little snakes were accusing Ron, there were several exclamations and several sharp screams from the restaurant door. "Oh my God, it's really him. Principal Dumbledore can actually invite Mr. Quirrell to be our teacher. I want to write a letter to tell my mother that Quirrell is actually our teacher, and my mother will envy me to death. Mr. Quirrell, can you tell me the details of your battle against several dark wizards in Knockdown Alley?" The entrance of the restaurant was instantly blocked by a group of fanatical little wizards. The little wizards happily welcomed the most popular legendary wizard in the wizarding world recently, Linus Quirrell. Especially the Weasley twins of Gryffindor shouted out Quirrell's record in the wizarding world. Now standing in front of you is the king of Knockdown Alley, the peerless wizard, with his hands resting on the sun and the moon, and the black wizard's nemesis who is the #1 wizard, Mr. Linus Quirrell. After the twin brothers' mischief, the students in the restaurant also knew who was coming. Most of the children from wizard families looked excited, and many of them didn't even eat and ran over in a hurry just to see Quirrell's face. Ron, a child from the Weasley family, began to popularize science at the dinner table. Mr. Quirrell is the most popular and powerful wizard in the magic world. My father told me that because of the existence of Mr. Quirrell, the crime rate in the magic world has dropped by 3 percentage points. The students of the other 3 colleges were extremely excited, and the little muggle wizards also fell into anticipation after hearing about Quirrell's deeds. Unlike the other happy 3 houses, the table in Slytherin House was dead silent. Especially in the position of seniors, many seniors in Slytherin looked like dead horses with extremely ugly faces. Prefect Thompson's entire face was distorted, but he only dared to express his dissatisfaction with Quirrell in secret. When Quirrell walked towards the teacher's bench, Prefect Thompson was like a frightened little rabbit, shivering in fear in the dining table, wishing he could bury his head under the table. But no one in Slytherin laughed at him at this time, because most of the Slytherin students reacted like him, too scared. "Welcome, Linus, and welcome back to teaching at Hogwarts." At the teacher's seat, Dumbledore was rarely present, probably to welcome Professor Quirrell's admission. Many young wizards think so, because the nemesis of the Dark Wizard, Mr. Linus Quirrell, is indeed worthy of Principal Dumbledore. "Thank you, Headmaster Dumbledore. I'd be happy to return to Hogwarts to teach." Quirrell smiled and said lightly, "Actually, although I was a professor of Muggle studies before, I always wanted to teach defense against the dark arts class. Now, with your invitation, my dream has finally come true." On the side, Professor Snape's teeth itched when he heard Quirrell's words. If it weren't for the fact that there are so many students now, and he was afraid of accidentally injuring the students, Professor Snape really wanted to hit him with a sharp edge without a shadow and let Quirrell know what cruelty is. Linus Quirrell was originally an ordinary half-blood wizard. Although he had excellent grades in school, he was from a bad background and had a weak personality, so he was unknown in the magic world. Roll. But on this holiday, Quirrell's name resounded throughout the magic world. Any wizard in the magic world would subconsciously give a thumbs up and say awesome when they heard Quirrell's name. Professor Quirrell's debut battle was the chase at the Leaky Cauldron Bar. At that time, several witnesses saw Quirrell being hunted down and thought he was an unlucky guy who provoked a dark wizard. As a result, he never expected that Quirrell escaped successfully. Not only did he escape successfully, but he also killed dozens of black wizards the next day and cut off the 0-0 of the heir of the Foley family. The Foley family was furious and offered a reward of 100,000 galleons for the dog's head. Dark wizards from all over the world responded, and even the old monsters who had been studying magic in seclusion all made their moves one after another. I thought that Quirrell would be killed soon, but I didn't expect that Quirrellsby is too good at fighting. The life-killing curse as fast as lightning, the combat movement that does not stick to the body, and the casting speed like a magic fort can be called terrifying combat skills. These are all aspects of combat power, and Quirrell's familiarity with the magic world is the most frightening. A safe house that can't be found by all kinds of horrors, terrifying black magic that has never been seen before, and eloquence that can deceive people's hearts. If he didn't fight all dark wizards, the Ministry of Magic would suspect that he is the fourth-generation Dark Lord. While the little wizards were talking about Quirrell, Voldemort was having a frantic exchange with Quirrell at the teacher's seat. "Cairo, are you an idiot? You were too calm when facing Dumbledore," Voldemort said angrily. "You have to act like an ordinary professor and don't attract Dumbledore's attention." "Master, I also want to pretend to be an ordinary professor, but now I see Dumbledore, I really can't get nervous." Quirrell was very wronged. If it was before with Voldemort on his head, he would be scared to death when he was close to Dumbledore. But now, in the magic world, he was either killed by others or killed by others. At the beginning, Voldemort was possessed and used his body to fight. Later, Quirrell gained combat experience and went to fight by himself. Now he is not the weak wizard Quirrell who could not carry his shoulders and hands. He has more lives of dark wizards than any dark wizard Harry has ever seen. Always licking blood on the tip of a knife, Quirrell naturally has a big heart. And Master, we don't need to be afraid of Dumbledore at all. Quirrell whispered in his mind. We know Dumbledore's biggest secret. He is not a good person at all. Stupid, Voldemort said coldly. If he is a good man who acts for the public, I really wouldn't fear him so much, but he hides too deeply. He is the Dark Lord. You showed your strength in the magic world before, and then you kept a low profile in class. I feel that old Dumbledore will pull you into that secret organization. The Black Wizards Voldemort and Quirrell didn't kill in vain this holiday. In the process of being hunted down, they met Fudge, the minister candidate of the Ministry of Magic. He also heard Dumbledore's shocking secret from Fudge. In order to make sure, Voldemort also deliberately found Minister Barnes and Noble, who was about to serve his term. After promising to help Minister Barno escape to the American wizarding world, Minister Barno tells the true face of Dumbledore, a Dark Lord who hides the deepest. Cairo, next you have to show kindness to the descendants of the Order of the Phoenix, and you have to gain their trust, Voldemort said coldly. Banu told me that Dumbledore secretly took his right-hand man to the Muggle Prime Minister a few months ago to buy quite a lot of building materials. He must be secretly building his own stronghold, and all the teachers at Hogwarts have joined that organization. Build a good relationship with those teachers, sneak into this organization, and inquire about the situation of this organization. After that, you will be my most loyal servant. In fact, Voldemort's original goal of sneaking into Hogwarts was to steal the Philosopher's Stone and resurrect himself. In his view, as long as he can be resurrected, relying on his own reputation and strength, he can easily pull up a group of powerful teams with a single call. 10 years ago, Dumbledore was not his opponent. Now that Dumbledore is older, but he is very young, then Dumbledore is definitely not his opponent. But now, Voldemort has no self-confidence, especially after hearing Dumbledore's surprise attack on the 3 pure-blood families. He panicked. I was afraid that Dumbledore would find out his identity the next day and bring a lot of powerful wizards to raid his home at night. The nemesis of the Dark Wizard, Linus Quirrell, became a man of the hour as soon as he arrived at Hogwarts. Especially the little wizards of Gryffindor and Slytherin have become the envy of everyone, because their first class in the afternoon was the defense against the dark arts class taught by Quirrell himself. Even though it was still 10 minutes before class started, the defense against the dark arts classroom was full of students, and every student was staring at the professor's door expectantly, waiting for Quirrell's arrival. With 1 against 10, he single-handedly suppressed the Dark Wizard of Knockdown Lane. There are too many legends about Quirrell in the wizarding world. Everyone is very curious about Quirrell, but unfortunately, Quirrell is either being killed or killing others, causing no one in the entire magic world to understand him now. Now, the opportunity has come, and Quirrell has become a professor at Hogwarts, which is simply too exciting. Not long after, the class bell rang, and Quirrell also rang the class bell and walked in. "Hi, students. I am the professor of your defense against the dark arts class. From now on, I will teach you all the defense against the dark arts classes this semester." Quirrell's voice was very soft, but made every student clearly know what he was talking about. "Now, I want to ask some pre-class questions to test everyone's learning level," Quirrell said with a slight smile. As soon as the voice fell, many young wizards rushed to raise their hands, wanting to answer Quirrell's question. Especially Hermione. She has returned to normal now, but there are still some tears on her face, and there is no one around her classmates. Ignoring the raised hands of other students, Quirrell called Harry's name directly. "Harry Potter, you come to answer the first question." Harry was very nervous. Snape's pre-class question left a very bad impression on him, which made him very afraid of pre-class question. Everyone knows that a ghoul is a very annoying creature. So, Potter, let me ask you, what are ghouls most afraid of? What should you do if you meet a ghoul? Ghoul? What should I do? Harry was a loss. Oh my god. He is just a little wizard new to magic. He doesn't even know what a ghoul is. Harry blushed and whispered, "Sorry, Professor, I don't know." He's ready to be criticized by Quirrell. Unexpectedly, instead of criticizing him, Quirrell encouraged him. "Haha, it's okay, Potter. You came to Hogwarts to learn knowledge, and our professor's task is to teach you knowledge. If you don't use me teach, you'll be able to. Then am I unemployed?" The witty words made Harry smile knowingly, and his affection for Quirrell was even higher. Then, that classmate next to Mr. Potter, Quirrell pretended to call. "Do you know the answer to this question?" Ron was very excited. He happened to know what ghouls were most afraid of, and he knew how to deal with them. Because there's a ghoul living on the top floor of the burrow all year round. When they were young, the Weasley twins imprisoned themselves with the ghoul in order to make fun of themselves. Later, the Weasley twins were given a serious lesson by their father, and then Ron was also told about the characteristics of ghouls and what ghouls are afraid of. In fact, in the wizarding world, the creature ghoul is not dangerous at all. It is just a scary name, and the threat is almost non-existent. Ghouls usually live in the attic or barn of the wizard's house. They are most afraid of light. Ron was very excited and said loudly, "The way to defeat them is very simple. All you need is a simple lighting spell." As he said that, Ron, who was in a state of excitement, directly took out his wand and wanted to demonstrate the lighting spell. Swallow right. Excitedly waving his wand, Ron thought he could make a splash this time, but unexpectedly, the illuminating curse failed. Puff! Many people laughed subconsciously, especially the little wizard of Slytherin, who blatantly raised his middle finger at Ron. Malfoy even shouted, "Weasley, you are a fool who can only bully girls. You can't even illuminate the spell. Go back to your burrow." Ron's face turned pale, and he didn't expect that he couldn't even cast a lighting spell at a critical moment. Just when Ron was so ashamed that he wanted to bury his head in the ground, Keelovin said, "You are a child of the Weasley family, right? I heard Arthur said about you. Your name is Ron, right?" Quirrell showed a very friendly smile and said softly, "If I'm not mistaken, this should be the wand your father once used." "Yes, sir." Ron blushed in embarrassment. Everything on him was second-hand, even third or fourth hand. Even the wand was used by his father and brothers. Father Bill, Charlie, Percy, George, Fred, generation after generation, this old wand almost runs through the entire Weasley family. After many years of use, this wand already looks very dilapidated, and even a small part of the core is exposed. On weekdays, Ron is even more ashamed to take out this wand because he thinks it is a shame and others will laugh at him when they find out. "Ron, there's nothing embarrassing about it. It's very historical with a wand, isn't it?" Quirrell said very gently. "And from your answer just now, I can know that you are a very hard-working and talented child. The wand is the most important item for wizards. A wand that doesn't match you will basically be difficult to use. So, you're already very powerful. With a wand that doesn't match your own, you can still keep up with the progress of your studies at Hogwarts. Ron, who was originally very embarrassed, was a little embarrassed by the praise and lowered his head shyly. Seeing this, Quirrell also laughed loudly and whispered in his ear, "Arthur and I are good friends. Come to my office after class. I have a gift for you." Although the voice was very small, the little Gryffindor wizards near Ron still heard it inexplicably. Professor Quirrell actually wants to give Ron a gift, which is really enviable. Even Harry looked at Ron enviously. He didn't want a gift, but envied Ron for having the opportunity to get along with Quirrell. He likes this professor very much. He is gentle, understanding, and very friendly to students. A gift. Ron was very pleasantly surprised. He knew what the gift was without even thinking about it. It must be a brand new wand. In this way, Professor Quirrell's status in Ron's heart was suddenly raised to the level of Dumbledore. Voldemort must have a conspiracy. In the Slytherin area, Lester looked at the smiling Quirrell, feeling more and more abnormal about him. Facing Harry, the boy who once pulled him down from the altar, instead of showing hostility, he was very friendly. Malfoy, tell the brothers, when Professor Quirrell asks questions later, he will stand up and answer whether he will or not. Since he couldn't figure out what Voldemort wanted to do, Lester didn't bother to think about it. His main goal now is to save enough 100 quest points to exchange for Dolan's ring for himself. After his own strength becomes stronger, even if Voldemort has more plots, he can kill Voldemort directly by killing 10 times with one force. Although he didn't know what Lester wanted to do, but the eldest brother spoke, the little snakes in Slytherin immediately followed suit. Students, does anyone know of a creature like Red Riding Hood? What would you do if you encountered Little Red Riding Hood in the wild? Professor Quirrell was still smiling and turned his gaze to Harry. Harry was a little embarrassed because he only knew the story of Little Red Riding Hood and the wolf, but he didn't know what Red Riding Hood was. Quirrell didn't care about Harry's embarrassed expression. He just wanted Harry to be like this, and then he taught him carefully to gain his trust. Just when Quirrell was about to give an answer, Malfoy suddenly stood up. "Professor, I know what the Red Hat is afraid of. The Red Hat is most afraid of the Bible." "Oh." Quirrell pretended to be surprised, looked at Malfoy, and asked knowingly, "This classmate, what's your name?" "My name is Draco Malfoy, sir." Malfoy said his name loudly. Draco Malfoy, son of the Malfoy family. Voldemort, who possessed the back of Quirrell's head, immediately became interested in Malfoy. Malfoy, Goyle, and Crabbe. These 3 pureblood families are the backbone of the Death Eaters. "That's right. That's a good answer." Killivan said, "You're right. Red Hats are most afraid of the Bible. If you encounter Red Hats in the suburbs, you could drive them away by reciting the Bible aloud." Malfoy was very proud of what his father had told him. "So, does anyone know why magical beings like Red Hat are afraid of the Bible?" Quirrell changed the subject and asked, "The Red Hat is a magical dark creature, so why are they afraid of the Bible created by Muggles?" As soon as these words came out, all the little wizards in the classroom were dumbfounded. Yes, the Bible is a product of Muggle religion, and the Red Hat is a dark creature in the wizarding world. The two things are clearly unrelated. All the little wizards turned their attention to Quirrell, wanting to hear the answer given by Professor Quirrell. In the Middle Ages, there was no wizarding secrecy in the world. Professor Quirrell's voice was cold, as if he had changed into a different person. His words were very convincing, making people unconsciously want to be convinced. Wizards, elves, goblins, dwarves, goblins, vampires, werewolves, all magical creatures can live in the sun openly. It wasn't until the founding of the Knights Templar that everything changed. With the alchemy products of ancient times, Muggles have gained great power. They are conceited and suspicious, and reject all other races except themselves. They formed a huge army of knights, roamed the entire European continent, and massacred all magical creatures. Even the Muggle royal families at that time wanted to support wizards, but facing the powerful knights, the European royal families were simply vulnerable. Finally, our ancestors, under the persecution of the Knights Templar, humiliated and signed the Secrecy Act in 1689, not allowing wizards to appear in front of muggles. After saying this, Quirrell said slowly, "In your impression, the Red Hats have always lived in the dark and dirty swamps. In fact, they also lived in the sun at first, and there were a lot of them. However, under the destructive blow of the Knights Templar, almost the whole family was wiped out, and only a few lucky ones escaped to the sparsely populated forest, which allowed this race to continue. Even so, their fear of the Bible is ingrained in their blood. Even now, if you recite the Bible in front of them, they will be terrified to death." The little wizards were still young and didn't know what Professor Quirrell was talking about, but they all remembered these words in their minds. Lester sneered. Voldemort is indeed the Dark Lord, and he didn't forget to bring his private goods with him during class. What a dog. Although very dissatisfied with Voldemort, Lester was not in a hurry to attack Quirrell. The reason is simple. He still needs Quirrell to contribute mission points to himself. Now Quirrell's character design is obviously an intimate professor, harmless to humans and animals, and he is not stingy in praising his students. In this case, then I must make good use of this persona to benefit myself. After Quirrell finished talking about the Red Hat, he stopped asking questions and started class. It can be seen that Quirrell has no talent for teaching, because the only thing he can do is to follow the script. Despite this, Quirrell was still welcomed by everyone, because all the students, even Malfoy, believed that what Professor Quirrell said about fighting the local vampire royal family in Africa was true. Therefore, under this kind of blessing, no one expressed dissatisfaction with Quirrell's way of teaching, but thought that Quirrell was a practical school, so it is normal for him to have a poor theoretical foundation. The most important thing is that Quirrell is very friendly. Although he was interrupted and asked questions suddenly during the class, he would not blame him in a hurry, but he would answer them carefully, and finally he would praise the students who asked questions. "Professor, what did you use to defeat the vampire?" "Professor, I heard that Eastern vampires are afraid of boys peeing. Can you show how to deal with Eastern vampires in class?" "Professor, sometimes I can't urinate when I go to the toilet. Is it because I am entangled in something dirty?" Quirrell. Voldemort. Looking at the little Slytherin wizards in the classroom who were actively asking questions, Voldemort was a little confused. Didn't he just disappear for 10 years? Why are all the little wizards in Slytherin becoming this kind of virtue now? While Quirrell was busy dealing with the little Slytherin wizard's questions, Professor Snape found Dumbledore aggressively. "Strawberry pudding." Professor Snape frowned, said the password coldly, and strode into the principal's office. As soon as he entered the door, Professor Snape said loudly, "Principal Dumbledore, Linus Quirrell must have something wrong. I met him in Diagon Alley, and I have fought against him. He is very strong. I feel that if it is really a life and death duel, I will not be his opponent." Hogwarts, the headmaster's room on the 8th floor. Dumbledore had a very headache and said softly, "Relax, Severus, Quirrell is fine." "No problem," Snape said very excitedly. "His killing curse is as powerful as that man's. How could he have no problem? You can't let such a threatening character enter Hogwarts." And he deliberately approached Harry Potter during class. "Quirrell definitely has a problem. It has only been 11 years since Voldemort was defeated by Harry Potter, and the remnants of the Death Eaters have not been wiped out. Who knows if Quirrell was a loyal follower of Voldemort back then, and now he has come to Hogwarts to avenge his master. Okay, Snape, I'll pay attention to Quirrell." Dumbledore was a little helpless. The recent magic world is really not peaceful, and the undercurrents of various forces are making this legendary wizard extremely tired. The International Association of Pharmacists wants to crack down on the sale of counterfeit medicines in the UK wizarding community. Flint, Avery, Took, the 3 pureblood families were inexplicably ransacked, and no chickens or dogs were left in the entire ancestral house. The other pureblood nobles were saddened by the death of the rabbit and the fox, and strongly urged themselves to arrest the criminal. Forget it, the Ministry of Magic is still in the period of changing ministers, and the 2 most powerful minister candidates, Fudge and Crouch, are fighting to the death. After dismissing the angry Professor Snape, Dumbledore took out a letter from the drawer. The letter was sent from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement of the Ministry of Magic. The person who wrote the letter was a senior official of the Ministry of Magic and a candidate for minister, Mr. Barty Crouch. The content is very simple. That is, I hope that Principal Dumbledore can express his support for him in public so that he can successfully become the Minister of Magic. Holding the letter, Dumbledore was a little absent-minded and muttered to himself, "What are you waiting for, Fudge? Why didn't you write to me to ask for my support?" As the most powerful and prestigious man in the wizarding world, Dumbledore's decision can be said to be decisive. But until now, Dumbledore has not waited for a letter from Fudge seeking his support. Compared with Barty Crouch, whose son is a Death Eater, Dumbledore is more inclined to Fudge, who is a young man. However, due to the delay in receiving a letter from Fudge, Dumbledore felt that it was necessary for him to reconsider who is suitable to be the new Minister of Magic. Professor Quirrell is really good. I can't wait for the next defense against the Dark Arts class. In the evening, in the dining room of Hogwarts, the young wizards chattered about the content of the defense against the Dark Arts class. Quirrell was blown by the little wizards into a big man who knows astronomy and geography, especially Harry and Ron. The two have become ardent fans of Quirrell. My father and Professor Quirrell were best friends when they were young. Ron bragged loudly. So, when Professor Quirrell found that my wand was a bit worn out, he immediately took me to Diagon Alley and bought it for me. A new wand. Ron was very excited. Even his father couldn't give him a brand new wand. And Professor Quirrell, just because he was friends with his father, gave himself a new wand without saying a word, which is really touching. For this magic wand that Professor Quirrell personally gave him, Ron regarded it as a treasure, and others would not even let him touch it. Even if it was his good friend Harry, Ron only let him touch it, and then hurriedly took it back for fear that Harry would break him. When he went to Filch confinement at night, Ron was also smiling, showing off his new wand. Lester, Malfoy, Ron, all three were locked up for a month of long-term confinement. Every night at 9 o'clock, the three of them would be in Filch's office on time. Master Malfoy, Masturbator, you can just rest in the office and just leave it to me to look for the little night wizard outside. Filch respectfully moved out 2 stools, which he specially prepared for Lester and Malfoy. Since Malfoy gave Filch the broken wand that could cast the cleansing and illuminating charms, Filch's attitude towards Lester and Malfoy became more and more respectful. Sitting on the chair that Filch had wiped clean, Lester asked nonchalantly, "Filch, how is the new wand?" "Very good. It suits me very well." Filch was smiling, and in his hand was the worn-out wand that he had maintained so perfectly. It can be seen that Filch really put his heart into this wand. Not only was the body of the wand waxed, but the exterior was wiped clean. At this time, Malfoy pretended to be nonchalant and said, "Actually, this is a defective product. Now there are better ones in our family. Not only can you cast cleaning spells and lighting spells, but you can even cast simple petrification spells, which are many times better than this defective product." Malfoy called his precious wand defective, and Filch was very embarrassed. But when he heard that Malfoy seemed to have a better wand, Filch was immediately moved. The petrifying spell that can petrify the naughty little wizard, this is simply the magic wand that Filch wants to get day and night. With the cleansing charm and the illuminating charm, Filch's speed of cleaning the castle has increased a lot. But in the face of the mischievous little wizards, Filch still had more than enough energy, and he had no way to restrain them. He clearly knew who was making trouble, but when he approached the dean of the college to file a complaint, the deans all said that they would ask him to produce evidence. Damn, he's a squib. How can he catch a little wizard who can cast magic, so he often gets rejected? If he could cast the petrification spell, everything would change, and no naughty little wizard could escape from his hands in the future. Filch was no fool. He knew that Malfoy's wand was not so easy to hold. It's like this worn-out wand in my own hand, which I bought at the risk of being punished by Dumbledore. Weasley, now pick up the oil lamp and wait for me in the men's room on the 2nd floor. Only Malfoy and Lester knew about his deal with Malfoy. Naturally, the less people know about this kind of shady matter, the better. Therefore, At the critical moment, Filch sent Weasley away without hesitation. After confirming that Weasley was gone, Filch said with full expectation, "Master Malfoy, how can I get the wand you mentioned?" Malfoy didn't answer, but turned his attention to Lester. Lester Wynne said, "It's very simple, Mr. Filch. Just exchange something. I know the Weasley twins stole a magic map from you. If you can get this map back and give it to us, then we can give you the wand you want." Make a deal. Filch agreed without hesitation. A map for a wand capable of casting the petrification spell. No loss at all. Although Filch didn't know what the map in the hands of the twins was, he knew that the map in the hands of the twins was enough. "Master Malfoy, I'm going to catch the little wizard who wanders in the night now. I'm sure the two troublemakers, the Weasley twins, must be wandering in the castle at night." After Filch left, the office fell silent again. Since Malfoy gave Filch's wand, Filch allowed them to do anything in the office. "Malfoy, go find the twin brothers after class tomorrow and buy some interesting toys from them." Lester turned to Malfoy and handed a small bag of galleons at the same time. Although Filch is the administrator of the castle, he doesn't have much power. Not only the professor doesn't have to hang him, but even the students can bully him. So Lester will not put all his hopes on Filch. He will go hand in hand. The Weasley family has always been short of money, and the things used by their children are even more dilapidated. Unlike Ron, who can only complain, the Weasley twins are smart people who know the importance of making money. If I can give a suitable price, then maybe I can't buy the Marauders map from them. In the early morning, Slytherin and the first-year Gryffindor wizards gathered again in the potions classroom on the basement floor. As soon as the class bell rang, Professor Snape, wearing a big cloak, pushed the door in with a dark face. The potion we're going to learn today is Living Hell Potion, which is a very powerful sleeping pill, also known as Water of Life and Death. Professor Snape's voice was still as indifferent as ever, and he was very slow in class. After briefly explaining the general process, Professor Snape indicated that the students could try it by themselves. First-year potions are usually very simple. Even though Lester was alone in a group, he still successfully completed the potion making. Snape quickly picked up the potion made by Lester, looked it up and down, nodded slightly, and said indifferently, "Mr. Baird, yes, 10 points for Slytherin." On weekdays, Snape was unwilling to give extra points to Lester, a pretender. But now Slytherin's house score is too low. In order to win the House Cup, Professor Snape must use some tricks. Sure enough, just after adding points to Lester, Snape came to Harry and said indifferently, "Potter, is your head made of dung eggs? The daffodil root powder and wormwood need to be heated to 90 degrees, not heated for 2 minutes, and then put in. Gryffindor will deduct 10 points for your stupidity. Adding points to one's own people and deducting points from others. This is the secret of Slytherin winning the Academy Cup all the year round." In the front row of the classroom, Malfoy was also in high spirits, brewing potions together with Hermione. "We can chop the wormwood first, and then put him with the quicksilver root so that he can fully react." Hermione frowned and said doubtfully, "But the textbook says you can put it in directly." Malfoy smiled triumphantly and said softly, "This is a method not written in the textbook. Believe me, we will be praised by the professor." Sure enough, when Professor Snape checked Malfoy and Hermione's potions, he immediately praised them without hesitation. It's a smart way to chop the wormwood to increase its contact area with the liquid. Slytherin will add 10 points. After adding points to Malfoy, Snape turned his head and left as if he didn't see Hermione, leaving only the bitter Hermione. Ding! Receive praise from Professor Snape. Task point +1. Ding! Get bonus points from Professor Snape. Task point +1. Ding! His subordinate Malfoy was praised by Professor Snape. Task point +1. Ding! His subordinate Malfoy received bonus points from Professor Snape. Task points +1. It has to be said that Professor Snape is worthy of being the Dean of Slytherin, and he is merciless in adding points to his own people. In just one potion class, Lester contributed 20 mission points, including the quest points gained in Charms and Defense against the Dark Arts. Lester now has a full 80 quest points. As long as you perform well in the next class, you can exchange for a Dolan ring. At that time, I can go to Hogwarts and secretly take out the sorting hat. After class, Lester was on his way back to bed when he saw Filch at the door. If nothing else happened, he should be waiting for him. "Mr. Bader, you're finally back." After seeing Lester, Filch immediately went up to meet him. Lester nodded and took the initiative to lead Filch to an empty corner. He knew that Filch must have something to say to him. "I caught the Night Tour twins last night, but when I tortured them, they didn't want to say anything about the map. Even if I promised that as long as they handed over the map, I would let them go, they were unwilling to hand it over and said that they didn't know what the map was at all." Lester nodded. He knew that the Marauder's map was not so easy to obtain. In fact, he wasn't too hopeful about either Filch or Malfoy. The Marauder's map can record everyone in Hogwarts, and it also records various secret passages and secret rooms. If you get him, it means you have mastered the dynamics of everyone in Hogwarts Castle, including the four principals and the legendary wizard Dumbledore. "Looks like we can only have a long-term plan," Lester thought to himself, and then sent Filch away. The twin brothers had been at Hogwarts all along, and he couldn't do anything to them at all. Moreover, the Weasley family is a staunch supporter of Dumbledore's forces. They are not like the three pure-blood families of Flint, Avery, and Took. If he wanted to copy the house of the Weasley family, it would be terrible that Dumbledore would kill him as soon as the Arthurs and his wife were kidnapped by him. At that time, all the brothers in Azkaban will leave their homes and travel to the United States with him. Therefore, the best way is to get the Weasley twins' Marauders map within the rules. The answer is simple. Although Hogwarts is powerful, it is still managed by the Ministry of Magic in name. As long as Fudge can become a minister, then it is absolutely possible to organize a research team and enter Hogwarts for research. At that time, I'll let the prisoners pretend to be officials of the Ministry of Magic and sneak in openly. I believe that as long as the prisoners can come in with their abilities, it shouldn't be a problem to steal something from the two little wizards. Slytherin had no classes this afternoon. Originally, Lester was planning to go to the dormitory to catch up on sleep, but when he thought of the task of dominating the Quidditch house team, he still had no choice but to go to the Quidditch pitch. Although Professor Snape specially approved him to join the Slytherin Quidditch team, no one in the Slytherin team had ever asked him to train. The reason is simple. They dare not deny Snape's face, but they don't care about Lester's face. So during the training, they deliberately did not call Lester. When the game came, they could use the excuse that Lester did not participate in the training and not let Lester play. At that time, even if Lester joined the Quidditch team, he would still have to sit on the bench and have no chance to play. Sure enough, as soon as he arrived at the stadium, Lester saw the young wizards of the Slytherin team training on the Quidditch field. Marcus, who was riding a broomstick, saw Lester by chance, and with a sneer on his face, he rode a broom and stopped in front of Lester. "Primary school brother, you were absent from yesterday's training, and you were even late for today's training. Don't you even have the sense of time? Or do you think that with the approval of Professor Snape, you cannot participate in the training of the academy team?" After Marcus, the captain, left the field, the other players came over with great interest, wanting to see Lester's jokes. Lester's face was expressionless, and the training of the Slytherin team did not find him at all. This time I took the initiative to come here, otherwise I would not know that they still have training. As a result, now this Marcus actually dared to sue the Wicked first, saying that he deliberately did not participate in the training, which is really disgusting. At this time, Marcus's good friend, Avery, also jumped out and reprimanded. "Bade, look at how you pissed off the captain. You are so disorganized and disciplined. You don't deserve to stay in Slytherin house team." Took also said in a very appropriate way, "Brother Bader, now quickly admit your mistake to Captain Marcus. Maybe the captain can forgive you and let you be a substitute for the academy team to clean up for everyone. Water or something. Obviously, it was the training that did not notify me, but now it is said that I did not participate in the training on purpose, and I even asked myself to apologize. Damn it, you three bastards are really cheating. Do other people think so too?" Lester looked around and asked coldly, ignoring the clamoring Marcus and the others. Does anyone else think that I have no discipline and don't participate in training? The people around were silent. Although they thought it was shameful for Marcus to bully the freshmen, they were unwilling to offend Marcus. Seeing the attitudes of other freshmen, Lester understood. In a Slytherin Quidditch house team, the team bullies are Marcus and the three. If they become a captain, Marcus and the others will definitely kick them out. And everyone else can stay. Apologize, Lester said coldly with a sarcasm on his face. You guys are worthy of my apology? I hope you can remember what you said today and don't regret it in the future. Now that there are so many people in the Quidditch pitch, it is difficult for Lester to do anything. At night, there are plenty of ways to concoct these three dogs. After Lester left, the three of Marcus didn't realize the danger was coming, and they were still celebrating very proudly, thinking that they had scared Lester away. Hello, Songbiao. As soon as he walked out of the court, Lester took out Victor's magic phone with a gloomy expression, cut off the little fingers of Old Flint, Old Avery, and Old Took, and give them to Marcus as gifts. Damn, the whole family is in his hands. How dare he be so arrogant? Lester must let them know what cruelty is. This is just the beginning. Tonight is the best time to take revenge. At night, in a dormitory of Slytherin's first year, the door of the house was slowly pushed open. Lester took Malfoy, Jedi, and the three to Marcus' bedroom sneakily. Marcus, Avery, and Took our roommates. Originally, they had a roommate who was a half-blood wizard, but they were bullied by the three of Marcus all the year round, and they had already been bullied by them. Allaho hole is open. The door of Marcus' bedroom was pushed open, and the three of Lester Malfoy and Jedi entered one after another. Looking at the three people who were still soundly asleep, Lester did not hesitate, took out his wand, and cast 3 vicious petrification spells. The three Marcus in their sleep didn't know what happened. They were petrified on the bed, and then they saw the thick quilt covering their whole body. Woo-woo! Although they didn't know what happened, the three of Marcus could clearly feel that they were being carried. Want to struggle, but Lester's petrification curse is not something the little wizard can break free from. A few minutes later, the three of Marcus successfully arrived at the destination of their journey, the Ravenclaw Lounge. Throwing the three of Marcus to the ground fiercely, Lester raised his wand and said in a low voice, "Stunned." First, the three of Marcus were stunned, and then Lester looked at the eagle-shaped bronze knocker in front of the Ravenclaw Lounge door. Unlike other colleges that require a password to enter the lounge, Ravenclaw's method of entering the lounge is very peculiar and requires a successful answer to a question on the eagle-shaped bronze door knocker. Even if you're not a student of your own college, as long as you can answer the questions correctly, you can still enter Ravenclaw College. Knocking on the sleeping eagle-shaped bronze knocker, Lester respectfully said, "Knocker, we want to enter Ravenclaw's lounge." The door knocker, who was suddenly woken up for a long time, stared at the three of Lester with an unkind expression, and then at the 3 caterpillars wrapped up in a ball on the ground. If it hadn't been confirmed that the three of Lester were students, and that the rules for Ravenclaw's entry into the dormitory were set by Ravenclaw himself, he would have called for someone a long time ago. What on your body can be big or small, and can keep changing. The door knocker who was awakened was not polite, and it was a difficult problem that made Lester think about it. The things on the body can be big or small. Isn't this the second brother? Just as Lester was about to answer, Malfoy rushed to answer. The heart is constantly contracting, so it can be big or small. Lester, that's right, it's the heart. Seeing that Malfoy answered the question correctly, the door knocker opened reluctantly, allowing the three of Lester and Marcus to enter smoothly. It was 1 o'clock in the morning, and the lights in Ravenclaw's dormitory had long been turned off. Lester put down Marcus on his shoulders, untied the quilt that wrapped them, and laughed. A few minutes later, the three of Marcus, all naked, swaggered and lay on the sofa in the Ravenclaw Lounge. The three of Lester also did good deeds without leaving their names. After doing all this, they smiled at each other and left the Ravenclaw Lounge secretly. As we all know, most of Ravenclaw students are women. I believe that tomorrow morning, seeing the three naked Marcus will definitely be well received. But in the early morning, there were a few young Slytherin wizards who got up early and checked the scores in the hourglass of the college every day. Ah! What the hell happened? Why are all Slytherin's house points deducted? Several senior Slytherin masters looked at the empty hourglass of the college in disbelief, feeling skeptical about life. But soon, they knew the reason because they saw the three Marcus hanging on the restaurant door. Marcus, Avery, Took, these three Slytherin school bullies are like three sad hamsters hanging on the top of the restaurant door. Anyone who passed the restaurant or wanted to enter the restaurant to eat would see these three unlucky guys. Below them was the aggressive Professor Flitwick and a group of even more angry Ravenclaw seniors. You three are the most uneducated students I have ever taught. You actually sneaked into Ravenclaw's lounge and wanted to molest Ravenclaw's classmates. Flitwick, a good old man, spoke angrily and his teeth itched, wishing he could whip the three little bastards above him. Beside him, Ravenclaw's courtyard flower, Qiu Zhang with a haggard weeping face, kept accusing the three of them of their crimes. Qiu Zhang, who is only in the 3rd grade, got up early today and wanted to go to the restaurant to have a good meal. As a result, as soon as he left the dormitory, he saw these three naked Slytherins. So, the terrified Qiu Zhang immediately yelled for help. The sharp cry woke up all the sleeping Ravenclaws, and the Ravenclaws who were still in a state of confusion could only hear Qiu Zhang's frightened cry for help outside. So, dozens of seniors rushed out immediately, and then they saw the scene of Marcus trying to open his mouth helplessly. After that, Professor Flitwick hurried to Ravenclaw's lounge. After transforming the three of Marcus into a pair of pants, Professor Flitwick angrily deducted 300 points from Slytherin, and also organized the students of Ravenclaw to hang the three of Marcus on the restaurant where people come and go and criticize them, hit them, smash them to death. Below the dining room, a group of Ravenclaws gathered, frantically throwing eggs and vegetable leaves at the three of Marcus above. Not long after, Lester, who heard the news, also brought Slytherin's number 20 boy to join in the criticism. Perverts who sneaked into the Ravenclaw lounge killed them. While fanning the fire, Lester used transfiguration to turn the egg into a hard stone and then smashed it hard. An egg is an egg. Although it hurts to hit the human voice, it is mostly humiliating, but the stone is different. Marcus, who was headshot precisely by the stone, screamed in pain at first, and then he saw Lester below. Lester Bader, I fucking ancestors, I'm going to kill your whole family. I'm going to hang you on the beams, beat you over and over again. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Marcus immediately turned red. He was sure that it must be Lester's good thing that he appeared in the Ravenclaw lounge after being stripped naked. Now the chief culprit still dares to mock himself below. He can't wait to kill this bitch right away. Professor Flitwick, that pervert Marcus said just now that if he comes down, he will definitely take revenge on me. Lester pulled Professor Flitwick, who was watching over him, and said timidly, "What to do, Professor Flitwick? They are senior wizards. I just threw eggs at them and angered them. I'm so scared." Flitwick was furious when he heard the words. Damn, he bullied his own student, and now he dares to threaten others? Son, don't worry about smashing it. This is the punishment they deserve. Professor Flitwick comforted. If they dare to take revenge on you, I will teach them a lesson myself. Having got Professor Flitwick, Lester smiled with satisfaction. A few minutes later, Professor Snape led Principal Dumbledore to end the farce, and the three of Marcus were put down. Although the three of Marcus kept saying that they were framed, and it was Lester who framed them. But Professor Flitwick said that Lester had always been a helpful and good student in the classroom, and it was impossible to frame his classmates. As soon as the three of Marcus were put down, they hurriedly took some bread from the dining room and prepared to go back to the dormitory to eat, because the disgusted eyes of other people in the restaurant made them uncomfortable. As a result, as soon as the three of them returned to the dormitory, they saw a postal package on their bed with their father's name on it. Father, they all know about the disappearance of their parents. Now that they have received a package from home, doesn't it mean that the home is safe? Marcus opened the package impatiently and saw a bloody finger inside. Marcus screamed and sat down on the ground. He knew this finger, and there was a ring on it that belonged exclusively to the patriarch of the Flint family. Before Marcus could react, the familiar petrification spell sounded again, and the three of Marcus were petrified in place again. Lester slowly lifted the invisibility technique on his body and came in front of the three of Marcus with a smile. "Good morning, three perverts who sneaked into Ravenclaw's bedroom. You devil, what do you want to do?" Marcus almost fainted, and he was attacked again. "What are you doing?" Lester chuckled, and with a light tap of his wand, Marcus became naked again. Afterwards, he quickly took out a camera, and Lester quickly took pictures. "Stop! Don't shoot any more." Marcus was not a little boy, so he naturally knew what it meant. But Lester would not listen to them, and was still shooting quickly. 10 minutes later, the three of Marcus finally resigned to their fate, and they could make sure that they couldn't beat the demon Lester. "Now, put on your clothes, go to Headmaster Snape yourself, say that you are unwell, and ask to quit the academy team." After putting away the camera contentedly, Lester said coldly, "Be obedient, or your father will be sad." Marcus, damn, what else can I do after saying that? After getting dressed, the three of Marcus immediately found Professor Snape and begged Professor Snape to take them out of the Slytherin team. Although some didn't know what happened, the behavior of the three of Marcus also made Snape very shameless. Therefore, Professor Snape agreed without hesitation to the request of the three of Marcus to withdraw from the Quidditch team. Everyone in the Slytherin Quidditch house team was well aware of this situation. They knew that the three of Marcus had conflicts with Lester before they were punished. Similarly, they also knew of Lester's terrible methods. So when Lester once again stated that he wanted to become the captain of the Quidditch team, almost none of the senior wizards dared to refuse. The day after Lester became the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch house, the Quidditch house held its first team meeting in the lounge. All the Slytherin house players were present, and no one dared to be late. Even the three of Marcus, who had quit the team, participated in the meeting under Lester's pressure, becoming a typical example of rebellion against Lester. Except for the Marcus trio, who withdrew, the other four starters were all present. Lester sat on the sofa with a golden knife, while the three of Marcus, who had a bruised nose and a swollen face, stood in front of Lester in a very humiliating manner. The other four senior starters gave up the position of captain to Lester under pressure, but they must not be convinced by Lester in their hearts. "Nonsense. I am a student in the 5th and 6th grades. Let a kid in the 1st grade be the captain. Won't it make people laugh if I tell it?" However, seeing the three of Marcus with a bruised nose and swollen face, they remained silent from the bottom of their hearts. "Hi, everyone. I believe you all know who I am." Lester stood up slowly and said lightly, "My name is Lester Bader, the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team." As soon as this remark came out, the four starting players all looked different. They had inquired about Lester's rumors before and knew that he was a very domineering freshman and very capable. However, his combat effectiveness or ability to manipulate people may be so strong that he can make Marcus succumb. But after all, Quidditch relies on teamwork. No matter how powerful Lester's magic is, he still needs strong teammates. Now the Slytherin team has been kicked out of 3 people forcibly, and 3 people are needed to make up for the omission. Otherwise, there will not even be enough players to play. If they are Lester, for the sake of team unity, they must keep a low profile so that they can lead the team. Unexpectedly, this elementary school boy was so arrogant, he came up and said that he was the captain, and he didn't respect them, the old seniors, at all. Although they were very disdainful towards Lester, the few people still listened honestly, but they were ready to watch Lester's good show in their hearts. There are only a few people in Slytherin who can play Quidditch, and now Marcus has been kicked out, and the game is about to start. They wanted to see where this frivolous kid from Leicester found 3 mature players. In fact, Lester also felt a little difficult to deal with. After all, Quidditch is a team game. No matter how strong he is, he can't bring a bunch of trash with him. So, Lester turned his head to look at Marcus and said indifferently, "Marcus, there are still 2 players in the team, so are the 3 of you willing to return to the Quidditch team?" The 3 of Marcus looked at each other and returned to the academy team. Others don't know Lester's methods. Don't the three of them still know? This is simply a little devil in human skin. If TM becomes his team member, it will be fine if he wins the game. If he loses, wouldn't want to vent his anger on himself? Lego, we don't play Quidditch, Marcus said with a humble expression. Now the whole school is rumored about us, and Professor Snape is not willing to let us play. Marcus was smart enough to move out of Professor Snape. My whole family is in the hands of Lester. If he refuses him rashly, it will definitely be my father who will suffer. Lester nodded. Marcus and the others are unwilling to play Quidditch, and he will not force them. After all, he is very concerned about human rights. Lester, I have a friend who has always wanted to join the academy team. At this moment, a senior player stood up without hesitation. I also have a friend who could be a seeker, take over from Avery, be a chaser. It just so happens that my roommate has always wanted to play Quidditch too, so he could be the seeker. At this time, the three Quidditch players, with a look of reassuring Lester, expressed that they had friends who could take the place of the three of Marcus. Hearing this, Lester smiled. Then the friends of the three of you can take over. So what is my captain responsible for? A senior player stood up and said nonchalantly, Captain Lester, you are still young, and you will have plenty of opportunities to play games in the future. Playing against senior players now, you will suffer a lot, so you can be a substitute on the court. Lester is happy, good guy. Let his friends join the team and let himself be a substitute. Isn't this making himself empty? You for all think so? Lester said with a smile. When the other four saw Lester smiling, they all thought that Lester had surrendered and immediately nodded without hesitation. Even they're a little complacent. So what if he can fight? So what if he will make people whole? Don't you want to be manipulated by yourself now? Seeing this, Lester sneered. What if I don't agree? No. Several senior team members were taken aback when they heard the words and said, Lester, there are only a few people who can play in Slytherin now. If they don't play, our academy team can't even get enough people. You mean to say that if we don't let them play, we will lose the Slytherin Quidditch match? Lester's voice became colder and colder, and the three of Marcus had already felt Lester's dissatisfaction and trembled. The other four players also felt Lester's dissatisfaction, but they were not very afraid. In their view, Lester not only cannot target them now, but also provides for them and meets their demands. After the three of Marcus withdrew, the academy team was already small. Now that the four of them are withdrawing, wouldn't Lester be the commander-in-chief? That's why they dared to empty Lester unscrupulously. Even without Lester's permission, he assigned the team's position directly in front of Lester. Junior Lester, Quidditch is not a game you have played before. It is different from playing house. It needs the cooperation of teammates. Don't worry, you just need to give us water to clean the broom during the competition, and the senior will let Slytherin win. Several Slytherin seniors spoke unceremoniously, and after they decided that Lester was afraid to touch themselves, they spoke even more presumptuously. Bring you tea and water? Lester said slowly with a gloomy expression. Do you think that the Slytherin house team can't play without you? Several seniors didn't speak, but their expressions were very obvious. That's what they thought. Very good, great. Lester laughed. These dogs actually fooled themselves like children, try to empty themselves. Now, immediately, go to Professor Snape and tell the four of you that you voluntarily quit the Quidditch team because of your physical problems. Lester was expressionless, pointing to the door of the lounge, and said coldly, The four of you have been expelled from the Slytherin house team, and you will not be members of the Quidditch house team in the future. Elevate yourself? Just kidding. How could my godfather of Azkaban be overshadowed by these children? We were fired. The four seniors couldn't believe it, but they were expelled by Lester, a little wizard in the first grade. I don't know if it's because of Harry Potter that there are so many Slytherins this year. Just like there's a group of protagonists around Harry, there's also a group of villains around Lester. Malfoy, Jedi, Kitty, Pansy, Goyle Crab, the six of them plus myself can completely form a Quidditch team. Even if he compromised with these senior Slytherins for the sake of the team, Slytherin might not win the championship. Therefore, why should I compromise like others? Why not lead my own small team? Lester, you have to think about it. You really plan to expel us? A senior couldn't believe it. Now that the Slytherin team is short of people, Lester not only did not pay attention to them, but even expelled them. Another senior Quidditch player was also anxious. Although he's been bullied by the three of Marcus in the team before, but with his status as a Quidditch player, he is still doing well in Slytherin. Like in American movies, the bullies are always on the football team. The members of the Quidditch house team are influential figures in the whole house and are respected by everyone. You can't fire us. You're just the captain of the Slytherin house team. A senior who didn't want to be fired said, "Only Professor Snape can fire us. What you say doesn't count, little wizard." "Who said I'm going to fire you?" With a sneer on his face, Lester said slowly, "Don't say I never gave you a chance. Now I will give you two choices. One is to honestly find Professor Snape, say that he has a physical problem, and voluntarily abdicate to make way for the virtuous. Secondly, he didn't listen to me, and then I asked someone to beat him up, and he was forced to quit the team due to physical reasons. Now you can start choosing." As soon as the words fell, the four senior students who just wanted to tear Lester apart immediately calmed down. They were too excited just now, so they ignored the identity of the overlord of the Lester campus and regarded him as a reasonable person by default. But in fact, Lester doesn't reason with you at all. I gave you a decent chance, but if you don't cherish it, the consequences will be disgraceful. Lester took out a pocket watch and said calmly, "If I don't hear from you that you have voluntarily withdrawn from the Quidditch team within 10 minutes, then you will be my enemies. And the way I treat the enemy is very cruel. I hope the four of you can bear it by then." As soon as these words came out, the backs of the four seniors were already soaked. They all saw how miserable the three of Marcus were tossed by Lester. Even campus bullies like Marcus are not Lester's opponents. How dare they confront Lester? "Lego, I was wrong. I'm going to find Professor Snape now." One student couldn't bear it first, ran out quickly, and ran toward Snape's office. The other three students followed quickly, for fear that they would become Lester's enemies if they were a step too late. After the four students, only the trembling Marcus stood behind Lester. Originally, they were very afraid of Lester, but now after seeing Lester's ruthless methods, they were even more afraid. Marcus said with a trembling voice, "Master Lie, is there anything else I need to do?" Marcus is completely afraid of Lester now. This little wizard is simply a demon in human skin. You can't think about anything, because the more you think about it, the more afraid you become. Flint, Avery, Took, when were the three pure-blood families ransacked? Before, Marcus thought that a certain big force wanted to target his family. As a result, it now appears that he provoked Lester the day before, and his family disappeared the next day. It's still the same. I insulted Lester the day before, and my father's finger sent it the next day. This TM is a bit too scary, right? At the beginning, I only expressed my dissatisfaction with Lester in public, but my whole family was kidnapped in the end. Isn't this a bit too small-bellied? A ruthless and small-minded boss. Marcus is not a fool, so he naturally dare not offend. "It's nothing." Lester waved his hand and said, "Go and call Malfoy, Jedi, Kitty, Mitty, Goyle, Pansy, these people over, and then there will be nothing else for you." Marcus nodded quickly. "Yes, Lord Lie, I'm going to call your friend out now." Marcus moved efficiently because he was afraid that if he slowed down, Lester would think he was unhappy and do it on purpose. At that time, with Lester's petite character, I'm afraid he will suffer again. A few minutes later, Malfoy and the six appeared in front of Lester excitedly. "Lester, are you going to put us on the Slytherin Quidditch house team?" Malfoy couldn't wait to ask. "This is so cool. I can join the academy team in the first grade. My father will be proud of me." The others were also very excited, and they all expressed their expectation to join the Slytherin Quidditch house team. Due to the lack of entertainment in the wizarding world, Quidditch can be said to be the most popular sport in the entire wizarding world. Therefore, almost all Quidditch players are influential figures in Hogwarts. No kid could refuse the limelight, least of all an honor-hungry Slytherin. "Of course." Lester spread his hands and said helplessly, "The old team members can't understand me as a first-year student being the captain, so they took the initiative to quit the team in order to embarrass me and wanted me to become a barehanded commander. As soon as this remark came out, Malfoy and the others were immediately filled with righteous indignation, expressing their dissatisfaction with those players who had made trouble. Malfoy even wrote to his father, asking him to embarrass the parents of those players at work. Only Marcus curled his lips carefully, not exposing Lester's lie. The old players really don't like Lester as a first-year captain and want to make him look bad. But he voluntarily quit the team, but Marcus disagreed. But does he dare to say it? His family is still in the hands of Lester, so he should squint. But will Professor Snape agree? Jedi hesitated. He wanted to be a crazy Quidditch player, but he was not sure about Snape's attitude. Professor Snape will agree, Lester said without hesitation. The professor is very enlightened. I'll go and talk to him, and he will definitely agree. All the old Slytherin players had quit the team, and Professor Snape had no choice but to accept them as a group of first-year students. And even if he can find old students willing to play Quidditch, Lester can help them quit the team voluntarily. In short, the Slytherin Quidditch house team must be all their own people, and they must be firmly controlled by themselves. In the early morning, an astonishing news spread throughout Hogwarts. All the members of the Slytherin Quidditch house team voluntarily quit the house team, and now the starting players of the entire Slytherin house team are all first-year wizards. When they got the news, the Quidditch teams of the other 3 colleges were singing and dancing happily. The Slytherin Quidditch team, led by Marcus before, played dirty and ugly, and played tricks from time to time. Now, I heard that there was a conflict in Slytherin's Quidditch house team, and all the old players quit, leaving only a bunch of first-year freshmen. In the restaurant, everyone was happily discussing this important event. Harry, this kid Lester used tricks to become the captain of the Quidditch team. As a result, all the old Slytherin players quit. Ha! He is really sitting on wax now. With a look of resentment on his face, Ron gloated and said, "So what if you become a Quidditch player? A group of young wizards? How could they beat senior wizards?" Harry nodded thoughtfully. He also thought that a Quidditch team composed entirely of young wizards would not be able to beat other teams. Regarding the opinions of others, Lester said that he is not panicked at all. The sport of Quidditch is different from basketball and football. It is both a team sport and an individual competitive sport. In this sport, there is a position called the Seeker, which is the key to this Quidditch. As long as the Seeker can catch the snitch, the team gets 150 points and the game ends. Conversely, if the snitch is not caught, the game continues until the snitch is caught. System. Sitting at the Slytherin dining table, Lester whispered softly, calling out the system. Possess fear value. 500,000, 50W. Lottery draw. One time, 1 million fear points / time. Since entering Hogwarts, Lester's rate of gaining fear has slowed down, because the acquisition of fear points is usually related to the strength of the little wizard. So when he frightens the little wizard, he can only get a few points of fear. Lester whispered, System, I will draw 5 times for a 100,000 lottery draw. After several lottery draws, Lester has understood the rules of the lottery. Sweepstakes of $50,000 or less are common spells or muggle items. A lottery of 100,000 people can get a powerful spell, similar to the Killing Curse, this powerful magic. The 500,000 lottery is the props of the high magic world, such as items such as Dolan's Ring. And the lottery of 1 million fear points is a legendary building like the Fountain of Life. Now, Lester needs a spell that can enhance his eyesight or speed so that he can win a Quidditch match. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the spell Thunderbolt Explosion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the magic spell Remove Your Weapon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the magic spell Armor Protection. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the magic spell Fixed Point Blasting. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the magic spell Phantom Body Curse. Worry, there's no magic spell that can speed up or improve eyesight. Lester was very disappointed. The 500,000 old bottom that he had finally praised was only exchanged for these 5 spells. Needless to say, the Phantom Body Curse is useless to me. God-level invisibility technique. If you want to be invisible, you could be invisible, so there is no need for a waste illusion spell. As for the other 4 spells, Lester said, it was acceptable. In the future, I will definitely fight in public with my true face, and I must master the legal battle spell. Otherwise, in a duel with other little wizards, the little wizard releases a weapon to kill you, and Avada eats a big melon by himself. Isn't this TM exposed? I need to get some fear value. The happy life in the college before made Lester a little slack. I thought that the 50W fear value would be enough for me to use for a while, but I didn't expect that after drawing 5 prizes, it was completely used for him. If it were outside, Lester's main method of obtaining fear points could be simple and rude. Playing directly as a dark wizard, using the death curse to rob everywhere, can definitely scare others to death and gain fear points. But this is a school, an ivory tower of peace, not a magical world of intrigues. If something happened to a little wizard in Hogwarts, Dumbledore would probably be alarmed, and it would be difficult to deal with it. Despite this, Lester still has a way to gain fear. It's very simple, although he can't use the killing curse to scare the little wizard, but he can definitely scare others with pranks. It's like suddenly yelling in someone's ear to scare them. In this way, you can get fear points without killing people. It is simply the best way to get fear points. Ron, Harry, Marcus, Avery, Took, Seamus, and those 4 old players who embarrass me. Lester silently read the names of his enemies. He didn't know if he didn't look at them, but he was startled when he saw that he had quite a few enemies. Then let's start with Ron. According to the list of enemies, Lester was going to attack Ron first. At this time, Ron, who was still talking at the Gryffindor table, only felt a chill down his back. Did I catch a cold? Touching his nose, Ron breathed a sigh of relief, but luckily he didn't have a runny nose. In the corridor, the 2 little friends, Ron and Harry, walked happily towards the lounge. The 2 of them can really be regarded as model partners, sticking together every day, even go to the toilet together. Harry, the next class is potions class again. What a criminal. I don't want to see Snape an old bat. Ron complained, dissatisfied. He always favors Slytherin people, especially the 2 little faces of Lester and Malfoy. Harry nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, he also hated Snape, a double-standard professor. However, he didn't dare to express his dissatisfaction with Professor Snape in public. Otherwise, if the professor heard about it, he might suffer disaster again. Just then, an indifferent and deep voice came from behind them. Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, are you talking about me behind my back? Gryffindor, 20 points. Hearing the sudden voice behind him, Harry trembled in fright on the spot, and Ron's face changed drastically, trembling with fear. Professor, I was wrong. Harry turned away with a sad face, wanting to apologize to Professor Snape. As a result, instead of seeing Professor Snape with a frosty face, he saw Lester and Malfoy smiling. Ding! Gain Harry Potter's fear value +10. Ding! Get Ron Weasley's fear value +1. As expected of the Savior, Ron only contributed a little fear value to him, but Harry scored 10 points in his shot, which is simply too grand. It seems that I need to squeeze the wool well. Lester, Malfoy, are you 2 looking for work? Harry couldn't help frowning and shouted. Or do you want to fight with the 2 of us? Since he entered Hogwarts, Lester has been making trouble for himself, and he has been unhappy with Lester for a long time. Ron, who was standing beside Harry, also frowned slightly, stared at Lester, and said with contempt, Lester, I knew you were not a good person. No wonder. Now you are mixed with a guy like Malfoy. You are really a nest of snakes and rats. On the train, Ron has always held a grudge about Lester letting Malfoy go. He thought that since Lester could teach Malfoy a lesson, why should he let him go? This shows that Lester is not a good person. Hearing Ron blaming himself, Lester cleared his throat, looked at Ron playfully, and said lightly, Why? It's my freedom to make friends with anyone. Do I still need to ask you for instructions when I make friends? Malfoy's face was also ugly, and he snorted coldly. That's right. Did your father teach you to look at people with colored glasses since you were a child? Or you, Ron, are the sun, and everyone has to revolve around you, and you must do things in your way, or you are a bad person. You fart. Ron was immediately unhappy, pointing at Malfoy's nose and cursing. You Malfoy family were the lackeys of the mysterious man before. He knows how many unconscionable things your father has done. With your scumbag father, you can't be a good thing. You must be a scumbag just like your father." Malfoy was also angry, rolled his eyes, and said, "My father was indeed under the mysterious man at the time, but he was only controlled by the mysterious man with the Imperius curse." To be honest, in Malfoy's heart, he really believed that his father was a good person. Just like when he first started school, he took the initiative to find Harry to make friends with. Wasn't it because Harry defeated the mysterious man and saved his father? Ron curled his lips in disdain and said angrily, "Controlled by the Imperius curse? You can keep these lies to deceive ghosts. My father told me that your Malfoy family is all scum, and told me not to associate with you. Sure enough, it's really a nest of snakes and rats." Lucius Malfoy, no matter how bad the outside world is about him, but in the heart of little Malfoy, Lucius is undoubtedly the best father in the world. Now that Ron had humiliated his father in such a way in front of his own face, Malfoy's eyes immediately turned red. "Weasley, do you dare to say it again?" Malfoy's eyes were red and his voice was hoarse. Ron didn't care and said loudly, "Just say it. Your father is a big scum, and you are a small scum. Your whole family is a scum." Being humiliated to his parents face to face and saying that his whole family is scum, Malfoy exploded in anger. "I beat you to death." Malfoy's face was ferocious. His voice was like falling into an ice cave, and he rushed directly. Ron dodged hastily, but Malfoy had already jumped on Ron's body, clenched his fist with his right hand, swung it up, and hit Ron hard. The current Malfoy is not what it used to be, because he has been fooling around with Lester for many years, and he has developed a wealth of skills in slapping people's mouths. First, he punched Ron on the head, making Ron's eyes stare, only feeling a few bright stars floating in front of his eyes. Afterwards, Malfoy was unreasonable, riding on Ron's body, raised his arms high, opened his hands, bowed left and right, and slapped Ron's ugly face fiercely. Malfoy was always taken by surprise, coupled with his rich development experience. Ron is no match for Malfoy. Under the output like a storm, Ron could only cover his face with his hands with difficulty, trying to block Malfoy's slap. Seeing Ron being beaten violently, Harry, a good friend, couldn't bear it anymore, and shouted, "Malfoy, let Ron go. Malfoy is his enemy. Ron is his friend, and he doesn't need to think about helping anyone." Harry lunged at Malfoy, ready to kick Malfoy off Ron's body as soon as he opened his feet. As for whether it is 2-on-1 or whether it is a biased fight, Harry said that when dealing with bad guys, there is no need to talk about morals. Seeing that the big foot was about to land on Malfoy and kick Malfoy away, Lester, who had been standing by, made a move. All petrified, a gray spell hit Harry's body precisely, and it exploded. Harry, who was still in the flying kick posture, froze in the air abruptly, and then fell down heavily. Malfoy and Ron fight. That's their business. 1-on-1, Lester won't intervene because he follows the rules. But if Harry doesn't obey the rules, then sorry, he can only force Harry to obey the rules. Harry, who fell to the ground, couldn't help but groaned in pain. He stared at Lester, furious, almost spewing blood. Fortunately, he thought Lester was a friend before, and he even planned to give Lester a chance to explain in a few days. If a few days later, Lester's explanation can satisfy him, and he is willing to leave Malfoy and others in Slytherin, then he can reluctantly forgive Lester for the wrong things he did before. He even helped Lester prepare a plan to apologize to Ron, in preparation for Lester's future. However, he thought of Lester so much, but Lester treated him like this. He was simply an unfamiliar white-eyed wolf. Lester had to be lucky that he couldn't hear Harry's heart, otherwise he would have been pissed off by Harry. "Harry, this is a matter between Malfoy and Ron. I advise you not to get involved," Lester said lightly. "If you want to trouble Malfoy, you can challenge him to a duel instead of being a sneak-attacking villain." How could Harry listen to it at this time? He was extremely resentful towards Lester now, and he really wanted to swallow Lester alive. Seeing only anger in Harry's eyes, Lester shook his head helplessly. If Harry is not the favorite of Dumbledore's interest group, he must give Harry a good lesson. On the side, the fierce fight between Malfoy and Ron was also over. Ron's nose was bruised and his face was swollen. His nose was sunken, and his cheeks were so swollen that he was beaten into a pig's head. Malfoy was also panting from exhaustion, and the wizard robe on his body was also wet with sweat. Beating people is also a very exhausting thing. Okay? Looking down at Ron, who was beaten into a pig's head, Malfoy was extremely happy and said coldly, "If you dare to speak ill of my father again, I will see you beat you once." With that said, Malfoy stood up from Ron, leaving Ron lying on the ground in a daze. Nosebleeds kept flowing from his nose, and the pain spread all over Ron's body. However, the physical pain was only physical damage, and being beaten up by his enemy Malfoy made Ron's heart twisted even more. Not far away, Harry, who had been petrified all the time, could only watch helplessly as his good friend was beaten by Malfoy. He hated him so much now. He hated Malfoy, hated him for beating his good friend. He hated Lester even more, hated that he didn't help him teach Malfoy together, but instead helped Malfoy and...
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.